The date on my phone screen was sharp and clear, July 2nd, 2025. 3 years. 3 whole years. My name is Leo Foster. 3 years ago today, I was just another recent grad scraping by in the city, another face lost in the crowd. That evening, on my way home from work, I saw an old man clutch his chest and collapse on the sidewalk. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. People hurried past, a river of bodies afraid to get involved. I didn't think twice. I rushed over, called 911, and rode with him to the hospital. I fronted the emergency room fees with my credit card and stayed by his side through the night. When the old man woke up, he couldn't thank me enough. He told me his name was Arthur Grayson, chairman of Grayson Global. He had only one heir, his treasured granddaughter, Isabel Grayson. His health was failing, and his biggest worry was Isabel. She was fiercely independent, completely devoted to her career, but she didn't know how to take care of herself, and her ambition made her a target. So Mr. Grayson made me an offer that left me speechless, to thank me, and to give me a legitimate reason to look after Isabel for 3 years, long enough for her to secure her control over the company. He would give me a sum of money so vast I'd be set for life. The contract that would bind us? A marriage certificate. What was I thinking at the time? Maybe I was moved by his sincerity. Maybe the promise of that vast sum went to my head. But mostly, I was intensely curious about the enigmatic heiress I had yet to meet. So, in a moment that felt both insane and preordained, I agreed. Just like that, I, Leo Foster, a broke nobody, became the husband of the Grayson Global heiress. Married life was nothing like I'd imagined. Isabel Grayson was as beautiful as her name was elegant. Her features were cool and refined, her skin flawless, and her eyes were like chips of ice, so stunning they dared you to get close. She was the definition of privilege, a product of the finest schools, brilliant and driven, already a top executive at Grayson Global despite her youth. But to me, from the very beginning, she was nothing but cold. We lived in a sprawling Upper East Side penthouse Mr. Grayson had arranged. The space was huge, but it felt as empty and cold as a mausoleum. We had separate bedrooms. And Isabel, she took it all for granted. She'd offer a quiet thank you, or frown slightly when I told her to bring a coat. If a meal wasn't to her liking, she would simply set down her fork without a word. There was never an extra ounce of expression, never a flicker of warmth. We were legally husband and wife, living under the same roof, but we were more distant than strangers. We had the title, but none of the substance. Her world contained only Grayson Global, only work. I was just a necessary, but ultimately irrelevant, tool in her life. I knew the deal. This was a transaction. I was here for the money. She was doing it to appease her grandfather and solidify her position. We were both getting what we wanted. So for 3 years, I buried every feeling, every frustration. Today, the contract expired. This morning, I made breakfast as usual. Oatmeal with fresh berries and the scrambled egg whites she liked. She sat at the dining table in a sharp, white pantsuit, eating in silence. Leo, she said suddenly, her voice as flat as ever. Let's go to my lawyer's office at 3. I've had him draw up the divorce papers. My heart gave a strange, sharp jolt. This was it, the day I've been waiting for. I'd get my payout, and I could leave this place and start my own life. I was relieved, giddy even. Okay, I nodded, trying to keep the excitement out of my voice. Sound good. She said nothing more, finished her breakfast, and grabbed her purse. I'm heading to the office. Drive safe, I said out of habit. Her steps faltered for a fraction of a second, but she didn't look back. The front door clicked shut, and the enormous penthouse fell silent, leaving just me. I stared at her empty plate, a hollow feeling spreading through my chest. These 3 years felt like a long, strange dream. In the dream, I'd been orbiting an iceberg, slowly losing all my warmth, growing numb. But it was over now. After the divorce, she'd still be the untouchable Isabel Grayson, and I would take the money and finally be free. I shook my head, psyching myself up. A better life was waiting. 3 years. 3 goddamn years. It was a long time to hold your breath. 3 p.m. outside a glass and steel midtown skyscraper. Isabel was already there, her lawyer by her side. She had on the same cool, detached expression, as if we were here to close a business deal, not a marriage. The lawyer handed me the divorce agreement. I scanned it. It was straightforward. The division of assets was clean, especially the clause detailing my payout. The number was staggering, enough to make all my daydreams a reality. I picked up the pen without hesitation and signed my name, Leo Foster. The moment my pen left the paper, I let out a long, slow breath. The 3-year sentence was over. Isabel signed, too. When our 2 crimson marriage certificates were exchanged for the final signed divorce decree, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Mr. Foster, your compensation has been wired to your account, as per the agreement, the lawyer said, handing me a folder with a bank transfer confirmation. I took it. My heart still skipped a beat seeing that string of zeros. Thank you, I said to the lawyer. Then I looked at Isabel. Well, Ms. Grayson, I guess I'll see you around. Isabel looked at me, her gaze complicated, as if she wanted to say something more. But in the end, all that came out was a quiet goodbye. With that, she turned, got into a black Bentley with her lawyer, and vanished into the stream of city traffic. I stood on the sidewalk, clutching the divorce papers and the heavy proof of my new wealth. The sun was bright, almost blinding, but my future felt wide open. I tilted my head back and let out a shout, a raw, triumphant sound that seemed to carry all the frustration of the last 3 years with it. Goodbye, Isabel Grayson. Goodbye, 3-year contract marriage. Goodbye to be Mr. Grayson. As of today, Leo Foster was a free man. The first day after the divorce, I slept until I woke up naturally. No 6:30 a.m. alarm. No rush to prepare a specific breakfast. No cool, silent presence in the apartment. The quiet was almost jarring, but the unease was quickly replaced by the sheer joy of freedom. I rolled out of bed, made myself a bowl of instant ramen, and flopped onto the sofa to watch mindless reality TV. I didn't have to worry about when Isabel would be home, what to make for dinner, or how to read her moods. The feeling was incredible. I even started mapping out my future. First, use the money to buy my own place. Nothing huge, just a cozy apartment in Brooklyn. Then, maybe find a job I actually enjoyed, or open a small coffee shop. Live a simple, quiet life. As for romance, I wasn't even thinking about it. 3 years as a tool had given me a mild case of relationship PTSD. Around noon, my college buddy, Big Mike, called. Leo, I heard you're a free man. You gotta come out tonight, man. We're celebrating your emancipation. I'm in, I said, grinning. The usual spot? You know it. We're not going home sober. I felt even better after hanging up. A night out with the guys. A proper celebration. In the afternoon, I went to the grocery store to stock up on snacks and beer, ready for a lazy night in. As I was walking back to the temporary apartment I was crashing in, I saw a familiar black Bentley parked to the curb. My heart jumped into my throat. No way. The tinted window slid down, revealing Isabel's cool, beautiful face. She was wearing a simple white sundress, which softened the sharp edges of her usual corporate armor. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. Just passing by. Passing by? My friend's place wasn't exactly remote, but it was nowhere near Grayson Global or her penthouse. The odds of this being a coincidence were slim to none. Oh, I nodded, deciding not to push it. Well, if that's all, I'm gonna head in. Wait, she called out. Yeah. Did you eat lunch? She asked, a slight hesitation in her voice. I froze. In 3 years, this was the first time she had ever asked me if I'd eaten. It was always me asking her. Yeah, I had some ramen, I replied. Oh, she nodded, her eyes flickering for a moment. What about? For dinner. Going out with some friends. Who? Guys or girls? The question was so fast, it was reflexive. I raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her behavior. My college buddies, Big Mike and the guys. Oh, she said again, looking almost relieved, though her face remained a perfect mask. Well, don't drink too much. Got it. I gave a small smile. You should get going too. The great Ms. Grayson has better things to do than worry about me. I gave her a little wave and turned into the building. In the lobby, I glanced back. The Bentley was still there, the window now rolled up. I couldn't tell if she was still watching. What the hell was that? She's acting weird. She gets a divorce and suddenly starts caring? Is she just not used to it? I shook my head, chalking it up to a temporary glitch in her programming. After all, 3 years is a long time. It was only natural she'd feel a little off when her live-in caretaker suddenly vanished. That night, I was with Big Mike and the guys at a packed sports bar in Brooklyn. Leo, you absolute legend. 3 years of hard time for a lifetime of freedom. You're financially independent. Big Mike clapped me on the shoulder, his face a mask of pure envy. So, tell us, is the Grayson Global Ice Queen really as cold as they say? Did anything, happen in those 3 years? Get out of here, I laughed, shoving him. What do you think? It was a business arrangement. A marriage in name only, you get me? Damn, what a waste, Mike grumbled. But seriously, man, you earned it. 3 years playing butler to a billionaire. Now you're free. It must feel good. It feels amazing. I raised my beer. To freedom. To freedom. We drank, laughed, and reminisced about stupid things we did in college. I let myself go, the tension of the last 3 years slowly dissolving in the alcohol. Halfway through our second pitcher, my phone buzzed. The caller ID was Isabel. I stared at it for a second, then answered. Hello, where are you? Her voice on the other end was tight, with an urgency I couldn't place. Out with my friends. I told you I would be. How much have you had to drink? Not much, just a couple of beers. Send me your location. What? Why? I was completely baffled. I'm coming to get you. You don't have to do that. I can get home myself, or Mike can give me a ride. The last thing I needed was her showing up. What would that even look like? Just send it. Her tone became commanding, a flicker of the old, imperious Isabel, but mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Fine. I gave in, texting her the bar's address. When I hung up, Mike and the guys were staring at me with huge, curious eyes. Dude, you're divorced and your ex-wife is still coming to pick you up? There's more to this story, isn't there? Shut up, I muttered, though my own mind was racing. She's probably just passing by. Before long, the black Bentley pulled up outside the bar. Isabel got out, in her white sundress, standing in front of the noisy, gritty sports bar. She looked completely out of place. Her beautiful face was a mask of cool detachment, but her eyes kept darting toward our table. More than a few guys at the bar stopped to stare, probably wondering what a goddess like her was doing in a place like this. Leo, your ex-wife, is here. Mike nudged me. I stood up and walked over. You really came. I told you not to drink too much. She glanced at my flushed face, her brow furrowing. How many did you have? Seriously, just a couple. I ran a hand through my hair. Get in. She didn't argue, just opened the passenger door. I turned back and waved to my friends. I'm heading out, guys. You have fun. You too, Leo. Be safe. Mike called back, wiggling his eyebrows. I slid into the car. Isabel started the engine. The car was silent, filled with the faint, clean scent of her perfume. It was the same as always, a cool, floral fragrance. Why? Why did you come and get me? I had to ask. She stared straight ahead at the road, her voice even. I was worried you'd drink too much and get into trouble. I'm a grown man. What kind of trouble could I get into? I was always the one you picked up, she said, so quietly I almost missed it. It was true. After her events, when she was drunk, I was always the one to get her. No matter how late, I'd be there to make sure she got home safe. That's all in the past, I said with a small smile. From now on, you need to take care of yourself. Drink less. She didn't respond, but her knuckles were white on the steering wheel. The car soon arrived at my friend's building. Thanks for the ride. I unbuckled my seatbelt, ready to get out. Leo, she said suddenly. Yeah. She turned to look at me. The streetlight cast a soft glow through the windshield, tracing the delicate lines of her face. Her eyes, no longer icy, seemed to shimmer with a complex emotion. If you're not busy sometime, you could come by the office. She paused, as if it took all her courage to say the words. I was stunned. Visit her? At Grayson Global? Why? Seeing the confusion on my face, she seemed to grow flustered and quickly added, if you need help with anything, or if you just want to talk, you can come find me. Oh, okay, I said, still processing. You should. Go on up, she said, looking down at her hands. Right, you get home safe, too. I pushed the door open and got out. As the Bentley disappeared into the night, I stood there on the sidewalk, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside me. Isabel's behavior tonight was beyond strange. What in the world was wrong with her? In the days that followed, Isabel's bizarre behavior only escalated. She'd call me sporadically, asking the same questions. Have you eaten? What are you doing? Did you go anywhere? Her tone was still far from warm, but compared to the Arctic chill of the past 3 years, it was a heat wave. At first, I figured she was just adjusting to life without a personal assistant, a kind of phantom limb syndrome. But I was starting to suspect it was more than that. That week, my old high school lab partner, Chloe Davis, was in town for a conference. When she heard I was divorced, she insisted on taking me out for dinner to catch up. Chloe was a bright, bubbly person. We'd been good friends in school, and though we went to different colleges and drifted a bit, we'd always stayed in touch. We met at a chic bistro in Soho. Chloe looked great in a vibrant yellow dress. Leo, I still can't believe it. You married the Isabel Grayson, she said, her eyes wide. I seem to remember you in high school, saying you wanted to marry someone sweet and down-to-earth. I gave a wry smile. Don't remind me. That's all over now. Well, you must have gotten a pretty sweet payday out of it, right? Enough to live it up for a while. Chloe asked, her curiosity palpable. It's enough to get a place of my own, maybe start a small business, I said, skirting the actual number. We fell into easy conversation, laughing about old teachers and sharing stories about our lives now. Chloe was outgoing and funny, and I found myself laughing more than I had in a long time. Right in the middle of a funny story, my phone rang. It was Isabel. I stared at the screen, bewildered, before finally answering. Hello. Where are you? Her voice was probing. Out to dinner with a friend. A friend? Male or female? Same direct question as last time. Female. A friend from high school, I answered honestly. The line was silent for a few seconds. Then her voice returned, a few degrees cooler. Oh, really? Which one? Do I know her? You don't. Her name's Chloe Davis. We were lab partners. Oh, she said again, her tone unreadable. Well, have fun. And she hung up. I looked at my phone, completely mystified. Why did she need all the details? Who was that? The ex? Chloe asked. Yeah. I nodded, putting my phone away. Sorry about that. No worries, Chloe smiled. Sounds like she's still keeping tabs on you. Checking in even after the divorce. Nah, just a random call, I said, trying to brush it off. The rest of the dinner was pleasant. Afterward, I walked Chloe back to her hotel. Thanks for dinner, Leo. It was so good to see you, she said with a bright smile. Next time, it's on me. You got it. Anytime. Okay, I'm heading up. Bye. She waved and disappeared into the hotel lobby. I turned to leave and had only taken a few steps when I saw it. A black Bentley parked just down the street. The window was down, revealing Isabel's impassive face. I stopped in my tracks, then walked over. What are you doing here? She just looked at me. Passing by. Again, with the passing by. The probability of this was getting ridiculous. What a coincidence, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. She ignored my tone and glanced towards the hotel entrance. Is your friend gone? Yeah, she went inside. You two seem to be having a good time. A sour note I'd never heard before laced her words. It was fine. She's an old friend. We were just catching up. She's very pretty. Yeah, she is, I agreed without thinking. The moment the words left my mouth, Isabel's expression hardened. Her eyes turned cold, a look I knew all too well. Is that so? You two seem to hit it off, she said, her voice devoid of any warmth. It finally clicked. Something was very, very wrong. What's the matter? I asked, confused. You seem upset. I'm not, she snapped, turning her face away. Why would I be upset? We're divorced. What you do is none of my business. She said the words, but her tense posture and clipped tone told a different story. Could it be? A preposterous idea flashed through my mind. Was she jealous? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was Isabel Grayson, the woman who had treated me like a piece of furniture for 3 years. She couldn't possibly be jealous over me. I had to be imagining things. Oh, good, I said with a small smile. Well, I'm gonna head home. You should too. Wait, she called out again. What now? You should avoid having dinner alone with women you don't know that well. She frowned, her words coming out like a command. Why? I was genuinely baffled. Chloe is a high school friend. We're just friends. Friends? A man and a woman, alone at a fancy restaurant, laughing and talking, and then you walk her to her hotel? You call that just friends? Her voice rose, edged with a raw emotion I had never heard from her before. Was it hurt? I was completely floored. Was she serious? Isabel, we are divorced, I said, my patience wearing thin. Who I see and who I'm friends with is my business, right? My words seemed to deflate her. Her face fell, her lips parted as if to say something, but she choked it back. All she could manage was a cold. Do whatever you want. Then she stabbed a button, the window shot up, and the Bentley peeled away from the curb with a squeal of tires. I stood there, watching her taillights disappear, my mind in a total fog. That reaction, that had to be jealousy. But why? After 3 years of utter indifference, why would she suddenly care who I was with now that we were divorced? The change was so abrupt it felt like whiplash. I shook my head, feeling like I was losing my mind. After the coincidental run-in outside the restaurant, Isabel's jealousy seemed to become more and more obvious. She started micromanaging my life. If I was at home, she'd call and ask, "What are you doing? Are you watching anything you're not supposed to?" If I went out, she'd ask, "Who are you with? Did you run into anyone?" I posted a picture on Instagram of me and Big Mike playing basketball, and she immediately slid into my DMs. Who's the person in the blue shirt? A guy or a girl? The most ridiculous incident happened when I helped my next-door neighbor, a young mom, carry her new washing machine up the stairs. She couldn't manage it alone. I have no idea how Isabel found out, but not an hour later, she was standing outside my apartment building. "Leo!" She yelled up at my window, her voice sharp with anger. I hurried downstairs to find her fuming, looking like a furious kitten. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Were you just helping that woman move something?" she demanded, pointing in the direction of my neighbor's apartment. "Yeah, my neighbor. The washing machine was too heavy for her, so I gave her a hand," I said, completely baffled. "What's the problem?" "Your neighbor?" She repeated the words through gritted teeth, her eyes practically shooting sparks of jealousy. "You sound pretty friendly. Are you too close? You're already helping her with chores? What if she has a thing for you?" I was speechless. "Isabel, the woman is married. She has a 2-year-old kid. Can you please stop being paranoid?" "So what if she's married?" "Married people can't have crushes," she shot back, relentless. "I'm telling you, Leo, even though you're divorced, you can't just get close to any woman, especially not the kind who needs your help. What does our divorce have to do with anything? It's called being a good neighbor, isn't it?" I was starting to lose it. "What is your logic?" "I don't care." She put her hands on her hips, her expression petulant. "You're not allowed to help her move things anymore, and you're not allowed to talk to her." "Isabel," I was getting angry now. "Don't you think you're overstepping? We are divorced. Can you please stay out of my life?" Hearing the word divorced, her fire immediately died down. A flash of hurt crossed her face before being replaced by stubborn pride. I was just warning you. I don't want you to get used," she said, her voice softer. "You've always been so naive. You're easy to take advantage of." "Oh, thank you so much for your concern," I said sarcastically. "I think I'm capable of judging character on my own. I don't need your help." I turned to go back inside. "Leo," she called out, her voice now laced with a surprising vulnerability. Do you hate it this much when I get involved?" I stopped and looked back at her. She stood there, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, looking small and lonely. That face, usually so composed and cool, was now etched with uncertainty and, was that a plea? I was at a complete loss. "I don't hate it," I sighed. "I just think, given our current relationship, it's not really appropriate for you to act like this." "So what is our relationship?" she asked in a small voice, her eyes filled with a hopeful light. I froze. What was our relationship? Divorced couple. Former employer and employee whose contract had ended. Neither felt right. Looking into her expectant eyes, I suddenly realized that I didn't want to define it. I didn't want to draw a hard, final line between us. I hesitated. "We're still friends, I guess." "Friends?" she repeated, the light in her eyes dimming for a second before flaring up again. "Okay, friends. And friends can care about each other and warn each other about things, right?" "Right," I said with a defeated nod. "Then as your friend, I'm warning you to stay away from other women. Especially the pretty ones," she declared, instantly regaining her I'm right attitude. I just stared at her. Isabel fished her keys out of her purse and tossed them to me. I caught them, confused. "What's this for?" "Take me home," she commanded, crossing her arms. "Ms. Grayson, we're divorced. I said, exasperated. Why should I still be your driver? I muttered under my breath. Next you'll be telling me to $2,000. Get in, I said, a grin spreading across my face. For $2,000, I'll be your personal chauffeur, valet, and sing you show tunes on the way. Your chariot awaits, Ms. Grayson. Who was I to turn down a payday from this infuriatingly rich woman? Isabel rolled her eyes, but a tiny smile played on her lips as she slid into the passenger seat of the Bentley. The drive was surprisingly quiet. Neither of us spoke. I pulled the car into the private garage next to her penthouse. Here we are. End of the line, Ms. Grayson. Isabel turned her beautiful face toward me, looking like she was about to say something serious. I didn't give her the chance. I whipped out my phone and pulled up my Venmo QR code. Cash, credit, or crypto. All payments due upon arrival. Isabel's expression remained perfectly calm as she took out her phone and scanned the code. A second later, my phone pinged. I glanced at the confirmation, then shot her a cheerful grin as I opened my door. Hey, Leo, Isabel called out as I got out of the car. I turned back and gave her a theatrical little bow. Thank you for your business, Ms. Grayson. Please ride again. And with that, I walked out of her garage and into the night. From then on, Isabel's unreasonable behavior became the new normal. If I texted a female friend, she'd ask, "What's so funny?" If I went grocery shopping, she'd demand to know, "Did you buy anything?" Weird. I even bought a houseplant, and she somehow concluded, "A woman gave you that, didn't she?" Honestly, at first, it was annoying. I felt like she was being nosy and totally irrational. But gradually, I realized that being managed by her wasn't actually so bad. And that realization made me feel a little thrilled and a little terrified. The days ticked by, punctuated by Isabel's random fits of jealousy. Our relationship settled into a strange, undefined space. We weren't a couple, but we weren't just friends either. We were somewhere in between, in a state of constant, unspoken negotiation. She started finding the most bizarre excuses to see me. Leo, my laptop's acting up. Can you take a look? It was always a minor issue she could have Googled and fixed in 5 minutes. Leo, I'm craving those short ribs you make. Could you make some for me? Then she'd devour the whole plate before declaring them just okay. Leo, I want to watch a horror movie tonight, but I'm too scared to watch it alone. Can you come over? She ended up spending the entire movie hiding behind me. Every time she came up with an excuse, I could sense her nervousness, her awkwardness, and beneath the veil of pride, a fragile dependence I'd never seen before. And for my part, I went from initial resistance and exasperation to a quiet acceptance. It was becoming my new normal. One day, Isabel called, her voice hesitant. Leo, there's a charity gala tomorrow night. Would you come with me? A gala? What would I, an unemployed guy living off a contract payout, do at a place like that? Would that be appropriate? I asked. Of course it would, she said quickly. Just as a favor. A lot of people who have tried to sabotage me in the past will be there. I don't want to go alone. Hearing that hint of vulnerability in her voice, my heart softened. Okay, I'll go with you. Really? That's great. Her voice was suddenly bright with unconcealed joy. I'll have a suit sent over and have my driver pick you up tomorrow. Okay, sounds good. After we hung up, I felt a mix of anticipation and nerves. Was this our first official date since the divorce? The next evening, the driver arrived right on time. The suit Isabel had sent was a perfect fit. The gala was at a 5-star hotel, in a ballroom glittering with chandeliers and filled with a sea of tuxedos and gowns. Isabel was wearing a stunning red evening gown, her hair swept up to reveal the elegant line of her neck and collarbones. She looked like a blooming rose, and her entrance turned every head in the room. She walked over to me and slipped her arm through mine. Stay close to me tonight, she whispered. Her arm was slender, and through the thin fabric of her dress, I could feel the warmth of her skin. My heart sped up. Right, I nodded. We walked into the main hall together, and were immediately swarmed by people wanting to greet her. Isabel, darling, you look more beautiful every time I see you. Ms. Grayson, and who is this? This is Leo Foster. He's a friend of mine, Isabel said, the word friend hanging in the air with a strange weight. I smiled and nodded at the curious faces. I had to admit, these high society events were painfully boring. Everyone spoke in pleasantries while their eyes were full of calculation. Isabel navigated the crowd with practiced ease, but I could see the fatigue behind her perfect smile. Every so often, she would lean in and whisper, "Are you bored?" I'd shake my head. "I'm fine." Just then, a slick-looking middle-aged man approached us, a greasy smile plastered on his face. Well, if it isn't Ms. Grayson, and you brought a date tonight? I don't recognize this young man. Where do you work, son? Isabel's brow furrowed. She clearly disliked him. Mr. Vance, this is my friend, Leo Foster. Vance looked me up and down, his eyes dripping with condescension. A friend? Since when do you associate with friends so young? He looks like he just graduated college. A flare of anger shot through me, but I held my tongue. Isabel's face hardened. Mr. Vance, my friends are none of your concern. If you'll excuse us, we have other people to see. She started to pull me away, but Vance was persistent, reaching out to put a hand on her shoulder. Now, Isabel, don't be in such a hurry. We haven't had a chance to really talk in ages. Before his hand could touch her, I stepped in front of her, blocking his arm. I'm going to have to ask you to be respectful, I said, my voice ice cold. Vance, taken aback, scowled. And who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Who I'm doesn't matter, I said, my voice low and firm. What matters is that you don't touch my friend. Isabel looked at me, her eyes shining with gratitude and admiration. The people around us had noticed the commotion, and the air grew thick with tension. Vance grunted, shot me a dirty look, and slunk away. Thank you, Leo, Isabel whispered, a tremor of relief in her voice. Don't worry about it, I smiled. Guys like that aren't worth your time. For the rest of the evening, Isabel seemed distracted, her eyes constantly finding mine, her expression complex. Halfway through the gala, she pulled me out onto a terrace for some air. The night breeze played with her hair, and the moonlight softened the sharp angles of her face. Leo, she began, her voice low, thank you for coming with me tonight. You don't have to thank me. Before, she paused, seeming to search for the words. Before, when I had to go to these things, it was always my grandfather with me, or I was alone. No one has ever stood up for me like that. A sharp pang went through my heart. She had been this alone the whole time. From now on, if you need me, I'll always be there. The words tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop them. I immediately regretted it. What right did I have to make a promise like that, given our undefined relationship? Isabel's head snapped up, her eyes bright with a dazzling light. Really? Looking at her hopeful face, I took a breath and found my courage. Really? A brilliant smile spread across her face, like the sun melting a glacier. It was the first time in the 3 years I had known her that I had seen her smile so genuinely, so completely. It lit up my entire world. Leo, she seemed to want to say more, but the words caught in her throat, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. We should go back inside. It's getting cold, I said quickly, afraid of what she might say next, of how I might react. Okay, she nodded, following me back into the ballroom. Inside, Isabel was like a different person. She took my hand and proudly introduced me to her colleagues, her voice ringing with a new confidence. This is Leo. He's very important to me. Then she started drinking, one glass after another. She was usually so careful, knowing her low tolerance, but tonight she seemed to let go of all inhibitions. Isabel, slow down. You can't handle this much, I warned her. I'm fine, she said, batting my hand away, her eyes hazy and her cheeks flushed. I'm happy tonight. I could only shake my head as I watched her. By the end of the night, she was completely drunk, leaning her entire weight on me, barely conscious. Leo, she murmured my name, her voice thick. My head is spinning. I know. I'm taking you home. I steadied her, told her driver I had it covered, and helped her into my Uber. In the back of the car, she rested her head on my shoulder, muttering incoherently. Leo, you're so mean. Why? Why did you have to divorce me? I don't want a divorce. 3 years. You know, I got used to it. Used to having you around. The milk in the morning. The soup at night. You were so good to me. I knew. I knew all of it. But I was afraid to say anything. I was afraid. Afraid you were just doing it for the money. Afraid you didn't like me. I thought, after the divorce, I would be free. But I'm not free at all. I miss you. Leo, I miss you so much. Her words came out in broken pieces, her voice growing smaller, tinged with tears like a lost and wounded child. I listened in silence, a storm raging inside my chest. So, she knew. She knew it all. She wasn't cold, just scared. She had gotten used to me, too. She liked me. The car pulled up outside my apartment building. Leo. She lifted her head, her drunken eyes looking at me, filled with dependence and hurt. Don't take me home. I don't want to be alone. Looking at her like this, how could I possibly say no? Okay, we'll go to my place. I helped her out of the car and half carried her up to my apartment. I set her down on the sofa and went to get her a glass of water. Here, drink this. I helped her sit up and held the glass to her lips. She took a few sips, then suddenly threw her arms around me, burying her face in my chest. Leo, don't go, she mumbled. Her body was soft against mine, her scent a mix of wine and that unique, cool fragrance that was all her. My heart hammered against my ribs. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here, I whispered, gently stroking her back. Do you not like me anymore? She asked, looking up, her eyes wet with tears. Is that why you divorced me? No, of course I like you, I said quickly. The divorce was because the contract was up, and I thought you didn't like me. I thought you only cared about your work. I do, she said, her voice suddenly loud, her eyes wide like a startled deer. I like you. Leo, I've liked you for so long. From the first time you made me that soup for my stomach, from the first time you blocked a drink for me at a party, from every night you left the light on for me. I started to like you, but I was too scared to say it. I was afraid you were just an actor playing a part for the money. As she spoke, fresh tears streamed down her face, each one landing like a hot coal on my heart. You idiot, I whispered, reaching up to wipe her tears away. I like you too. From the first time I saw you fall asleep from exhaustion, from the moments I saw you let your guard down, from every single day of these last 3 years. I've liked you. Really? She stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. You're not just saying that. It's the truest thing in the world. I smiled, pulling her into a tight embrace. I was the idiot. I was so focused on the contract and the money that I ignored what I was feeling, and I ignored what you were feeling. I'm so sorry, Isabel. So, can we go back to how things were? She asked from my arms, her voice small and hopeful. No, I said, pulling back to cup her face in my hands, looking her straight in the eye. Not how they were. Before we were a contract. Now, I want to be your real boyfriend. And one day, I want to be your real husband. Her eyes lit up like the brightest stars in the night sky. The tears came again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Okay, kiss me, husband. She nodded fiercely, then leaned in and pressed her lips against mine. Her kiss was tinged with wine, a little clumsy and unsure, but it was filled with a sincerity and love that overwhelmed me. I kissed her back, holding her as if I could absorb her into my very being. 3 years of waiting, 3 years of distance, all of it melted away in that one perfect moment. Isabel slept at my place that night. In separate rooms, of course. She was passed out, and I was just looking after her. The next morning, when she woke up in an unfamiliar room, she first looked confused, then memories of the previous night came flooding back, and her face turned a deep shade of crimson. I walked in with a breakfast tray and couldn't help but smile at her mortified expression. You're awake. How's your head? She immediately pulled the comforter over her face, her voice muffled. Last night, did I say a lot of stupid things? Not all. I teased, then held up my phone and played the video I'd taken of her drunken confession. You. She peeked out from under the covers, her face somehow getting even redder. You recorded that. Every last word. Crystal clear, I said, setting the tray on the nightstand. Sit up and eat something. I made you some oatmeal. She just stared at me, a mixture of shame and embarrassment in her eyes. She hesitated. You have to delete that. It's so humiliating. Nope. I pocketed my phone with a playful smirk. I'm keeping it forever, I said, leaning in close, my voice low and serious. As blackmail, to keep you in line for the rest of our lives. She looked at me, her eyes slowly filling with tears, and then she nodded fiercely. Okay, the rest of our lives. In that moment, I knew we had finally, truly found our way to each other. From that day on, everything changed. We were no longer a contract, no longer cold and distant. We were a real couple. Isabel shed her icy armor completely, transforming into an affectionate, clingy, and adorably jealous girlfriend. She would call me every morning to wake me up, even though I was usually already in the kitchen making her breakfast. She would come straight to my apartment after work and collapse into my arms like a little girl, complaining about her day. She would take my hand without thinking and rest her head on my shoulder when we walked down the street. She would wrap her arms around me from behind while I was cooking and whisper, "Leo, you're so sexy when you cook." And, of course, her jealousy didn't diminish one bit. If anything, it got worse. One afternoon, I ran into another old college classmate at the supermarket, and we chatted for a couple of minutes in the cereal aisle. I don't know how she found out, but when Isabel came over that evening, she was sulking. "What's wrong? Who upset my girl?" I asked with a grin. She just huffed and turned away. "You know what you did?" "I really don't," I said, playing dumb. "I was a perfect angel all day. Didn't even leave the apartment." "Liar." She spun around, pointing an accusing finger at me. "You were talking to another one of your old classmates, weren't you? What are you talking about? Did you get her number?" Seeing her all puffed up with indignation was so cute, I couldn't help but laugh. I pulled her into a hug. Okay, you caught me. I ran into someone from college at the store. We talked for 2 minutes about which brand of shampoo is best. That's it. I swear. You can check my phone." "Really?" she asked, her voice skeptical. "Really?" Cross my heart. That seemed to satisfy her. She relaxed into my arms, burying her face in my chest. "Well, you're not allowed to talk to any more old classmates. If you need to talk about something, you can talk to me." "Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say," I said, my voice full of helpless affection as I tweaked her nose. That night, after Isabel got out of the shower, she cornered me and pushed me back onto the bed, a wicked glint in her eye. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused. She smirked. "Tonight, I'm going to devour you, so you won't have the energy to even think about other girls." 2 hours later, Isabel was lying peacefully beside me, seemingly exhausted. I was still reeling from the experience. Wait a minute. Was I just taken advantage of? This injustice cannot stand. I have to reclaim my honor. With that thought, I rolled over, pinning her beneath me. Isabel jumped, startled. "What do you think you're doing?" I just smiled. "What do you think?" "You, be gentle," she whispered, her voice soft and sultry. We spent the rest of the night tangled up in the sheets. For the next few days, it was Isabel who was walking with a slight limp. These sweet, playful moments became our daily routine. I discovered that once an iceberg melts, the water is warmer and more wonderful than you could ever imagine. Isabel became brighter, happier, and laughed more often. At the office, she was still the formidable Ms. Grayson, but with me, she was just my Isabel. One day, I decided to bring a homemade lunch to Isabel's office. When I arrived, she was in the middle of dressing down a few employees who had clearly messed up. Watching her, so cool and commanding, I thought about the soft, sweet woman she was with me. The contrast was intoxicating. When she saw me, her expression softened for a split second before she turned back to her team. "All right, that's all. You can go." The moment the office door closed, her corporate armor dissolved, and she launched herself into my arms. "Leo, I missed you. What are you doing here? Did you miss me too?" she asked, looking up at me with hopeful eyes. I reached out and pinched her cheek. "Of course I did." I handed her the insulated lunch bag. "You rushed out this morning and forgot this again." Looking at the still warm container, Isabel's eyes grew misty. "You're the best, honey," she murmured, her voice a purr that melted my bones. I watched her eat, and when she was done, I was about to leave, but she stopped me. "Honey, I have a surprise for you," she said, her expression mischievous. I looked at her, puzzled. She just smiled, told me to wait, and dashed out of the office. 10 minutes later, she walked back in. She was wearing a pair of sheer black stockings. "What do you think? Do you like them?" she asked, her voice dripping with seduction. Then, she slowly lifted the hem of her black pencil skirt, revealing a long, stocking-clad leg. Damn, a full-blown office fantasy. Who could possibly resist that? Let's just say there was another flurry of activity in her office that afternoon. Eventually, I started my own company. We supported each other, and both our businesses grew and thrived. Once we were both on solid footing, Isabel and I had a grand wedding, the real deal this time, to make up for the one we never really had. Afterward, we traveled the world, spending a few blissful months on an extended honeymoon. Our married life was perfect, except for one thing. Ever since we'd first been together, Isabel's appetite for me had become insatiable. It felt like every day was a new adventure. Honey, I bought some new lace lingerie. Honey, what do you think of this nurse's uniform? Master, today I am your obedient little maid. My body was starting to give out. Soon I was the one walking with a limp every morning. This continued until the day Isabel found out she was pregnant. At the OBGYN's office, the doctor was going over a list of things to expect during the pregnancy. Excuse me, doctor, I interrupted. Does pregnancy affect a couple's physical activities? The doctor's tone immediately turned stern. Your wife is pregnant. You shouldn't be thinking about things like that. As a husband, you should be more considerate. Before she could finish her lecture, I turned to Isabel with a solemn look. You heard the doctor. No funny business during the pregnancy. Isabel shot me a glare. Fine, you're off the hook. For now. I let out a huge sigh of relief. I knew we had lost 3 years, but that was okay. We hadn't lost each other. The road ahead was long, and we were finally walking it together. I've been married to the Ice Queen CEO for 3 years, so when she called me in the middle of the night, I figured this was it. The divorce talk. I was all set to put on the performance of a lifetime, a total emotional meltdown designed to squeeze a few more zeros out of the settlement check. But the voice on the other end of the line wasn't cold and distant. It was trembling, choked with tears, begging me not to go. I froze. Wait a second. This wasn't in the script. Bring 11 p.m. The shrill ring of my phone sliced through the silence of my studio apartment. I shot upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird when I saw the name flashing on the screen. Sophia Blackwood. It's time. It's finally time. 3 years I've been stuck in this world, in this book. 3 years I've been waiting for this exact day. It feels like a lifetime ago, I was just another corporate drone, grinding through the daily subway commute. Hello, Sophia. Ethan. Sophia's voice came through the speaker. But it was wrong. This wasn't right at all. There was none of the icy indifference I'd expected. Instead, her voice was trembling, fragile. It was a tone I'd never heard from her before. I could even hear the faint, suppressed catch of a sob. I was stunned. The lines I'd so carefully memorized were stuck in my throat. This wasn't how the scene was supposed to go. Ethan, where are you? Sophia's voice was as soft as a feather, brushing against my ear. I'm at the apartment I'm renting, I answered honestly. Ever since the day after our wedding, she had kicked me out of our marital home, citing a need for personal space. In 3 years, I could count the number of times we'd seen each other on 2 hands. Is it cold out there? She asked again. The question made no sense. It's fine. The heat's on. I was getting more confused by the second. What was this? A pre-divorce wellness check? Soften the blow before you drop the axe? The line went silent for a moment. Then I heard it, a quiet, choked sob. Was Sophia crying? The woman who could make or break companies with a single word, who wouldn't flinch while negotiating a $10 billion deal, was crying on the phone with me? I had to be dreaming. Ethan, she said again, her voice thick with tears. Don't leave. Please. I'm begging you. Don't leave me. Don't divorce me. Boom. My brain blue-screened. That line just fried my CPU. Divorce? She was the one divorcing me. I had my pants down. Wait, no. I had my tears locked and loaded, and she hits me with this? Sophia, have you been drinking? It was the only explanation I could come up with. No, she denied it instantly. I'm sober, Ethan. I've never been more sober in my life. Listen to me. It was all my fault before. I was a monster. I was blind. Just give me one more chance, please. We can make this work. I'll never make you leave again. You can move back in, okay? Her voice was thick and nasal, her words tumbling out in a frantic, incoherent rush. She sounded terrified, like a drowning person clinging to the last piece of driftwood. I held the phone, completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was she a regressor? Or had her body been taken over by someone else, like mine? But the book never mentioned anything like this. Was it me? Did my arrival cause some kind of butterfly effect? No, impossible. For the last 3 years, I've been the poster child for laying low. A king among slackers. There's no way I could have influenced the high and mighty CEO. Sophia, just calm down, I said, trying to get a handle on the situation. Did something happen? Nothing happened to me. I just need you to be okay. Her voice was laced with a chilling, residual fear. Ethan, promise me you won't go anywhere. Just stay home, please. No, home isn't safe either. Come to my office. No, I'll come to you. I'm on my way right now. Click. She hung up. I stood there, phone in hand, my world thrown into chaos by the cold night air. She said she was coming here. Right now. I looked down at my 300 square foot apartment, a minefield of takeout containers and empty beer cans. Then I thought about Sophia's 10,000 square foot mansion, the one with 8 maids where you had to change your shoes 3 times just to get to the living room. The thought of those two worlds colliding was just surreal. Half an hour later, a frantic knocking echoed through my door. I peered through the peephole, and my heart skipped another beat. It was really her, Sophia. She was wearing a designer Chanel suit, but a trench coat was thrown haphazardly over it. Her flawless makeup was smudged by tears, and her usually perfect hair was a mess. Her face was a canvas of anxiety and fear. She looked nothing like the proud, cold, impeccably polished queen I remembered. She looked like a completely different person. I took a deep breath and opened the door. The second it opened, Sophia launched herself at me like a startled rabbit, wrapping her arms around my waist and holding on for dear life. Her soft body, carrying a cool, floral scent, slammed into me, knocking me back a step. I went completely rigid. 3 years of marriage, and we hadn't just not hugged. We'd never even held hands. The most intimate we'd ever gotten was at the wedding when the officiant forced her to touch my fingertip with hers. I could still remember the icy chill of that brief contact. But now, she was clinging to me like an octopus, squeezing so tight I could barely breathe. Her body was trembling. She buried her face in my chest, taking greedy breaths as her muffled, tear-choked voice vibrated against my ribs. Thank God. You're still here. You're really still here. I could feel my shirt growing damp with her tears. I was completely lost. What was wrong with the world? I stood there stiffly in the doorway, letting Sophia hold me, my mind a swirling vortex of confusion. This woman's behavior was so far beyond my comprehension. Wasn't she supposed to find the very air I breathed repulsive? So what was with this? I found my long-lost treasure routine. Ms. Blackwood, I managed to say, trying to remind her that we weren't exactly on hugging terms. I think you might have the wrong person. The body in my arms went still. She pulled her head back abruptly. Those beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with ice, were now rabbit red and swimming with tears as she stared up at me. Ethan, do you have to call me that? Her voice was laced with hurt and disbelief. Have you hated me this much for 3 years? What? Lady, who hated who here? Did you give me a single pleasant look in 3 years? I distinctly remember you saying, just looking at you makes me sick. And now you're flipping the script on me? Are you serious? I don't. I mumbled. You do. She cut me off, fresh tears welling up. You call me Ms. Blackwood. You live in a place like this. You'd rather eat takeout than spend a single dollar of my money. Ethan, you're punishing me, aren't you? I opened my mouth, but found I was speechless. I don't live in a mansion because you kicked me out. I don't spend your money because you canceled all my cards. And the takeout, that's just because I'm lazy. But somehow, in her twisted logic, all of this fit together perfectly, becoming proof of my silent suffering and protest through distance. With an imagination like that, she should be writing novels. You should come inside. It's cold out, I sighed, stepping aside to let her in. Sophia sniffled, cautiously letting go of me and following me into the room like a child who'd been scolded. When she saw the state of my apartment, she froze solid. The cramped space, the cluttered mess, the strange, stale air that smelled like a mix of instant ramen and cheap beer. Her eyes scanned the mountain of empty noodle cups in the corner, then landed on the pilled sweater I'd been wearing for 3 years. The guilt and pity in her eyes were practically overflowing. Ethan, her voice trembled. This is how you've been living for 3 years. How have I been living? I've been living like a king. No boss breathing down my neck, no sales quotas to meet. I sleep in every day, play video games, read novels. My only worry is whether to have the spicy beef ramen or the chicken flavor for dinner. If you hadn't shown up and had a meltdown, I'd be collecting my settlement check tonight and flying to Hawaii tomorrow. My mind was screaming, but I kept my face a perfect blank. I just silently pushed a pile of clothes off the sofa to clear a small space. Have a seat. Sorry about the mess. Sophia didn't sit. She just stood there, staring at me, her eyes a tangled mess of emotions. Regret, pity, fear, and a profound, desperate relief that I couldn't quite decipher. I'm sorry, she said suddenly, bowing deeply. Ethan, I'm so sorry. I jumped back, startled. What are you doing? I've owed you this apology my entire life. She looked up, tears streaming down her face. In my last life, I was blind. I was a fool for pushing you away. I destroyed you. I destroyed the Blackwood family. She choked up, unable to continue. But I caught the keyword. Last life. Holy crap. My eyes went wide. This woman, she was a regressor. She'd been reborn. No wonder her attitude did a complete 180. Of course, it all made sense. In the original novel, after Sophia divorced me, the hero of the book appeared out of nowhere and systematically destroyed her family's business empire. The Blackwoods went bankrupt, and Sophia ended up abandoned by everyone, dying alone on the street. It seems she came back with memories of her past life, reborn on the very day the story was supposed to begin. She thinks the tragedy of her last life happened because she divorced me, losing the protection of the hidden powerhouse she married. So now, her only mission is to cling to me, her golden ticket, at all costs. Once I figured it out, I almost burst out laughing. This was a colossal misunderstanding. Lady, you got the wrong guy. I'm not some hidden powerhouse. I'm just a bum waiting for a payout, so I can disappear. The reason you failed in the book wasn't because I was gone. It was because you were the villainess destined to be crushed by the hero. It was the author's will. It was plot, but maybe I could use this misunderstanding. An idea sparked in my mind. If she sees me as her savior, couldn't I raise my price? I was only hoping for one extra zero. Now, it looked like 2 extra zeros wasn't out of question. My heart pounded with excitement. On the outside, though, I was a picture of calm. I channeled the vibe of some all-knowing, mystical master, adopting a serene expression that said, I have seen through the veil of reality. What's past is past, I said slowly. Let it be. 8 simple words, dripping with class. It worked. Sophia was completely floored. She stared at me, her eyes filling with a new level of awe and reverence. You knew. I maintained my enlightened persona. I didn't nod, didn't shake my head. I just picked up a cup of cold tea from the table and took a small sip. Let silence be my answer. That air of mystery, that sense of you can talk, but I already understand everything, was devastatingly effective. Sophia was clearly taken in by my stoic act. The panic in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by the calm of someone who has finally found their anchor. Ethan, thank you, she said sincerely. Thank you for still being willing to give me a chance. I was celebrating internally, but my face remained as still as a pond. Sit, I said, gesturing to the sofa. This time, Sophia obediently sat down, but she only perched on the very edge, her back ramrod straight, her hands placed neatly on her knees like a schoolgirl waiting to be lectured by the principal. Ich glänzte her, secretly loved. To think, she used to not even bother looking at me. Now, she was hanging on my every move. This was the intoxicating power of having information she didn't. Sophia began, seeming to want to say something but not knowing where to start. I watched her, relaxed, waiting for her next move. After a long, internal struggle, she finally gathered her courage, looked up, and fixed me with a pleading gaze. Ethan, can you move back home? Move back home, I laughed inwardly. Dream on. I finally get to enjoy 3 years of freedom. And now you want me to move back in, stare at your icy face all day, and pretend to be a loving husband? What's in it for me? Is the food at your place that good? Well, actually, the food at her place was pretty amazing. But freedom is priceless. I was about to make up an excuse to refuse when I caught a glimpse of her fingers, clenched so tightly they were white, and a fragile hope in her eyes that looked like it could shatter at any moment. A brilliant idea popped into my head. I couldn't refuse her directly. A flat-out no would make her think I was still holding a grudge, still punishing her. I had to make her think I wanted to come back, but there were complications. I had to put the ball back in her court and let her solve the problem. That's how a true hidden master forced into hiding would play it. So, I let out a long, theatrical sigh, gazed wistfully out the window, and filled my voice with the melancholy of a poet staring at the sky. Go back. Can we ever really go back? One sentence. It was enough to make Sophia's face turn another shade paler. Why can't we? She asked desperately. That's your home. I turned to her, my eyes screaming. You still don't get it, do you? Ms. Blackwood, 3 years ago, who was it that announced in front of the entire household staff that my very presence was polluting the air in that house? Sophia's body jerked as if struck, and the color drained from her lips. And who was it that told me, as I was packing my bags, that the Blackwood family doesn't support freeloaders? Sophia's face was now as white as a sheet of paper. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Tears, like broken pearls, rolled down her cheeks. These were all lines she'd said to my character in the book. I hadn't experienced them personally, but they were brutally effective at twisting the knife. Seeing her break down was incredibly satisfying. But I couldn't smile. I was the devoted and long-suffering hero. I slowly stood up, walked to the window, and turned my back to her, presenting a lonely, desolate silhouette. Ms. Blackwood, some words, once spoken, can never be taken back. Some wounds, once inflicted, are there forever. My voice was deep and magnetic, laced with just the right amount of sorrow. Perfect. I was almost moved by my own performance. Behind me, I heard Sophia's suppressed, desperate sobs. Cry. Go ahead and cry. The louder you cry, the better I feel. The more you regret, the more valuable I become. Once I've thoroughly manipulated you, we can talk about the divorce settlement. I'll be able to name my price. Then I'll walk away with more money than I can spend, a legend in my own mind. And you can live with the regret of your past life. Thinking about it, I could barely keep the smile off my face. That's not it, Sophia sobbed, getting up from the sofa and walking towards me. Ethan, it's not like that. I was possessed back then. She reached me, seeming to want to hug me, but not daring to. Her outstretched hand trembled in midair. Hit me, yell at me, do whatever you want. Just don't throw me away. Her voice was so small, so humbled. I was ecstatic, but I maintained my cold, aloof facade. I didn't turn around, afraid she would see the grin I was fighting to hide. It's late. You should go home, I said, dismissing her. I'm not leaving, Sophia said stubbornly. Not unless you come with me. I told you. I can't go back. Why? There is no why. We were a standoff. Sophia stood behind me, refusing to budge. I could feel her intense gaze burning into my back. Just as I was thinking about adding more fuel to the fire, my stomach, with impeccable timing, let out a loud grumble. It wasn't deafening, but in the dead silent room, it was crystal clear. Me. Sophia. The atmosphere instantly shifted from tragic romance to awkward comedy. I wanted the floor to swallow me whole. My grand performance, ruined by hunger. What kind of pathetic master was I? Sophia was taken aback for a second. Then, as if realizing something, she asked tentatively, You haven't had dinner. What could I say? I remained silent. Silence was my only friend. Silence was my last shred of dignity. Sophia looked at my rigid back, then at the half-eaten cup of instant noodles on the table I hadn't thrown out. The pity and self-blame in her eyes nearly drowned her. It's all my fault. She murmured, her voice thick with emotion. How could I let you live like this? She sniffled, then seemed to make a decision. Wait here. She turned and rushed out of my apartment. I stared after her, completely bewildered. What now? Did the squalor finally get to her? Was she running for the hills? Good riddance. Now I can finish my noodles. But 20 minutes later, Sophia returned. She was carrying several large bags bearing the logo of Crestview's most exclusive private kitchen, the hearth. An intoxicating aroma instantly filled the room. My stomach growled even louder. I didn't know what you liked, so I just got a little of everything. Sophia started unpacking the containers on my tiny coffee table. Wagyu steak, lobster thermidor, seared scallops, truffle risotto. A parade of dishes I had only ever seen on TV. I swallowed hard, my eyes wide. This single meal probably cost more than my monthly rent. Go on, eat. It's still warm. Sophia handed me a pair of chopsticks, her eyes full of anticipation, like a puppy waiting for praise from its owner. I looked at her, then at the feast on the table, feeling a strange mix of emotions. On one hand, this was all ridiculous. She had no idea the person she was desperately trying to please was just a slacker planning to take her money and run. She had no idea the real threat was the book's hero, who was about to make his grand entrance. But on the other hand, this food smelled incredible. Fine. For the lobster, I'll let it slide for today. You eat too, I said, picking up my fork. Then, on a strange impulse, I cut off a piece of steak and placed it on her plate. Sophia's body went rigid. She looked at the steak on her plate in disbelief, then back at me. Her beautiful eyes instantly welled up with tears. Ethan, are you going to let your food get cold? I cut her off gruffly, popping a piece of risotto into my mouth. Perfectly creamy, worth every penny she spent. Sophia, however, acted as if she had been granted a divine favor. She carefully picked up the piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and chewed slowly, savoring it like it was the most exquisite delicacy in the world. When she finished, she looked up, her eyes crinkling with a contented smile. It's delicious. That smile was like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, instantly brightening the dim little apartment. I have to admit, for a split second, my heart skipped a beat. The rest of the meal passed in a strange but harmonious atmosphere. Sophia insisted on cleaning up, even bagging all the trash to take with her. She even tried to mop my floor. I couldn't stand the surreal sight of a billionaire CEO cleaning my dump, so I practically pushed her out the door. Go home. I'll think about moving back tomorrow. I finally caved, if for no other reason than the Wagyu steak. Having a personal, mobile Michelin star restaurant catering to my every whim. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Really, Sophia's eyes lit up, shining brighter than any star in the night sky. Yeah, I mumbled. I'll come pick you up tomorrow, she said, locking it in before I could change my mind. 8 a.m. No, 7. I'll be here at 7. With that, she left, looking back every few steps. Watching her disappear down the hallway, I stroked my chin, deep in thought. This was not going according to plan. This reborn Sophia was a wild card, throwing my simple coast and collect strategy into total chaos. But for now, the situation seemed pretty good. At least I'd gone from being a disposable loser about to be kicked out to a hidden powerhouse being coddled by CEO. The change in status was exhilarating. The next morning, before 7, my door was ringing. I opened it to find Sophia standing there, looking fresh and poised. She'd changed into a sharp white pantsuit, her hair pulled back, with light, tasteful makeup. She had some of her business queen aura back, but the way she looked at me was still cautious, almost timid. She was holding a thermos. I made you breakfast, she said, a little embarrassed, handing it to me. I'm not a very good cook, so please don't be mad. I opened the thermos. A strong, burnt smell hit me. Inside were 2 blackened lumps of something next to 2 fried eggs that had burst, their yolks oozing everywhere. Me. It looked like a biohazard. I looked up at Sophia. She was nervously wringing her hands, avoiding my gaze. I noticed several fresh red marks on her delicate fingers, like she'd been burned by hot oil. Something in my chest softened. It's great, I said, my face a perfect mask of sincerity. I picked up a fork, speared one of the charcoal briquettes, and took a bite. It was dry, hard, and bitter. Cough, cough. I nearly choked. Don't eat it if it's bad. Sophia rushed forward to grab the fork, her eyes turning red. It's my fault I'm so stupid. No, it's good, I said, taking the fork back. I took a big gulp of the milk she'd also brought to wash it down, then stoically finished the rest of the briquette. Don't do this again, I told her, looking her straight in the eye. Sophia's expression immediately fell. I can learn. I'll get better. What I mean is, I paused, meeting her gaze, and said slowly, I don't want you to get hurt again. Sophia froze. She stared at me, then down at the burns on her fingers. Her lips trembled, and without warning, tears started to fall. But this time, they weren't tears of sadness or despair. They were tears of joy, of being deeply moved. Ethan, she choked out, throwing her arms around me. I sighed, a little exasperated, but I didn't push her away. Fine. Consider it a thank you for the steak and lobster. After that heartfelt breakfast, Sophia all but dragged me into her Bentley. Our destination, of course, was the marital home I had only set foot in once on our wedding day. It was a sprawling villa in Crestview's most exclusive gated community, complete with a pool and massive gardens, obnoxiously luxurious. When the car pulled up, the butler and the maids were already lined up waiting. When they saw me get out of Sophia's car, with her clinging affectionately to my arm, every single jaw hit the floor. The expressions were priceless, especially the head butler, Peterson, who had always looked down on me. His eyes were about to pop out of his head, his mouth agape. "Sir, you're back," Peterson stammered, looking like he'd seen a ghost. "I am," I replied coolly, savoring his shock. God, this felt good. Effortless flexing. It was amazing. "Quickly, get the master suite ready for him," Sophia immediately commanded, "and move all of my things to the guest room. The master bedroom is for Ethan now." What? Not just Peterson, but I was stunned too. Me and a master, her in a guest room? What kind of move was that? "No," I said immediately. Sophia's face paled, thinking I was still angry. "Ethan, what I mean is," I looked at her, a sly smile playing on my lips. "We're married. Sleeping in separate rooms doesn't seem right, does it? If we were going to put on a show, we might as well go all the way. If I was going to play this game, I had to be thorough. I needed her to believe I'd forgiven her and was willing to be a real husband. That would make her even more devoted." Sophia was completely floored by my words. She stared at me, a deep blush rapidly spreading across her cheeks, from her ears all the way down her neck. That look of shock, joy, and shyness. There was no trace of the Ice Queen left. She looked like a teenager with her first crush. You mean?" She stammered, not daring to believe it. I leaned in close, whispering so only she could hear, "Tonight, we sleep together?" Boom. Sophia's face was so red it looked like it might actually catch fire. She stood frozen, a wooden statue that had forgotten how to breathe. The surrounding staff couldn't hear what I'd said, but seeing us so close, they all started smiling knowingly. Only Peterson looked like he'd just swallowed a fly, his face a sickly green. I was in fantastic mood. With my arm around the still petrified Sophia, I strode into the villa like I owned the place. From now on, I was in charge here. My first day back at the mansion was everything I'd ever dreamed of. Sophia went to the office, but not before giving me 1,000 instructions to stay home and relax. She unblocked all my credit cards and gave me a new, unlimited black card, terrified I might suffer in any way. I lay on the $1 million mattress, scrolling through my phone and staring at the long string of zeros in my bank account, grinning like an idiot. So this is what it feels like to be a kept man. I could get used to this. At noon, the head chef from the Hearth personally came to the house to prepare a 12-course lunch just for me. I dined on Australian lobster while sipping an 82 Lafite. Wait, no, I don't like wine. I had him give me a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle. Life should be this simple. In the afternoon, I lounged by the pool while one maid peeled grapes for me and another fanned me. I closed my eyes, feeling like an ancient emperor. This decadent lifestyle was sinfully sweet. The only fly in the ointment was that butler, Peterson. He was always lurking nearby, shooting me strange looks, as if I were a flavor of the month boy toy about to be discarded. I couldn't be bothered with him. A mere butler. Once I had Sophia completely wrapped around my finger, he'd be the first to go. Just as I was about to doze off, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered it casually. Hello, is this Mr. Ethan Vance? A clear, pleasant female voice asked. Speaking. Who is this? Hi, this is Chloe Summers, the owner of the Hearth. I was just calling to see if the meals we prepared for you yesterday and today were to your liking. The Hearth? My mind immediately flashed to the novel's plot. Chloe Summers. She wasn't just a chef. She was one of the original heroines of the book. A culinary goddess with a mysterious background and a kind, gentle personality. In the book, she and the hero had a classic enemies to lovers arc, and she ended up being his favorite. Her restaurant, The Hearth, was a front for an exclusive club where Crestview's elite gathered to exchange information and network. The fact that Sophia could even get a reservation there showed how serious she was. But why was she calling me personally? It was great, thank you, I replied politely. I'm so glad, Chloe said warmly. Mr. Vance, Ms. Blackwood has booked our services for you for the entire year, and she had a special request. What request? She'd like us to create a personalized wellness menu based on your specific health needs. I was hoping you might have time to stop by the restaurant tomorrow, so our team of nutritionists can do a full consultation. Would that be convenient? I was taken aback. Sophia was really going all out. An annual membership at the Hearth was rumored to be in the millions. Not only did she book me for a year, but she wanted to get me a personal team of nutritionists. Was she that scared I'd run away? Still, meeting the original heroine of the book did sound interesting. In the novel, Chloe was described as an ethereal beauty. I was curious. Sure. What time tomorrow? Would 10 a.m. work? I could send a car for you. No need. I'll get there myself, I said. Please. I had a Bentley at my disposal now, even if it was Sophia's. After hanging up, I felt a strange sense of anticipation. On one side, a reborn villainess desperately clinging to me. On the other, the perfect, gentle heroine about to make her appearance. How did I, a guy who just wanted to be a slacker, suddenly get the leading man treatment? I had to admit, it wasn't so bad. That evening, Sophia came home from work. The moment she walked in, she kicked off her heels, slipped on her slippers, and came right over to me, wrapping her arms around my neck from behind and resting her cheek on my back. I'm home, she said, her voice tired but full of contentment. The maid who was giving me a leg massage jumped, nearly falling to her knees in shock. I waved her away. Busy day at the office? I could smell the faint scent of her perfume mixed with paper and coffee. A few projects ran into some trouble, she mumbled. But I handled it. I knew what she was talking about. According to the original plot, this was when the hero, Rex Sterling, would start making his moves against the Blackwood family's businesses. The trouble she was dealing with was almost certainly his doing. But in this life, with her foreknowledge, she was able to fend him off. In her mind, though, she probably thought it was all because of me, her good luck charm. Good, I said, patting her hand reassuringly. Ethan, she nuzzled my back like a cat. I heard people at the office talking badly about you again today. Oh, what did they say? I was intrigued. They said you were a good-for-nothing freeloader, and that I'd divorce you sooner or later. Sophia's voice grew quiet, filled with a mix of anger and hurt. And what did you do? I fired them all. Her tone turned sharp as steel. Anyone who dares to say a single bad word about my husband gets thrown out on the street. Me? Damn, that's pretty badass. I like it. Ethan, you're not mad at me, are you? She asked, reverting to her cautious demeanor. Was that too impulsive? Not at all. I turned around and pinched her cheek. You did the right thing. My husband. I had to admit, I liked the sound of that. My approval made Sophia beam, her queenly aura vanishing in an instant. Oh, I made an appointment for you with a nutritionist at the Hearth. 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll go with you. You don't have to. I can go by myself. You're busy at work. No, she said, her tone firm and absolute. Your business is 1,000,000 times more important than the company's. I have to go with you. Seeing her resolute expression, I had no choice but to agree. Fine by me. It would be a perfect opportunity for her to meet the original heroine. Two women, both convinced they were the one, in the same room. The drama would be delicious. I was actually looking forward to tomorrow. After dinner, I went up to the master bedroom. After a shower, I lay in bed in my bathrobe, scrolling on my phone while I waited for Sophia. To be honest, I was a little nervous. This was, in 2 lifetimes, my first time sharing a bed with such a stunning, wealthy woman. I knew, with her current mix of fear and reverence for me, nothing physical was likely to happen. But the thought alone was still a little thrilling. About half an hour later, the bedroom door creaked open. Sophia slipped in, wearing a pink silk nightgown. It was thin, clinging to her body and outlining her incredible curves. Under the soft light, her skin seemed to glow. Her long, slender legs looked like they went on for miles. I felt my mouth go dry. I had to admit, I was shamelessly turned on. This woman was a siren. Sophia clearly noticed my heated gaze, and her cheeks flushed as she nervously tugged at the hem of her nightgown. She walked over to the bed, but instead of getting in, she started laying out a blanket on the floor about 6 feet away. I stared at her. What are you doing? I'll just sleep on the floor, she said, her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper. I don't want to disturb you. I almost laughed out loud. So this was her idea of sleeping together? Her on the floor? Then what was the point of my power play this afternoon? Saying we're married? What about my pride? Get up here, I said, patting the empty space beside me. My tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Sophia's body stiffened. She looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. But, no buts. I lifted the corner of the duvet. Get in. My voice was quiet, but it held an undeniable authority I'd picked up from reading all those novels. As expected, Sophia didn't dare to argue. Biting her lip, she awkwardly shuffled over to the bed and laid down as stiff as a board. She was on the absolute edge of the mattress, leaving a good 3 feet of space between us. You could have fit another person in the gap. Her body was wound as tight as a spring. I looked at her, both amused and annoyed. Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? And no, she denied it, but her body scooted another inch towards the edge. I sighed. It seemed my character's actions in her past life had left some serious psychological scars. Fine. I wouldn't tease her anymore. Good night. I turned off the light and rolled over, facing away from her. In the darkness, I could hear her short, nervous breaths. A long time passed. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I felt a soft, cool body gently press against my back. Then, a pair of trembling hands slowly wrapped around my waist. Her movements were light, tentative, full of hesitation. I didn't move, pretending to be asleep. The arms around my waist slowly tightened, sensing no resistance. Her cheek gently rested against my back. Ethan, this time, I'm never letting you go. The next morning, I woke up to an enticing aroma. I opened my eyes. Sophia was no longer in bed. I sat up and realized that the woman who'd been as stiff as a board last night had, at some point, rolled over and ended up practically draped on top of me, one leg thrown over my waist. No wonder I dreamt I was being attacked by an octopus. I gently moved her leg and slipped out of bed. The delicious smell was coming from the kitchen downstairs. I walked down to find Sophia, wearing an apron, bustling around the kitchen. 2 other men were with her. One was the head chef on the hearth. The other I didn't recognize, but from his uniform, he was clearly another top-tier chef. The 2 professionals were giving verbal instructions, while Sophia fumbled through the practical application. Ma'am, lower the heat. Yes, a low flame. Ma'am, flip it now. Careful of the splashing oil. Oh dear, ma'am, it's burning, it's burning. The kitchen was in a state of controlled chaos. I leaned against the doorframe, watching the woman who commanded boardrooms with an iron fist, now struggling with a single fried egg. A smile crept onto my face. The contrast was actually kind of cute. You're awake. Sophia turned, and her face broke into a huge grin when she saw me. Yeah, I nodded, walking over. What are you making? Breakfast for you. She proudly presented the 1 egg in the pan that wasn't burnt and was still mostly circular. See, I did it today. She was as proud as if she'd just closed $1 billion deal, not just cooked an egg. Impressive, I said with genuine admiration. Anyone who could reduce 2 master chefs to this state of panic was definitely impressive. Go get washed up. It'll be ready in a minute, Sophia said, pushing me out of the kitchen. When I came back down, the table was laden with a magnificent breakfast spread. Both American and continental style, a dazzling array. And right in the center, on its own special plate, was the fried egg, Sophia's masterpiece. I sat down, and under Sophia's expectant gaze, I took a bite of her egg first. The taste, well, it was marginally better than yesterday's charcoal briquette. But looking at Sophia's sparkling eyes, I ate the whole thing without changing my expression. Delicious. Really? Yeah, better than anything from the hearth. I swear, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the head chef flinch. But Sophia believed me. She was as happy as a child. Throughout the meal, she kept putting food on my plate, fussing over me more than any of the maids. After breakfast, we set off for the hearth. The restaurant was located on the shore of Crestview's beautiful Moon Lake, a serene, traditional courtyard-style building. The place screamed exclusivity. As soon as we got out of the car, a woman in a simple but elegant white dress came to greet us. She had a gentle, calming presence like a cool breeze. She looked to be in her mid-20s, with delicate features, flawless skin, and a perfect, welcoming smile. Her eyes were especially captivating, as clear as a spring, as if they could see right into your soul. Without a doubt, this was Chloe Summers, a true goddess. Ms. Blackwood, Mr. Vance, welcome. Chloe gave a slight bow, every movement filled with a classic grace. Chloe, thank you for fitting us in, Sophia said politely, but the hand on my arm instinctively tightened. A woman's intuition is a powerful thing. Even though Chloe had done nothing, Sophia already sensed a threat. I hid a smile and gave Chloe a polite nod. Nice to meet you. Chloe's eyes rested on me for a moment, a flicker of surprise in their depths. But she hid it quickly, her smile never wavering. The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Vance. Please call me Chloe. This way, the nutrition team is ready for you. We followed Chloe through a long, winding corridor to an elegant tea room. The consultation was simple enough. They asked about my eating habits and sleep schedule and used some high-tech equipment to check my vitals. The entire time, Sophia was glued to my side, as nervous as a parent whose kid is taking the SATs. She jumped in to answer every question, painting me as a paragon of health and virtue. My Ethan never smokes, never drinks, never stays up late. He works out every day, eats a clean diet, has a perfectly regular schedule. Listening to her spin this ridiculous tale, I almost choked on my tea. Lady, are we talking about the same person? Who is that guy living on takeout and beer, playing video games until 3 in the morning? The nutritionists were clearly confused by the massive discrepancy between Sophia's description and my actual test results. But they were professionals. In front of a major client like Sophia, they had to keep smiling no matter how many questions they had. Mr. Vance has a very strong constitution. He just, needs to slightly adjust his dietary structure to include more fiber and vitamins. The lead nutritionist concluded diplomatically. Did you hear that? Sophia immediately turned to me, deadly serious. No more junk food. From now on, I'm supervising all 3 of your meals. Me? Is this the end of my happiness? After the consultation, Chloe personally brewed us a pot of tea. Mr. Vance, I have a good idea of your preferences now. Starting tomorrow, we will prepare 3 customized meals for you every day, ensuring they're both nutritious and delicious. Thank you for your trouble, I said. Not at all, Chloe smiled, her gaze shifting to Sophia. Anyone Ms. Blackwood cares about this much must be very special. Sophia's eyes instantly sharpened. She tightened her grip on my arm, as if declaring ownership. He's my husband. It's my duty to take care of him. I can see you two are very much in love. Chloe's smile remained flawless, giving nothing away. But as someone who'd read the book, I could see the curiosity and intrigue in her eyes. I knew she was interested in me. It made sense. In the book, Chloe was always drawn to interesting people and situations. And a useless kept husband so cherished by Crestviews' top CEO was definitely interesting. A silent battle was about to begin, and I, the supposed prize, just wanted to yawn. This was so boring. I wanted to go home and play video games. On the way back from the hearth, Sophia was quiet and moody. She drove in silence, her brow furrowed in thought. What's wrong? I asked, playing dumb. That Chloe. Sophia hesitated. What do you think of her? Here it comes. The trick question. I looked straight ahead, my face a mask of sincerity. I didn't think anything of her. She's just a business owner. Really? Sophia was skeptical. Really, I said, my tone firm. As far as I'm concerned, every woman who isn't you looks the same to me. I swear, I've never said anything so cheesy in my life. But it worked like a charm. Sophia's frown instantly vanished. She snuck a glance at me, a smile playing on her lips, and even the car seemed to drive a little lighter. See, women are so easy to please. When we got back to the mansion, I was about to retreat to my room when Sophia stopped me. Ethan, come with me. Where? To the office. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. It's time to remind a few people who's in charge. I understood immediately. She was taking me to the office to declare her loyalty and establish my authority. A classic show of power. I loved it. All right, let's go. I agreed readily. Half an hour later, we were on the top floor of the Blackwood Corporation headquarters in the CEO's office. Sophia's executive assistant, a capable woman named Jessica, nearly dropped her stack of files when she saw us walk in hand. Ms. Blackwood, Mr. Vance. Jessica, inform all department heads and above that there will be a meeting in the main conference room in 10 minutes, Sophia commanded, ignoring her assistant's shock. Yes, ma'am. Jessica scurried off to do her bidding. I casually strolled around the office. It was decorated in cold shades of black, white, and gray, just like Sophia's personality. But on her desk, there was a new addition, a pink picture frame. Inside was our wedding photo. In it, I had a plastered-on, fake smile while Sophia looked like I owed her $1 million. Looking at it now, the irony was thick. "Don't look at that," Sophia said, coming over and trying to hide the frame in embarrassment. "Why not?" "It's nice," I said, stopping her hand. "A handsome couple, a match made in heaven." Sophia blushed again. 10 minutes later, in the main conference room, all of Blackwood Corp's top executives were seated, a tense silence hanging in the air. They all knew this was an emergency meeting, but no one knew what their iron-fisted CEO had planned. When Sophia walked in with her arm linked through mine, the room went dead silent. Every eye was on me. I could feel their surprise, contempt, curiosity, and disdain. I could practically hear their thoughts. "What's that loser doing here? Why would she bring him to the office?" And holding his hand, has she lost her mind? Maybe she's finally announcing the divorce. What a strange way to do it. I sneered internally, but kept a pleasant smile on my face, calmly accepting their scrutiny. Sophia led me to the head of the table. She didn't sit down herself. Instead, she pulled out the main chair, the seat of ultimate power, and had me sit down first. Only then did she take the seat beside me. That single action was like a bomb dropped in the silent room. The executives erupted. "Sophia, what is the meaning of this?" a balding middle-aged man demanded, standing up. He was a company VP and Sophia's uncle, Robert Blackwood. He'd always used his seniority to undermine her. In the book, he was the first to betray the family and side with the hero. "The meaning? Uncle, are you having trouble understanding?" Sophia's gaze turned cold. "Ethan is my husband, the rightful son-in-law of the Blackwood family. Is there a problem with him sitting here? A good-for-nothing freeloader like him has no right to sit there." Robert sputtered, his face red with anger. "Sophia, stop this nonsense. This is a company, not your home." "Today, I'm making an announcement to everyone," Sophia said, ignoring his outburst and scanning the room. Her voice was clear and firm. "From this day forward, Ethan is not only my husband, but he's also the chief executive advisor of the Blackwood Corporation. His Wort is my Wort. His decisions are my decisions. When you see him, you see me. Anyone who disrespects him is disrespecting me. And you can all figure out the consequences of that for yourselves." The room was utterly silent. Everyone was stunned. Chief executive advisor. Was this some kind of joke? Making a man who'd been a freeloader for 3 years the company's top advisor? Had Ms. Blackwood lost her mind? Had this pretty boy put some kind of spell on her? I object. Robert was trembling with rage. "I will never agree to such a ridiculous decision." "Your objection is overruled," Sophia said coldly. "I am in charge of the Blackwood Corporation now. If you're not satisfied with that, Uncle, you are free to submit your resignation immediately." Robert looked like he was about to have a heart attack. "Does anyone else have an objection?" Sophia's gaze swept across the room like a sword. You could have heard a pin drop. No one else dared to speak. They all understood. Today, Sophia was going to back her useless husband no matter what. Anyone who challenged her now would be a fool. I sat at the head of the table, watching these arrogant executives, now silent as mice. It felt good. This was the thrill of power. Even if I was just borrowing it, it was intoxicating. Good. Since there are no objections, it's settled. Sophia nodded, satisfied. She then turned to me, her expression instantly softening. "Honey, is there anything you'd like to say?" That one word, honey, spoken so sweetly, sent a fresh wave of shock through the room. Everyone stared at me like I was an alien. I cleared my throat and slowly stood up. I knew it was my time to shine. I scanned the room, my gaze lingering on each face for a half second. Then, I smiled slightly and said only 5 words. "I have nothing to say. Meeting adjourned." With that, I took Sophia's hand and, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, walked out of the conference room, leaving a room full of shell-shocked executives behind. I knew that from this day on, the entire business world of Crestview was going to be in an uproar over me, the useless freeloader. And all I could think was, bring it on. CEO shocks board, appoints freeloading husband as chief advisor. Stunning reversal. Ice Queen dotes on husband. True identity a mystery. Blackwood Corp upended by mystery man. The next day, as expected, Sophia and I were on the front page of every business journal in Crestview. The speculation was rampant. Some said I was the heir to a secret, powerful family, just living a simple life to test the waters. Others claimed I was a government-trained business prodigy, a secret weapon finally being deployed. One even suggested I was an alien sent to help Sophia achieve global economic domination. I lay by the pool at the mansion, reading these absurd articles on my phone and laughing so hard my abs hurt. The imagination of these journalists was truly something else. Don't read that garbage. It's bad for your eyes. Sophia walked over, took my phone, and handed me a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. She was wearing a blue one-piece swimsuit with a white cover-up, her perfect figure tantalizingly visible. Not going to the office today? I asked, taking a sip of juice. Nope. She sat down on a lounge chair next to me and casually started peeling grapes. I'm staying home with you today. Can you afford to? With everything going on? I can. She popped a peeled grape into my mouth, her eyes meeting mine. I used to think work was the most important thing. Now I know that nothing is more important than you. Her words were so earnest. I actually felt a little embarrassed. I ate the grape. It was sweet. Oh, Sophia said, as if remembering something. Next week is my grandfather's 80th birthday. A lot of family and friends will be there. Will you? Will you come with me? There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. I raised an eyebrow. The patriarch's 80th birthday party? This was a major plot point in the book. In the original story, it was at this party that my character was mercilessly ridiculed by all the relatives, becoming the laughingstock of Crestview. It was also at this party that Sophia publicly announced she was divorcing me. And the hero, Rex Sterling, made his grand entrance, presenting an extravagant gift, winning the old man's favor, and beginning his glorious journey of crushing the Blackwood family and marrying one of Sophia's cousins. And now, the reborn Sophia wanted to take me with her. Her intentions were obvious. She wanted to use this opportunity to prove to everyone that I wasn't a loser. She wanted to repay every humiliation I had suffered in her past life, tenfold. Interesting. How could I miss such a dramatic event? Of course, I agreed readily. Sophia visibly relaxed, a happy smile spreading across her face. What? What kind of gift should we get for Grandpa? I can take care of it, she asked cautiously. No need. I'll prepare it myself, I said, shaking my head. No way. This was a key moment for showing off. I couldn't let someone else handle it. I had to do it myself to maximize the effect. Sophia was taken aback for a moment. Then the adoration in her eyes deepened. Okay, whatever you say. She had reached a point of blind faith in me. If I told her I could build a nuclear reactor in a backyard, she would probably believe me. The next few days were blissful. I had Sophia, a world-class beauty, by my side. Chloe, a gentle goddess, making me gourmet meals, and a whole team of staff waiting on me hand and foot. All I had to do was exist and enjoy it. Occasionally, Sophia would take me to the office. By now, no one in the company dared to look down on me. Everyone addressed me respectfully as Mr. Vance. Even Peterson, the butler who despised me, now bowed and scraped whenever he saw me. The feeling was incredible. Her uncle, Robert, after being put in his place a few times, had also quieted down, at least on the surface. But I knew he was still resentful, just waiting for me to fail, especially at the birthday party. I was looking forward to it too. Robert, the rest of the snide Blackwood relatives, and the soon-to-appear original hero. I couldn't wait to see the looks on their faces when I, the unpredictable transmigrator, completely derailed their carefully planned script. Just the thought of it was exciting. The day of the party arrived. I wore a custom-tailored suit that Sophia had prepared for me. Italian silk, cut to perfection, it accentuated the physique I had honed over 3 years of, well, lounging around. Okay, I admit, I did do push-ups and sit-ups in my old apartment. A man has to have some pride. When I came downstairs, Sophia, who was waiting in the living room, stared at me, mesmerized. She was wearing a stunning, strapless red gown that made her skin look like porcelain. Standing together, we looked like a power couple straight out of a magazine. How do I look? I asked, doing a little spin. Amazing, Sophia breathed, her eyes full of undisguised adoration. "Ethan, you look so handsome tonight. You're beautiful too," I said, reaching up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers brushing her cheek. She instantly blushed. "Let's go. We don't want to keep Grandpa waiting," I said, taking her hand. Her hand was cool, but it slowly warmed in mine. We got in the car and headed for the Blackwood family estate. It was showtime. The Blackwood estate was a massive, traditional mansion nestled in the hills west of Crestview. Tonight, it was decked out with lights and decorations, the long driveway lined with luxury cars. It seemed like every important person in the city was here. When Sophia and I stepped out of the car, we immediately became the center of attention. "Isn't that the Blackwoods' useless son-in-law? What's he doing here? Look, Sophia is holding his hand and smiling. Am I seeing things? So the rumors were true? She's really fallen for that pretty boy." The whispers followed us like a cloud of gnats. I ignored them, a calm smile on my face, as I led Sophia into the grand ballroom. Inside, the Blackwood clan had already gathered, led by Robert. He greeted us with a fake smile. "Sophia, you're finally here. We've all been waiting." His eyes swept over me, filled with undisguised contempt. "And this must be Ethan? What a rare sight. It's been 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen you at a family gathering." He emphasized the last part, and the surrounding relatives snickered. "Yeah, I almost forgot we even had a son-in-law, a heavy-set woman dripping in jewels," Sophia's aunt added snidely. "He's not the same man he used to be. He's the chief executive advisor now. We'd better be careful." Another man, Sophia's cousin, chimed in, his voice dripping with jealousy. In a last life, these were the people who had trampled my character's dignity into the dust. Looking at their ugly, sneering faces now, I felt nothing. Why waste energy on a bunch of minor characters about to be written out of the story? But Sophia was trembling with rage. "Uncle, Aunt, that's enough," she snapped, stepping in front of me protectively. "Ethan is my husband. He's my guest of honor. If anyone disrespects him again, I won't care about family ties." My, Sophia, what's gotten into you? Getting angry at your own family for an outsider. Robert feignait de surprise. "We're just concerned about you. We don't want you to be taken advantage of. Some men will do anything for money, you know." His insinuation was clear, and the relatives chuckled again. "I trust my husband. You don't need to worry about me, Uncle," Sophia retorted, not backing down. Fine, fine," Robert said, the sneer on his face growing wider. "Since you trust him so much, let's see what kind of magnificent gift he's prepared for your grandfather today. I hope it's not another cheap, knockoff watch like the one he gave you at your wedding. That was so embarrassing for the family." He was bringing up my past failures. At our wedding, my character had indeed given a fake watch as a gift, a joke that had been circulating in Crestview for years. Sophia's face went pale. She looked at me nervously, worried the old wound would hurt me. But I just smiled. I patted her hand to reassure her, then stepped forward to face Robert. "You jest, Uncle. Times have changed. The gift I prepared for Grandpa is, of course, very special." "Oh, really?" Robert said, his disbelief obvious. "Well then, why don't you show it to us now? We're all dying to see." He was trying to humiliate me, certain that I couldn't possibly have anything of value. "Not yet," I said, shaking my head with a mysterious smile. "My gift can only be presented after a truly distinguished guest has arrived." "Distinguished guest? What distinguished guest?" Robert was confused. Everyone was. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance. A panicked butler ran in, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. "Sir, outside. What is it? Pull yourself together," the family patriarch, a spry old man in a traditional suit, scolded him. "It's Senator Hayes from Washington, D.C. He's here personally to wish you a happy birthday." Boom! The entire ballroom erupted. Senator Hayes, from D.C., a man from one of the most powerful political families in the country. The Blackwoods might be big in Crestview, but compared to the Hayes family, they were ants. The senator himself had come to the party. What incredible honor. Old Mr. Blackwood was flushed with excitement, his hand on his cane trembling. Quickly, everyone with me to greet him. The whole crowd surged towards the entrance. I took Sophia's hand and followed at a leisurely pace. Sophia looked at me, bewildered. "Ethan, why would someone like Senator Hayes come here?" I gave her a mysterious smile. I told you. I invited a distinguished guest. Sophia's eyes went wide. She stared at me in disbelief, her breathing growing ragged. You mean, you? I didn't answer, just gave her a look that said, you guessed it. Sophia gasped. The look she gave me was beyond admiration. It was as if she were looking at a god. At the entrance, an old man with an incredibly powerful aura, flanked by Secret Service agents, strode in. This was Senator Hayes, a man at the pinnacle of American power. Senator, what an honor. I am truly humbled by your presence. Mr. Blackwood rushed forward, practically bowing. Happy birthday, old friend, the senator boomed, clapping him on the shoulder. You didn't think I'd miss a party like this, did you? After a brief exchange, the senator's eyes began scanning the crowd, as if looking for someone. Robert, ever the opportunist, immediately sidled up. Senator, a pleasure. I'm Robert Blackwood, VP of the corporation. I've admired your career for years. The senator gave him a brief, dismissive glance and looked right past him. Robert's smile froze on his face. Finally, the senator's gaze landed on me, at the back of the crowd. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he moved through the crowd, making a beeline straight for me. He stopped in front of me, and then he did something that made the entire room freeze. He bowed, a deep, respectful bow. Mr. Vance, it's good to see you again. Time seemed to stop. You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. What were they seeing? Senator Hayes, one of the most powerful men in the country, was bowing to the Blackwood family's infamous freeloader, and he called him Mr. Vance? Had the world gone mad? Mr. Blackwood was speechless. Robert was dumbstruck. All the relatives were gaping like fish. Sophia covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She knew I was special, but she had never imagined my influence could be this immense. To have Senator Hayes himself come and show such deference. This wasn't just a hidden powerhouse. This was a dragon among men. And I, the center of it all, simply helped the senator straighten up. Senator, you're too kind. Tonight is my wife's grandfather's birthday. There's no need for such formalities between us. My tone was casual, as if I were talking to an old friend. But to everyone else, it was a thunderclap. He dared to be so casual with Senator Hayes? Who did he think he was? But the senator didn't seem offended at all. In fact, he smiled even more warmly. Of course. You're right, my boy. He turned to the petrified Mr. Blackwood and laughed. I must introduce you properly. This young man, Ethan Vance, is the man who saved my life. He is also a dear friend whom I respect immensely. The fact that he is your grandson-in-law is the greatest fortune your family will ever have. Boom. Another bombshell. Saved his life? A dear friend? The family's greatest fortune? Coming from Senator Hayes, those words carried an incredible weight. Mr. Blackwood finally processed it all. He was trembling with a mixture of shock, elation, and a trace of fear. Fear that his family had almost thrown away a living god. Robert was ashen-faced. He looked at me with pure terror. He knew he was finished. How could he possibly survive after so brazenly insulting the man who saved Senator Hayes' life? I ignored the shell-shocked relatives and led Sophia to her grandfather. Grandpa, this is my gift for you. I took a small, ornate wooden box from my pocket. Inside, resting on a bed of silk, was a single dark pearl-like pill that gave off a faint herbal scent. What is this? Mr. Blackwood asked, confused. This is a longevity compound, I said simply. Something I created in my spare time from a few simple herbs. I can't promise immortality, but it will guarantee you another 10 years of life, free from all illness. My voice was quiet, but every word echoed in the silent hall. 10 more years? Free from illness? The claim was so audacious, it was almost laughable. Just as people were about to dismiss me as a charlatan, Senator Hayes rushed forward, his eyes wide with excitement. He stared at the pill, his breathing heavy. Is this the legendary compound? Mr. Vance, you actually succeeded. He had heard tales from his own secretive mentor about miracle workers who could create remedies that defied nature. This longevity compound was the stuff of legends, and he was seeing it with his own eyes. The senator's reaction was like a hammer blow to everyone's skepticism. If he was this excited, could this little black pill really be a miracle drug? Mr. Vance, this gift is too much. Mr. Blackwood finally found his voice, trembling. Not at all, Grandpa, I smiled. You're Sophia's grandfather, which makes you my grandfather. A simple pill is the least I can do. I placed the pill in the old man's hand. He took it, his hands shaking, tears welling in his eyes. A good grandson, a fine grandson, with you in the family. The Blackwoods will prosper for 100 years. He clasped my hand, too emotional to speak. Just then, there was another commotion at the entrance. A handsome young man in a flashy Versace suit, with a faintly arrogant air about him, strode in, followed by an entourage. He was carrying a large, ornate box. Rex Sterling wishes Mr. Blackwood a long and prosperous life. I present you with a 200-year-old bottle of scotch to mark this momentous occasion. His voice was loud and confident. So this was him, the hero of the book, Rex Sterling. He had arrived, with his rare scotch and his script for upstaging everyone. Too bad for him. He was late. Tonight, the star of the show wasn't him. It was me. Rex clearly sensed that something was off. Why was no one fawning over his incredible gift? Why was everyone staring at that freeloader? Why was Sophia looking at that loser with such love and admiration? This wasn't in the script. His eyes fell on the small black pill in Mr. Blackwood's hand. What's that? A ball of dirt? You're not going to accept that as a gift, are you? Mr. Blackwood, don't let this con artist fool you. Rex scoffed. His performance had begun. Step 1. Expose the fraud. But instead of agreement, he was met with dead silence. Everyone was looking at him like he was an idiot. Mr. Blackwood gave him a withering glance, then, in front of everyone, popped the ball of dirt into his mouth and swallowed it. In the next moment, a miracle happened. The old man's graying hair began to visibly darken. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. He looked 10 years younger. Ha ha ha. Incredible. Mr. Blackwood roared, his voice full of a newfound vigor. I feel like I could wrestle a bear. The hall erupted. A miracle. It was a real miracle. Everyone was now staring at me with a feverish, greedy light in their eyes. I wasn't a person anymore. I was a ticket to a longer life. Rex Sterling was completely dumbfounded. He stood there, holding his ridiculously expensive bottle of scotch, looking from me to the rejuvenated Mr. Blackwood. The expression on his face was priceless. He knew, in that moment, that he had just become the biggest joke of the night. I walked over to him, clapped him on the shoulder, and whispered with a smile, "The game has changed, kid." After the party, my name, Ethan Vance, was on everyone's lips in Crestview. No longer the useless freeloader, but Mr. Vance, a mysterious, powerful figure who could command the respect of A.D.C. Senator and produce miracle drugs. The Blackwood family's status skyrocketed overnight, and I finally began my true slacker life. Sophia's devotion to me was absolute. If I said the sun was square, she'd have her company's R&D department prove it. She handed over control of the entire Blackwood fortune to me. Not that I cared about the money. My days consisted of eating, sleeping, and spending time with Sophia. Oh, and occasionally, I'd visit the hearth to chat and play chess with Chloe and sample her latest culinary creations. Sophia was, of course, incredibly jealous, but she never dared to say anything, just stewed in silence. Every time I came back from Chloe's, she'd sniff me like a suspicious cat looking for evidence of infidelity. Then, at night, she would try, in her own clumsy way, to prove her dominance as the lady of the house. She would put on that pink silk nightgown I liked, mix a cocktail that tasted like poison, and stammer, "H, honey, have, drink." Her attempts to be seductive were so earnest and awkward. I found them both hilarious and irresistible. I knew she was trying so hard to be a good wife. She secretly enrolled in cooking classes, tea ceremony classes, even massage courses. Anything she thought would make me happy. Watching this once untouchable ice queen slowly shed her armor for me, becoming soft and warm, I wasn't entirely unmoved. I had to admit, my feelings for her were no longer just about manipulation and amusement. I had grown used to her presence, to her terrible but lovingly made breakfasts, to the warmth of her body pressed against mine at night. I was even starting to like this feeling of being completely and utterly loved. One day, I was playing chess with Chloe in the garden behind the hearth. She was a brilliant player, but always let me win. Mr. Vance, you seem to have something on your mind, she said softly. Oh, what makes you say that? Your game is in chaos, she said, looking up, her clear eyes seeming to see right through me. There's a hesitation in your moves today. I was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. I can't hide anything from you, can I? Is it because of Sophia? She asked gently. I didn't answer, which was an answer in itself. Mr. Vance, Chloe said after a moment. I don't know what your past with her was like, but I can see that she loves you. She loves you very, very much. I know. And you? She asked, her eyes holding mine. Do you love her? I was silent. Love? I didn't know. I knew I had started this as a game for money. But now the game was over, and I had more money than I could ever spend. I could leave any time I wanted, live the carefree life I'd always dreamed of. But I hadn't left, and the thought of her being hurt by my departure, it bothered me. I don't know, I finally said. Chloe just smiled. Follow your heart, Mr. Vance. It won't lead you astray. Follow my heart. What was my heart even trying to tell me? When I got back to the mansion, Sophia wasn't home yet. I sat alone in the vast, empty living room, and for the first time, the house felt cold. She didn't get home until 10, looking utterly exhausted. What's wrong? Trouble at the office? I asked, taking her bag. It's nothing, just a small problem, she said with a forced smile, but I could see the weariness in her eyes. She was lying. After the party, Rex Sterling had disappeared. I thought he'd given up, but it seemed he'd just gone underground, plotting something bigger. And Sophia had been dealing with it all on her own, without telling me. She didn't want to bother me. You foolish woman. Sophia, I said, her name sounding serious. Yes. From now on, you tell me everything that happens at the office. I cupped her face in my hands, making her look at me. We're husband and wife. Your problems are my problems. I don't want you to carry them alone. Sophia stared at me, her eyes slowly filling with tears. Ethan, she choked out, collapsing into my arms. I thought you'd be annoyed. You're an idiot, I said, holding her close and stroking her back. I'm your husband. If I don't have your back, who will? She broke down then, sobbing into my shoulder, releasing all the stress and fear she'd been holding in. I just held her, letting her cry, and in that moment, the question that had been nagging at me was finally answered. I really do love this foolish woman. With my intervention, Rex Sterling's pathetic schemes were quickly dismantled. I didn't even have to lift a finger myself. I just made one phone call to Senator Hayes, asking him to look into the Sterling family's business dealings in D.C. 3 days later, their company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Rex's father broke his legs and shipped him out of the state. The so-called hero of the book didn't even last one round against me. When Sophia found out, she was stunned. The problem that had been tormenting her for months, I had solved with a single phone call. The look in her eyes changed from admiration to something closer to awe. She was more convinced than ever that I was some kind of deity. I didn't correct her. Some misunderstandings are best left as they are. After that, our lives settled into a sweet, peaceful routine. Sophia handed over the reins of the company to a professional management team and became a full-time housewife. Her greatest joy was experimenting with new recipes for me. The food was still an acquired taste, but seeing her in the kitchen, happy and focused, felt like home. Our relationship deepened. We went from sleeping in the same bed to, well, one night, when she presented me with another one of her poisonous cocktails in that pink nightgown, I finally gave in to my baser instincts. The night was a blur of passion and discovery. All I remember is her, beautiful and vulnerable, crying out my name. After that, everything changed. We were insatiable. By day, she was my sweet, doting wife. By night, she was a siren who drove me wild. I was so happy, I almost forgot that my original plan was to take the money and run. Today was our 4th wedding anniversary. Sophia told me she had a surprise. That evening, she took me to the restaurant where we first met. 4 years ago, our families had arranged for us to meet here, and the next day, we were married. I remember she wore a black power suit and didn't say a single word to me. Tonight, she was in a flowing white dress, looking like an angel. Do you remember this place? She asked softly. Of course, I smiled. You look like you wanted to kill me. I am sorry, she said, her eyes sad. I was so stupid and blind back then. It's in the past, I said, squeezing her hand. This is what matters. Yes, she nodded, then pulled a manila envelope out of her purse and handed it to me. What's this? Open it. I opened it. Inside was a divorce agreement. I froze. Sophia, what is this? My voice turned cold. Don't be angry. Just read it, she said quickly. I read it, and I froze again. It stated that she, Sophia Blackwood, was voluntarily transferring all of her personal assets, including her 50% stake in the Blackwood Corporation, all real estate, savings, and investments, to me, Ethan Vance. The transfer was effective immediately. Furthermore, I had the right to file for divorce at any time, and she would agree without contest. My hand was shaking. Are you insane? I looked up at her. No. She met my gaze, her eyes clear and steady. Ethan, I know being with me has held you back. You were meant to soar, and I've kept you in this small pond. I know I can't keep you forever, and I don't want to trap you with this marriage anymore. So, I want to give you everything. It's what I owe you. It's the only thing I can do. If you want to stay, I'll be here. If you want to leave, I'll let you go. Just as long as you promise to come back and visit me sometimes. Tears were streaming down her face, but she was smiling, a smile that broke my heart. I looked at her, at this absurd divorce agreement, and felt something shatter inside me. This woman, who I had planned to use and discard, was offering me her entire world, unconditionally. What had I, a cynical slacker, ever done to deserve a love so pure, so absolute? I tore the agreement to shreds in front of her. As she stared in shock, I got down on one knee and pulled a small box from my pocket. Inside was a ring I had forged myself from a piece of meteorite. It was one of a kind. Sophia, I said, looking up at my queen, my love. I was wrong before. I want to ask you again. Will you marry me, a good-for-nothing freeloader, and be my wife for better or for worse for the rest of our lives? Sophia covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. She nodded frantically, unable to speak. Yes, yes. I smiled and slipped the ring on her finger. Outside, fireworks lit up the night sky. Inside, our new life was just beginning. I knew in that moment that I, the transmigrator, had finally found my home in this world. As for my original plan to just coast, to hell with it. With a wife who loved me this much, why would I ever want to be a slacker? It was time to get to work and make her the happiest woman in the world. And the moment I signed the damn contract, I figured I was marrying a walking, talking hedge fund with no soul. On our wedding night, the Ice Queen CEO, Ava Sterling, slid a prenuptial agreement across the table and onto my face. The terms were so restrictive, I might as well have been a well-dressed inmate at a minimum security prison. I gripped the pen, ready to sign away my dignity, when a pink dialogue box suddenly materialized above her perfectly composed face. God, even the way he held a pen is hot. Look at the veins on his wrist. So sexy. I want to lick it. No. Ava, get a grip. You're the boss. My hand jerked, the pen skittering across the page, leaving a long, black gash on the paper. Sign it. From now on, you're Ava Sterling's husband. Her voice was like shards of ice, hitting my eardrums with a painful sting. I looked up at the woman sitting across from me. Ava Sterling, the undisputed queen of Sterling City's corporate world. Devastatingly beautiful, ruthlessly brilliant. Right now, she was sizing me up like a piece of inventory, her gaze devoid of warmth, as if I weren't a person but an asset to be managed. 3 days ago, my father's company went bankrupt, owing the Sterling family $50 million. Ava showed up at our door herself, not with a team of lawyers, but with this marriage contract. I was to marry into her family, a substitute for some European aristocrat she was supposed to be engaged to who was too busy yachting in Monaco to come home. Behave yourself for 2 years, and your family's debt will be wiped clean, she'd said, her words concise and efficient, filled with a capitalist's cold calculation of profit and loss. I had no choice. My dad's hair had turned gray overnight. My mom had cried herself into a state of collapse. The entire Miller family was counting on me to sell myself to buy us a little breathing room. Fine, I'll sign. I picked up the pen, preparing to scrawl my name on this modern-day indentured servitude agreement. But that's when the weirdness started. Above Ava's frosty, beautiful face, A pop-up suddenly appeared out of thin air. OMG, he said yes. He really said yes. Mission accomplished. From this day forward, this ridiculously handsome man is all mine. Yes. Okay, my heart is beating way too fast. My boss lady persona is about to crack. No, be cool. Let him know who's in charge. That'll make him easier to handle later. Heh. I blinked. What the hell? I figured the stress was finally making me hallucinate. I blinked again. The pink pop-up, complete with little floating heart emojis, was still hovering there stubbornly. What are you staring at? Can't you read? Ava noticed my hesitation. Her brow furrowed, a hint of impatience in her tone, but the pop-up above her head refreshed. He's looking at me. Was he stunned by my beauty? Oh God, is this lipstick too bright? Does it make me look trashy? I knew I should have worn that killer red shade. This is all Lena's fault. She insisted this color had more executive presence. My hand shook again, the tip of the pen leaving another ugly smear of ink. Was this woman having a psychotic break? I'm sorry, Miss Sterling, call me Ava, or wife. She cut me off. As she said the word, wife, the tips of her ears turned a visible shade of crimson. I said it out loud. So embarrassing. Does he think I'm some kind of creep? No, I'm the one who bought him. I'm the one in control. That's right. Watching her, so nervous her fingertips were trembling, yet still trying to maintain her icy composure, the crushing sense of humiliation that had been suffocating me started to dissipate. It was actually kind of funny. I didn't hesitate any longer. I signed my name, Ethan Miller. Good. Ava collected the agreement and stood up, looking down at me. From now on, remember your place. Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask, and don't do what you're not supposed to do. The first room on the left upstairs is yours. Don't take a single step out of it without my permission. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me with a view of her elegant and decisive back. Was I too harsh just now? What if I scared him? What if he hates me? No, I have to give him a little something sweet. How though? Just give him money? That's so tacky. I've got it. Ava, who had just reached the doorway, stopped. She turned back, pulled a black card from her wallet, and tossed it onto the table. Take this. No limit, no pin. Her tone was still frigid. Remember, you're a Sterling now. Don't go out and embarrass me. Oomph. Now he has to feel my overwhelming power, right? Come on. Be conquered by my financial assault. Say thank you, wifey. Quick. I looked at the black card, then at the praise me message flashing above her head. For the first time, I felt like maybe I hadn't gotten the worst end of this deal. I picked up the card and, mimicking her earlier demeanor, tucked it into my pocket without a change in expression. Got it. Then, under Ava's expectant gaze and the frantic scrolling of her internal monologue, I turned and walked towards the stairs without a backward glance. Where's he going? That's it. Not even a thank you. He's not following the script. Damn it. This man, so arrogant. I love it. I pushed open the door to my room. A cool, crisp fragrance hit me, Ava's scent. The room was enormous, decorated in a minimalist black, white, and gray style. It was a world away from my own bedroom, which was now covered in foreclosure notices. But this place felt like a gilded cage. Even the air felt heavy with confinement. I lay on the bed, my mind a chaotic mess. What the hell were those pop-ups? Was I hallucinating, or was Ava Sterling really this deceptive? Just as I was pondering this, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A housekeeper in a neat uniform pushed a serving cart into the room, laden with exquisitely prepared dishes. Sir, Ms. Sterling asked me to prepare this dinner for you. Where is she? I asked casually. Ms. Sterling is in her study, working. She said she wasn't hungry. I nodded and said nothing more. But I couldn't help but wonder, was this woman really being that considerate? Starving. I'm so hungry my stomach is roaring. No, I have to stick to the character I just established. A powerful CEO doesn't eat dinner with a man. He has to believe I'm a heartless workaholic. Will he eat it? What if he doesn't eat because he hates me? No, I have to go check. An out-of-place dialogue box suddenly floated in from under the door. I froze for a second, then walked to the door and yanked it open. Ava was crouched down, her ear pressed against the wood like a spy, caught in the act of eavesdropping. We collided. She obviously hadn't expected me to open the door. She froze, her carefully constructed mask of icy indifference nearly shattering. Crap, Busted. What do I do? What do I do? So awkward. I'm cringing so hard I want the floor to swallow me whole. Why isn't he saying anything? Does he think I'm a total freak? It's over. My image is ruined. I watched her, panicked and flustered, and had a fight to keep a straight face. I deliberately hardened my expression. Ms. Sterling, what are you doing? I was. Ava instantly snapped back into Ice Queen mode, smoothing her slightly messy hair. Just passing by. The soundproofing in your room is terrible. I'll have someone replace it tomorrow. What a stiff, unbelievable excuse. I'm a genius. That excuse was flawless. Look at him, he totally bought it. See, men are so clueless. So easy to fool. I almost lost it. Is that so? I stepped aside, letting her see the untouched dinner on the cart. Well, your timing is perfect, Ms. Sterling. I can't possibly eat all this by myself. Why don't you join me? At that exact moment, Ava's stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl. Her face flushed crimson, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. This is mortifying. Why is my stomach so useless? Ethan definitely heard that. Is he going to laugh at me? He invited me to eat with him? Is he making a move? I knew it. No one can resist my charm. No. Thank you. She refused curtly. I don't like eating with other people. She turned to leave. Really? That's a shame. I picked up a fork, speared one of the maple-glazed pork belly bites, her favorite, and dangled it in front of her. Maria is a fantastic cook. These are perfect. Sweet, savory, crispy on the outside, melts in your mouth. Ava's throat moved as she swallowed hard. Damn it. How does he know I love these? And he's eating them right in front of me. This man is a monster. I want one. No, must resist. Be cool. I am the cool, aloof CEO. Well, since you're not having any, I won't hold back. I let out an exaggerated sigh of satisfaction and slowly brought the piece of pork to my mouth. Ava couldn't take it anymore. She spun around, marched to the table, sat down, picked up her own fork, and began eating without a word. It's not that I wanted to eat. I just hate wasting food. Yes, that's it. So good. Watching her, her mouth saying no, while her body screamed yes, I started to think this marriage might get more interesting by the day. When she finished, she put down her fork, wiped her mouth, and her frosty demeanor returned. My mother is coming over tomorrow. You know what to say. It's an act. I get it, I nodded. She seemed satisfied with my answer and stood up to leave. My mother, that old witch, is coming tomorrow. She's definitely going to give him a hard time. I should give him a little cheat sheet. How can I do it without revealing my true intentions, while still making it feel like a casual hint? Ava stopped at the door again, her back to me. In a carefully nonchalant tone, she said, My mother loves it when people tell her she looks young, and she's especially fond of compliments on her new jewelry. She then walked out quickly, as if staying a second longer would expose her completely. I watched her retreating figure, the corners of my mouth turning up into a smile. This woman was something else. Tomorrow was going to be fun. The next morning, I was jolted awake by a series of sharp rings from the doorbell. Yawning, I walked out of my room to see Ava, already impeccably dressed, standing in the living room. Beside her was a regal-looking middle-aged woman. The woman radiated a do-not-approach vibe, and the way she looked at me was as if she were examining something unpleasant she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. This, I presumed, was Ava's mother, my mother-in-law, Eleanor Sterling. Ava, is this the man you found? Eleanor's voice dripped with undisguised contempt. He looks presentable enough, I suppose. But who knows what kind of trash he is underneath. Ava frowned, a flash of annoyance on her face. Mom's starting already. So annoying. My husband is gorgeous. And she calls him presentable? Does she even have eyes? No, I have to protect him. I can't let the old witch scare him off on the first day. Mother, his name is Ethan Miller. He's my husband. Ava's voice grew colder. Please show some respect. Husband, Eleanor scoffed. A man who sold himself for money? Does a kept man deserve the title of husband? Ava, you're becoming more and more foolish. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped below freezing. I stood off to the side, watching this mother-daughter showdown, calculating my next move. Just then, I noticed the massive, egg-sized diamond necklace around Eleanor's neck. The very piece of jewelry Ava had casually mentioned last night. My opening. I stepped forward, a perfectly measured, humble smile on my face, and gave Eleanor a slight bow. Hello, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Itan. Who are you calling, ma'am? Such insolence. Eleanor snapped, giving me a dismissive glare. My apologies. You're right. That was presumptuous of me. I didn't get angry. In fact, my smile widened. It's just that you look so incredibly young. I honestly didn't know how to address you. Calling you by your first name felt too forward, but man, makes you sound far too old. Is my husband's mouth coated in honey? He's so smooth. The old, which is totally going to fall for this. Sure enough, Eleanor's expression softened considerably. She was still scowling, but the hostility in her eyes had faded. Well, at least you have eyes in your head. It's not me. It's that you've taken such amazing care of yourself. Your skin looks like a 20-year-old's. I kept laying on the flattery, letting my gaze drift as if by accident to her necklace. And that necklace is absolutely stunning. The design is so unique, so brilliant. It's a perfect match for you. It must be from a world-renowned designer, I imagine. That string of compliments hit Eleanor's sweet spot perfectly. A smile finally broke through her stony facade. She raised a hand to touch the necklace, her voice full of pride. This is the final piece from the legendary Italian designer Roberto Carlo. It's the only one in the world. You got a good eye, boy. Nice one, Ethan. High five. You've already got the old witch eating out of your hand. Ava stood nearby, watching me disarm her difficult mother with just a few sentences. Her face remained impassive, but the pop-ups above her head were practically shooting off fireworks. Mother, Ethan may not come from money, but he's ambitious, and he's truly devoted to me. I hope you can accept him. Ava chimed in at the perfect moment. Devoted? Eleanor glanced at me. Devoted to our family's money, you mean? Here we go again. All she ever talks about is money. So tacky. Ma'am, you've misunderstood, I said, looking directly into her eyes, my tone sincere. I know that given my current position, you won't believe anything I say, but time will prove everything. My feelings for Ava are genuine. Of course, what was genuine was my desire to keep reading her pop-ups. Silver-tongued devil, Eleanor said, but her attitude had clearly softened. Fine. Since he's Ava's choice, I won't interfere. Just try to live your lives properly. With that, she turned on her heel and, with a satisfied swish of her hips, departed. A family crisis effortlessly defused. Only Ava and I remained in the living room. Not a bad performance, Ava said, breaking the silence. OMG, my husband is amazing. He's a master of persuasion. He even has my impossible mother wrapped around his little finger. I'm so in love. I just follow the excellent advice my dear wife gave me last night, I said, mimicking her deadpan delivery. Ava's face flushed a brilliant red. What did he call me? Dear wife. Oh, he's so good at this. My heart is melting. No, be cool. Ava, you are a powerful CEO. Do not be seduced. She cleared her throat, forcing herself to sound calm. See that you remember it. Our marriage is a transaction. Don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies about me. Of course, I nodded, though inside I was laughing my head off. Unrealistic fantasies. Ava, honey, who do you think is the one with the fantasies here? After handling my formidable mother-in-law, my life at the Sterling estate got considerably easier. At the very least, the staff no longer looked at me with open contempt, but with something closer to awe. One afternoon, I was watering the roses in the garden when Ava's best friend, a woman named Chloe Maxwell, came storming in. Ava, did you really marry that pretty boy? Her voice preceded her. My hand, holding the hose, paused. I turned to see a woman dressed to the nines, a gossip-hungry look on her face as she barreled into the house. I turned off the water and followed her inside. In the living room, Ava was sitting elegantly on the sofa, sipping her coffee. She merely glanced at Chloe. He's not a pretty boy. He's my husband, Ethan Miller. Chloe in her big mouth. Can't she keep anything to herself? Good thing Ethan isn't here. That would have really hurt his pride. Although, the term pretty boy isn't entirely inaccurate when it comes to him. Heh. I just stood there. Husband, Chloe shrieked, flopping down next to Ava. Oh my God, you're serious? I thought you were just getting a decoy to keep your grandfather off your back. Look at him. He looks like he just fell off a turnip truck. How is he good enough for you? As she spoke, her eyes landed on me as I walked into the room. She looked me up and down without a shred of subtlety. Well, speak of the devil. You must be Ethan. I nodded, meeting her gaze evenly. Not bad looking, Chloe said, tapping her chin, her tone flirtatious. So, handsome, what's she paying you a month? I'll double it. How about you come work for me instead? Whoa, Chloe is trying to poach my husband right in front of me. Guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against your best friend. The ancients were so wise. Is he going to say yes? He wouldn't really leave me for money, would he? No. If he leaves, where will I ever find another pop-up generator this perfect? Ava's expression turned thunderous. She slammed her coffee cup down on the table with a sharp crack. Chloe Maxwell, if you say one more word, you can get out. Ooh, getting protective, are we? Chloe laughed, delighted. I was just kidding with him. Why are you so tense? I'm not kidding. Ava's voice was cold enough to cause frostbite. Come on, Ethan. Show your loyalty. Tell her you're all mine. I saw the frantic pop-ups above Ava's head and knew exactly what to do. I walked over to Chloe, a playful smile on my face. Ma'am, thank you for the generous offer, but I think you've misunderstood a few things. Misunderstood? First, I held up a finger, I'm not for sale. Second, I held up another finger. Even if I were, I only sell to one client. My gaze shifted to Ava, my eyes full of mock devotion. My body and soul belong to my wife, and my wife alone. No amount of money could change that. The words were so cheesy they made my own skin crawl, but the effect was spectacular. Chloe was stunned into silence. As for Ava, while her face remained a mask of cool indifference, the pop-ups above her head had gone completely haywire. He said he belongs only to me. He said no amount of money could change that. This is the greatest love story of all time. I'm shipping us so hard right now, Ethan. You heart-stealing criminal. I want to have your babies. Staring at the pop-ups that were bright enough to blind me, I fought back a laugh and decided to up the ante. I moved behind Ava, reached out, and began gently massaging her temples, my touch so tender it was almost liquid. Honey, don't be angry. People like this aren't worth your time. Ava's body went rigid, and her ears turned so red they looked like they might burst in a flame. He's touching me. His fingers are so warm. I feel like I'm going to combust. That's it. I'm done for. I'm going to faint. Somebody help me. This man is going to kill me with sweetness. Chloe watched, dumbfounded, as if seeing Ava for the first time. All right, you win. I give up, she said, standing up, utterly defeated. I just came to see you, and to remind you, your arch-nemesis, Julian Croft, is going to be at the charity gala next week. Be careful. I know. Ava's voice sounded distant and airy. After Chloe left, the living room was quiet again. The atmosphere was charged. Thank you. For before, Ava said finally, her voice barely a whisper. It's my fault he had to go through that. I have to make it up to him. As a token of my gratitude, she cleared her throat, regaining a sliver of her CO swagger. You'll come to the office with me tomorrow. I'm giving you a position. The next day, I arrived at Sterling Enterprises in Ava's Rolls-Royce. The towering skyscraper and the swarm of sharp-dressed professionals all screamed power and success. Starting today, you're my executive assistant, Ava announced in her top-floor office. Keeping my husband close by, so I can see him every day. I'm such a genius. An executive assistant is the perfect role. I can keep him close for professional support, and also for him. I saw the unfiltered thoughts popping up above her head and felt a muscle in my jaw twitch. Ms. Sterling, I don't know the first thing about business. I don't think I can be your assistant. People won't respect me. If I say you can, Ava said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Your office is next door. If you don't know something, ask Lena. Lena was her lead executive secretary, a sharp, capable woman. And just like that, I, a former pre-med student, became the executive assistant to the CEO of Sterling Enterprises. The news sent shockwaves through the entire company. Everyone knew I was the kept man who had married his way to the top. Their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. The feeling of being treated like a piece of furniture was never more obvious than during my first senior management meeting. The director of marketing, a Mr. Wallace, was presenting a new project, but his proposal was riddled with holes. It was clearly a half-hearted effort. Ava sat at the head of the table, her expression growing darker by the second. This Wallace, just because he's one of the old guard, he thinks he can walk all over me. This proposal is garbage. It's an insult to my intelligence, but if I fire him, the other old-timers will revolt. This is so frustrating. The conference room was dead silent. Everyone was staring at their notes, terrified of catching Ava's eye. Seeing Ava in a bind, I decided to help her out. After all, we were in the same boat now. I have a question, I said suddenly. Every head in the room snapped in my direction, their faces a mixture of shock and morbid curiosity. Wallace shot me a dismissive glance. A new assistant has no place speaking in this meeting. Mr. Wallace, I smiled. You're right, I am new. I don't know much, which is why I was hoping you could enlighten me. I picked up the proposal and pointed to a data sheet. Your report states that the target demographic is women aged 18 to 25. But your chosen advertising channels are daytime television shows whose audiences are primarily senior citizens. With all due respect, are you trying to sell this luxury skincare line to women on their way to bingo? A collective gasp went through the room. Wallace's face turned the color of a boiled lobster. That's ridiculous. What do you know? I don't know much, I said with a shrug. But I do know that you don't run ads for Chanel No. 5 during a commercial break for life insurance. Damn, so hot. My husband is so hot when he's calling people out. He's so right. He hit the nail on the head. I've been putting up with that idiot Wallace for far too long. Ava sat there, her expression unchanged, but the pop-ups above her head betrayed her inner delight. The look she gave me now held a new spark of admiration. Mr. Miller has a point, Ava finally spoke. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a sledgehammer. Mr. Wallace, you have 3 days to redo this proposal. If it's still at this level, you can report to HR and arrange your own severance. Cold sweat beaded on Wallace's forehead. He nodded frantically, not daring to look at me again. After the meeting, the way the other executives looked at me had changed completely. Before, it was contempt. Now it was fear. Back in the office, Ava did something she'd never done before. She poured me a glass of water herself. Thank you for today. My husband made me look so good. He's the perfect partner. He's definitely getting a bonus tonight. Just doing my job, I said, taking the glass, feigning calmness. What did you do before this? She seemed genuinely curious about me now. I was in medical school. A doctor? Ava looked surprised. Why did you stop? The question brought a shadow to my eyes. Family trouble. We ran out of money. Ava froze. She clearly hadn't expected that answer. So that's what happened. He must have been devastated. God, I'm such an idiot. I shouldn't have asked. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry, she said softly. It's okay. It's in the past. I smiled, not wanting her to see how vulnerable that topic still made me. Silence fell over the office. But this time, the silence felt different. It was filled with something new. After I became a legend for my performance in the meeting, no one in the company dared to underestimate me again. My relationship with Ava changed, too. It became more subtle. We weren't constantly at odds anymore. Instead, there was a new understanding between us. She was still the aloof, Ice Queen CEO, but the pop-ups above her head were growing more and more passionate. And I was getting used to my new life as a mind reader. I was even starting to find this two-faced woman kind of adorable. One evening after work, Ava suddenly said to me, "There's a charity gala tonight. You're coming with me." I remembered Chloe's warning that Julian Croft would be there. Okay, I nodded. The gala was held in the ballroom of a 5-star hotel. The place was teeming with the city's elite, a sea of tuxedos and evening gowns. I wore a well-fitted suit, and with Ava on my arm in a stunning black gown, we stepped into the ballroom. Our entrance immediately turned every head. Isn't that Ava Sterling? Who's the man with her? He's gorgeous. Never seen him before. A new boyfriend. Shoo, I heard that's her new husband. He married into the family. The whispers reached my ears, but I remained unfazed, acting as if I hadn't heard a thing. Ava, however, was not pleased. Listen to those gossips. All they do is run their mouths. My husband is brilliant and handsome. How does he look like a kept man? No, I have to make him the star of the show tonight. I'll blind these idiots with his radiance. She tightened her grip on my arm and leaned in close, whispering so only I could hear, "Don't listen to them. To me, you're the best man in the room." Her warm breath on my ear sent a shiver down my spine. It was the first time she had ever said something so gentle to my face, though I knew it was probably just another part of her powerful CEO performance. Just then, a smug voice cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Ms. Sterling. Fancy seeing you here. I looked over to see a man in a white suit approaching us, a glass of champagne in his hand. He was handsome, but his eyes had a cruel, predatory glint. This had to be Julian Croft, Ava's biggest competitor, the arch-nemesis. Julian, Ava's voice went cold. And who is this? Julian's gaze fell on me, full of condescension and challenge. My husband, Ethan Miller. Husband? Julian let out an exaggerated laugh. Since when are you into this sort of thing, Ava? I thought your only passions were profit margins and hostile takeovers. What's the matter? Is the company in trouble? Needed to find a pretty boy to console you. His words were a direct insult. Before I could respond, Ava stepped in front of me. Julian, watch your mouth, or I'll have no problem tearing it off for you. That bastard. How dare he insult my husband? I'm going to destroy him. Is Ethan mad? Does he feel ashamed to be with me now? Julian, far from backing down, just grinned wider. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Getting angry. He reached out, as if to pat Ava's cheek. My eyes narrowed. In a flash, I grabbed his wrist. Mr. Croft, you can say what you want, but words have consequences. My voice was low, but my grip was like iron, and he couldn't move an inch. And I suggest you keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee they'll stay attached to your arms. Years of pre-med had taught me human anatomy. I applied pressure to a nerve cluster in his wrist, just enough to cause blinding pain without leaving a mark. The color drained from Julian's face. Sweat broke out on his forehead. You, let me go. I sneered and shoved his hand away. Get lost. Julian stumbled back a few steps, his eyes burning with hatred. Fine. Just fine. Ava, Ethan, you'll regret this. After spitting out his threat, he scurried away under the curious stares of the other guests. The drama was over. Ava had turned to me, a complicated expression on her face. The way he grabbed Julian's wrist just now. So dominant, so masculine. My heart is going to beat out of my chest. Was he protecting me? He was definitely protecting me. I'm so moved I could cry. Are you okay? She asked, a genuine note of concern in her voice. I'm fine. I shook my head. How about you? Did he scare you? Me? Ava looked at me like I just told a bad joke. You think Julian Croft could scare me? I was terrified. When that bastard lunged at me, my knees almost gave out. Thank God Ethan was here. Watching her try to be tough, I couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? She asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Nothing. I shook my head and reached up, gently tucking a stray piece of hair behind her ear. I was just thinking that my wife is really cute. Ava's face, once again, turned completely, beautifully red. After the charity gala incident, our relationship seemed to take another step forward. At least, she stopped intentionally putting on the Ice Queen act for me. She was still serious most of the time, but occasionally, I'd see a flash of a young girl's shyness in her pop-ups. At the office, it seemed Julian Croft had been genuinely rattled by my actions that night, because he didn't cause any trouble for days. Sterling Enterprises, buoyed by the success of a new project, saw its stock price soar, erasing all its recent losses. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction, but I had a nagging feeling that a storm was brewing just beneath the calm surface. A man like Julian wouldn't just let things go. My fears were confirmed one afternoon. I was organizing some files when Lena, Ava's secretary, burst into my office, her face pale with panic. Ethan, it's terrible. It's Ms. Sterling. She's been in an accident. My blood ran cold. I shot to my feet. What happened to her? She was inspecting a construction site and the scaffolding collapsed. They've taken her to the hospital. Her condition is. They don't know. My mind went completely blank. Without a second thought, I grabbed my car keys and sprinted out of the office. I floored it the whole way, my mind consumed by a single thought. Ava, you have to be okay? When I got to the hospital, the light above the operating room was still on. Ava's family and a few senior executives were huddled outside, their faces grim. How is she? I asked, grabbing the arm of a passing doctor. The patient suffered a blow to the head from a heavy object. There are signs of intracranial bleeding. We're doing everything we can. The family should prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. Those 4 words hit me like a physical blow. I leaned against the cold wall, feeling like all the strength had been drained from my body. Just then, I saw a familiar figure across the hall, Julian Croft. He was standing in a corner, a faint, cruel smile on his face as he looked towards the operating room. In that instant, a white-hot rage erupted inside me. I launched myself at him, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the wall. "Did you do this?" My eyes were bloodshot, my voice a raw, ragged yell. Julian was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. "Ethan, are you insane? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't you dare play dumb with me." I slammed my fist into the wall next to his head, cracking the plaster. "The scaffolding at the construction site. Why did it collapse? Did you tamper with it? I'm warning you. Don't make baseless accusations." Julian's eyes darted around nervously. "It was an accident. It had nothing to do with me." "An accident?" I laughed, a cold, harsh sound. "There are no coincidences in this world, Julian. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Ava, I will make your life a living hell." My expression must have been terrifying, because for the first time, I saw genuine fear in Julian Croft's eyes. He shoved me away, his voice cracking. "You're crazy. You're a complete lunatic." He turned and practically fled. I didn't follow. I knew the most important thing right now was Ava. I went back to the operating room doors and stood there like a statue, waiting. Time crawled by. Every second felt like an eternity. I don't know how long I stood there, but finally, the light above the door went out. A surgeon emerged. "Who's the patient's family?" "I am. I'm her husband." I was the first one there. "The patient is out of immediate danger." Hearing those words, the tension that had been holding me together snapped. I sagged against the wall, nearly collapsing. However, the surgeon continued. "Due to the severe head trauma, the patient may experience some side effects." "What kind of side effects?" "For example, amnesia." Ava woke up, but she didn't remember me. She remembered everyone else. Her parents, her employees, even her rival, Julian Croft. She had forgotten only me. Forgotten the man who had signed a contract with her, lived under the same roof, her husband in name, Ethan Miller. "Who are you?" That was the first thing she said to me when she opened her eyes. I stood by her hospital bed, looking into her clear but utterly unfamiliar eyes, and felt my heart being crushed by an invisible hand. "I'm Ethan. Ethan." She frowned, trying to place the name, but came up empty. "I don't know you." In that moment, I would have given anything to see one of her pop-ups again, even one that was insulting me. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Her brain was like a hard drive that had been wiped clean, with every file related to me permanently deleted. Eleanor, my mother-in-law, seized the opportunity and immediately showed me the door. "Ethan, since Ava no longer remembers you, there's no reason for you to be here. The Sterling family will honor its agreement and clear your family's debt. From now on, you and my daughter have nothing to do with each other." Her voice was thick with unconcealed glee. I ignored her. My eyes were fixed on Ava. I was searching her face for any flicker of recognition, any hint of our shared past. There was none, only the look of a stranger, wary and guarded. "You should go," Ava said, her voice even colder than before. "I don't want to see you." My heart hit rock bottom. I don't know how I managed to walk out of that hospital room. I just remember the sunlight outside was blindingly bright. I left the hospital and went back to the home I had shared with Ava. The whole house was filled with her presence. But now I was the only one there. I locked myself in my room and drank for days, until Chloe kicked my door down. "Ethan, get a grip," she yelled, looking at the empty bottles scattered across the floor. "Ava's in this state, and you're just going to give up? What can I do?" I laughed bitterly. "She doesn't remember me, so she doesn't remember. Make her remember again." Chloe said, "Don't you get it? Ava's accident wasn't an accident. It was Julian Croft. I have proof." "What?" I shot up, my head spinning. "The foreman at that construction site is Julian's distant cousin. I got the bank records. Julian transferred a huge sum of money to him the day before the collapse. This is the proof." Chloe slapped a stack of bank statements down in front of me. "Julian did this to destroy Ava, to destroy Sterling Enterprises. Now that Ava has amnesia, the company is in chaos. The old guard is making moves. Are you just going to sit here and watch everything Ava worked for fall apart?" Her words were like a bucket of ice water, shocking me back to reality. She was right. How could I be so pathetic? Ava needed me now more than ever. Even if she had forgotten me, I couldn't forget her. I leaped to my feet, a new resolve in my eyes. Chloe, thank you. I know what I have to do. I went back to Sterling Enterprises. When I walked through the doors, everyone stared at me. They all knew about Ava's amnesia, and they all knew that I, the husband, had been kicked to the curb. To them, I was nothing more than a stray dog. I ignored their stares and walked straight to the CEO's office. Ava was inside, looking over some documents. She frowned when she saw me. What are you doing here? I'm here to work, I said calmly. Until you're discharged from the hospital, I'll be taking over your duties and running the company. You? Ava looked at me as if I just told the world's worst joke. On what authority? On the authority of this. I placed a document on her desk. It was our prenuptial agreement. There was a clause stating that if one party became incapacitated, the other party had the right to act on their behalf in all matters. Ms. Sterling, your current amnesia classifies you as having diminished capacity. Therefore, legally and contractually, I am your official representative. The color drained from Ava's face. She probably never imagined that the very clause she had created to control me would now be my tool to control her. You wouldn't dare. It's not up to you, I smiled. Of course, you could always file for divorce. But I should remind you, per the agreement, in the event of a divorce, 50% of Sterling Enterprises will be transferred to me as compensation. Ava was shaking with rage, but she was speechless. She knew I was right. And just like that, in a move that felt very much like a corporate coup, I took temporary control of Sterling Enterprises. The senior executives, of course, were furious. That director, Wallace, tried to undermine me at every turn. But I wasn't the same naive pre-med student anymore. I had learned a lot just by being around Ava, and I had Chloe feeding me information from the outside. I moved swiftly, firing a few of the deadweight old-timers and promoting a new generation of smart, hungry employees. I stabilized the company in a matter of days. At the same time, I didn't stop my investigation into Julian Croft. I anonymously sent the evidence Chloe had gathered to the police. The wheels of justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. Soon, Julian Croft was arrested for aggravated assault and corporate bribery. The news shook the entire Sterling City business community, and Sterling Enterprises' stock price shot up, surpassing its previous high. With the company secure, I went back to the hospital. Ava was still cold to me. The company is stable. As soon as you're discharged, I'll hand everything back to you, I told her softly. And Julian has been arrested. At the mention of his name, Ava flinched. She looked up at me, and for the first time, there was something other than unfamiliarity in her eyes. It was a complicated emotion I couldn't quite decipher. Why are you doing all of this? She asked. For you, I said, looking her straight in the eye. Because I love you. Without another word, I turned and left her room. Some things only need to be said once. The rest was up to time. I got all of Ava's old photos and home videos from Chloe and filled our house with them. I went to the hospital every day to be with her, telling her stories about her past. Most of the stories, of course, were cobbled together from my memory of her pop-ups. Do you remember? The first time you saw me, you acted so cold, but inside you were thinking, God, he's so hot, I want to lick him. And when your mother came, you were afraid I'd get bullied. So you gave me a cheat sheet and told me to compliment her necklace. And at the charity gala, you were so worried Julian would humiliate me that you stood in front of me to protect me. You were so cool. I watched her reaction as I spoke. Her face remained blank, but I could see her fingers clenching the bed sheets. I knew my words were having an effect, creating ripples in her memory. Day after day, I continued. Finally, on the day she was discharged, she spoke to me for the second time since her amnesia. Ethan, is what you said, is it all true? Yes, I nodded. I really used to think all that ridiculous stuff. Her cheeks were faintly pink. Yep. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she looked up at me, as if she had made a momentous decision. Well, can you do it again? The way you told off Julian Croft that night. My heart skipped a beat. I saw it then. In her cool, clear eyes, a familiar, mischievous glint. I leaned in close, lowering my voice and mimicking my tone from that night. Mr. Croft, you can say what you want, but words have consequences. And in the next second, a familiar, Pink, heart emoji-filled dialogue box popped into existence above her head. OMG, that's the one. So freaking dominant. My husband is finally back. I stare, stunned. Then, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over me. You. I was faking. Ava finally broke into a laugh, though there were tears in her eyes. I remembered everything the day you walked into my office with a prenup and talked about a corporate coup. Then why did you? I wanted to see. She looked at me, her eyes filled with love and a little guilt. If you'd still be good to me, even without the pop-ups. Ethan, I'm so sorry. I didn't say anything. I just pulled her into my arms and held her tight. You little liar. Do you still love this little liar? I do. I lowered my head and kissed her. And this time, I didn't need to read any pop-ups to feel her heart beating wildly, just for me. And I got transmigrated into a novel, stuck as the live-in son-in-law of a powerful D. See, family. The problem? I'm just a side character, the one who's supposed to die a chapter in. I can't quote Shakespeare off the top of my head, and I sure as hell can't reinvent gunpowder or the internet. So on my wedding night, I decided to do the only logical thing, run for my life. A system or something had given me one simple rule. As long as I don't die at the hands of the main characters, I can go back to my real life and my family's $10 billion fortune. According to the plot, my new wife, Clara Prescott, is destined to end up with the hero, Asher Vance. What the book didn't tell me was that she can hear my every thought. So, here I skied into a story on my own wedding day. For a second, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. Then I remembered I was the tragic side character, the schmuck who gets offed so the real story can begin. The woman standing before me in a stunning white wedding gown was Clara Prescott, the female lead. But her true love was the male lead, and they were the ones who got the happily ever after. And me? The Prescott family's brand new trophy husband? I was scheduled to be discreetly murdered by the hero tonight. Tomorrow, my body would be decorating the bottom of the Potomac River. The soft glow of candles filled the bridal suite, and the air was thick with the scent of sandalwood. This was supposed to be a night worth $1 million, but I felt like I was sitting on a throne of needles. A mechanical voice echoed in my head. Survive the male and female leads, and you will return to your reality. My heart leaped. A system. A cheat code. My chance to change my fate. But after desperately calling out to it a dozen times, I got nothing but silence. Okay, so it wasn't a helpful system. It was just a return ticket. The trigger condition was to not get killed by those two. A nice, normal death from old age would send me home. Back in the real world, I was the long-lost heir who'd just been found by his ultra-rich family. I was literally days away from inheriting a fortune that would make Scrooge McDuck blush. And then I got zapped into this mess. No way. I couldn't touch the hero's girl. Knowing his petty, vindictive personality from a book, he'd find a way to make my death look like an accident. I had 10 billion reasons to stay alive. As that thought crossed my mind, I noticed Clara looking at me, a confused frown on her face. Honey, she said, her voice soft. What are you muttering about? The hero's girl? I froze. I hadn't said a word. It's getting late, she continued, her smile perfect. Aren't you going to help me out of this dress? Clara was a vision. Bright eyes, teeth like pearls, skin that seemed to glow in the candlelight. Her beauty was the kind that could start wars, and it was aimed right at me. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. I shot to my feet and made a break for the door. I gotta use the bathroom. Really bad. There's an in-suite right through there, she said, pointing to a side door. You don't have to go out. I left the condoms in my suit jacket. In the living room, I stammered. Clara's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Ethan, we're married. We don't need those. My panic was starting to boil over. If I delayed any longer, the hero's hired goons would be on their way. Ethan, I'm your wife, she said, her red lips trembling slightly. What are you so afraid of? It's all an act, I thought desperately. You're in love with Asher Vance, not me. Just let me go. Clara's eyes widened again. She took a step closer, reaching out a delicate hand. Sweetheart, I've waited for this day for so long. Just yesterday, you stood in front of my father and swore you'd take care of me for the rest of our lives. I subtly pulled my hand from her grasp and glanced toward the door. My voice dropped cold and serious. Let's just be honest, I said. I've sworn an oath to the Night's Watch. Clara just stared at me. The what? Oh, right. No Game of Thrones in this world. While she was confused, I seized my chance. I kicked the main door open and bolted into the hallway. Ethan, don't run, she yelled, her voice laced with panic. I didn't stop. I sprinted out of the manor wing and into the chilly night air. A sliver of moon hung in the sky. As I wondered where to hide, I practically collided with a shadowy figure lurking near the garden wall, anxiously peering into the suite I'd just fled. Asher Vance. I blurted out. I am. No, I'm not. The figure stammered. Yeah, right. Who else would be creeping around Clara's private garden on her wedding night? It had to be him. I let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God I got out of there. Here, I said, tossing him the silk handkerchief I'd been nervously clutching in my hand. You can have it. You're the groom tonight. Asher stared at me in disbelief, his hands trembling as he held the silk. Then his face darkened. He threw the handkerchief to the ground and stomped on it. Hayes, you don't have to humiliate me like this, he snarled, his voice dripping with rage. I'll win Clara back on my own terms. I had no idea why he was so pissed. I was literally handing him a golden ticket to a night of passion. Was he dense? Afraid he might have a couple of thugs hiding in the bushes, I tried to reason with him. Asher, my man, I know you're in love with her. I was wrong to get in the way. The spot is all yours now. He eyed me suspiciously, his fists clenched. My marriage to Clara was arranged by our parents. I haven't touched her, so you can rest easy. I didn't have time to care whether he believed me or not. I pulled the marriage certificate out of my pocket and, right in front of him, ripped it into tiny pieces. See? Certificate's gone. Clara has nothing to do with me anymore. My manic energy seemed to stun him. You're really cutting all ties with her? I clapped my hands together. Yep. The night is young and it's priceless. Go on, get in there. Just then, Clara's voice called out from behind us. Ethan, why are you running? Hearing her, Asher's entire demeanor changed. He plastered on what he must have thought was a dashing smile and sauntered toward her. That was my cue. I scrambled over the garden wall and dropped onto the street outside the Prescott estate. I was free. The world was my oyster. Whoever wanted to be the kept man of this family could have the job. I was done. You two can live happily ever after. Just please forget I ever existed. I'll go be a rich nobody, die peacefully in my sleep, and wake up a billionaire. What could be better? After leaving the estate, I went straight to a pawn shop and sold my designer wedding tux for a cool $5,000. I had to admit, my now ex-father-in-law wasn't the typical villain. He'd actually been pretty good to me. Even after my family, the Hayes, lost their prestige and fortune, he'd honored an old promise between our families and brought me into the Prescott fold. But right now, I was in survival mode. I couldn't worry about his feelings. With $5,000 in my pocket, I walked straight into the Gilded Cage. Tonight was the night the club's star performer, Vivian Starr, was hosting one of her famous spoken word salons. She was the most sought-after woman in the capital, a true bombshell who was also a genius with words. Countless rich and powerful men wanted to be with her, but she was an artist, not a prostitute. The rumor was only a man whose poetry could move her could earn a private audience. The Gilded Cage was glittering with lights, packed with D.C.S. elite, all waiting for the show to begin and debating the night's theme. Poetry? I couldn't write a haiku to save my life. I vaguely remembered a few lines from high school English, but they were mostly gone and probably wouldn't fit the theme anyway. Did these people think all the great poets were idiots? But as a transmigrator, I had an ace up my sleeve. I easily spotted a broke-looking guy hovering by the entrance, Simon Reed. In the novel, he becomes a literary titan, a future poet laureate. Right now, though, he was just a starving artist who couldn't even afford the cover charge. I spent $200 buying the rights to every poem he'd ever written. Then, I strolled inside and found a plush booth. Asher Vance was a decent poet himself, so I was lucky he wasn't here tonight. As for the star performer, I was definitely curious. If word got out that I spent my wedding night here, the Prescotts would have to disown me in a rage. It was the perfect excuse to get away. When Vivian Starr appeared on stage, veiled in silk, her bombshell figure drew a collective gasp from the room. The men around me practically vibrated with anticipation, each one determined to win her favor. These old money types care more about their reputation than anything, but I didn't give a damn. Plagiarize? You bet. I was just here for one night. In the end, thanks to Simon Reed's genius, I became the man of the hour. The other patrons gritted their teeth, but they couldn't deny the brilliance of the words I recited. Defeated, they sighed and filed out. Sir, a hostess said, holding a lantern, Miss Starr will see you now. I grinned and nodded, ignoring the daggers being stared in my back as I followed her to the club's private backstage area. The air was thick with a heady, intoxicating perfume. Vivian was leaning against a windowsill, dressed in little more than sheer silk. The way she was built could instantly shatter any man's defenses. Your talent is breathtaking, she purred. I cleared my throat to cover my awkwardness. If Simon Reed knew his life's work had sold for $200 and landed some fraud in Vivian Starr's bed, he'd probably bang his head against a wall. Please come in, she said. I prepared some wine. I'd love to discuss poetry with you. These people were so formal. We were at this point, and she wanted to talk about poetry, but I couldn't let on that I was a complete literary fake. So I smiled. I'd much rather discuss human anatomy with you. The night was long and speechless. My lower back, however, was screaming. The story of how the Prescott's new son-in-law ran away from his wedding to spend the night at the Gilded Cage spread through the capital's coffee shops and gossip columns like wildfire. It had to be Asher's doing, but it was exactly what I wanted. Go on, Prescott family, send me the official disownment papers. I sat brazenly in the main lounge of the Gilded Cage, waiting for my furious father-in-law to show up and kick me to the curb. A little walking away money would be nice, too. Enough to get me out of the capital for good. The other people in the lounge were giving me stunned, curious looks. Had the Prescott son-in-law lost his mind? Not only did he spend his wedding night here, but he was just sitting around waiting to be caught. Amazingly, the poems I'd recited last night were already the talk of the town. But my father-in-law never came. Instead, Clara did. Fine, let's get this over with. I sat there, bracing myself for the storm, running out on the wedding, spending the night with another woman. As a man who'd married in her family, no high society woman would ever tolerate that, right? But when she walked in, she just gave me a puzzled look, and the first words out of her mouth nearly made me spit out my coffee. I had no idea you were such a talented poet, darling. Excuse me? Shouldn't she be screaming? Cursing me out? Throwing divorce papers in my face? This wasn't in the script. I remembered clearly that in the book, after Asher kills me, she moves on with him pretty quickly. I just slept with the most famous courtesan in the city. How could she be okay with this? I thought. Clara smiled, not a hint of anger on her face. With a husband as gifted as you, I should be the one beaming with pride. Sweat beaded on my forehead. What game was she playing? Is Asher nearby? Is she putting on a show for him? Trying to make him jealous, using me? If you're so fond of Miss Starr, she continued smoothly, then I'll handle it. I'll buy out her contract and bring her home to be your mistress. As she spoke, her assistant brought over a briefcase and opened it. It was filled with stacks of cash. It had to be at least $1 million. It's just that this place. It's so dirty, she said, her tone hardening on the last few words, the anger she was suppressing finally leaking through. You shouldn't come here anymore. Faced with an unexpected windfall, the club's manager was grinning from ear to ear. High society wives causing scenes was nothing new, but usually it involved screaming and threats. A wife who calmly paid to solve the problem was a rare and welcome sight. Vivian, for her part, gracefully bowed to Clara and then moved to stand behind me. Being bought out to become the mistress of a powerful family's son-in-law was a golden ticket for her. Thank you, madam, for your generosity, Vivian said sweetly. I promise to serve you and my new master well. Clara shot Vivian a cold look before turning her gaze back to me. She didn't lash out. Instead, she reached out and grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. My dear husband, she said, her voice like honey. Isn't it time we went home? The onlookers were completely floored. They were staring at me with something akin to worship. A beautiful, powerful wife who doesn't flip out when you cheat and even buys your mistress for you. Mr. Hayes, you're a legend, one man whispered. You have to teach us your ways. Teach you my ass, I thought bitterly. Can't you see the fire in this woman's eyes is about to burn me to a crisp? Her expression, which had been simmering with fury, suddenly softened. The fire in her eyes died down, replaced by a look of gentle affection. My heart started hammering against my ribs. "Ethan, let's go home," she said. Before I could answer, she was pulling me out of the club. Two large, burly women who looked like bodyguards fell in a step on either side of me, boxing me in. My stomach churned. What was she up to now? The hero and heroine are supposed to end up together. What was the point of dragging me back? I literally pushed Asher into her arms last night. Thinking of that, I glanced at Clara. On her hand, she wore a simple silver ring, a maiden's bond that was enchanted to shatter the moment she... Well, the ring was still perfectly intact. Wait, is Asher impotent? I wondered. Or is Clara incapable? Clara shot me a furious glare, though the tips of her ears turned red. Her grip on my arm tightened. Then she smiled. "Darling, if you want a mistress, you just have to ask me. Why go to such a sordid place? You could catch something." I looked back for Vivian, but she was already gone. Clara's smile widened. "Looking for Miss Starr? Don't worry. I've taken care of everything." The more she smiled, the more the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Sure enough, as soon as we turned down a quiet side street, her expression changed. She grabbed the soft flesh at my waist and twisted it a full 360 degrees. The pain was so intense, I nearly passed out. She leaned in close, her face inches from mine, and hissed, "Still looking?" I shook my head frantically, begging for mercy. "When we see my father," she ordered, "you don't say a word." I blinked. I had planned to come clean with my father-in-law. What was this new twist? And what the hell happened last night? Full of questions, I was marched back to the Prescott estate. The festive decorations from the wedding were still up, mocking me. My father-in-law, Secretary of State Robert Prescott, was sitting in a large armchair in the main hall, sipping tea. Clara kicked me in the back of the knee. I had no choice but to stumble forward and bow my head. "Sir, I'm home." He put down his teacup and gave me a brief, cool glance before his eyes settled on his daughter, his brow furrowed. "Clara, you're a wife now. You can't be so crude. It's a good thing you married Ethan. Who else would put up with you?" He turned back to me. "A man needs to let off some steam now and then. Was it really necessary to make such a scene?" Clara looked like she'd been struck by lightning. "Dad, are you listening to yourself?" I was just as stunned. This isn't right. Where's the righteous fury? The disownment? A son-in-law runs away on his wedding night. Who just shrugs that off? I had been fully prepared to face a hurricane. Clara shot me another glare, her eyes filled with a frustrated, wounded anger. "Ethan, my boy," her father said with a sigh. "I was a son-in-law who married into." "I get it. You can stand up." Suddenly it all clicked. So that was it. "Clara, you can go," he said. "I need to have a word with Ethan." She clenched her fists, stomped her foot in frustration, and stormed out, her chest heaving dramatically. A spark of hope ignited in me. Was this it? Was he just saving face in front of his daughter, and now he was going to give me the boot? Just before she reached the courtyard door, Clara stopped. She turned back and gave me a worried look, then just stood there, refusing to leave. "Ethan, I know you resent marrying into the Prescott family," the secretary said kindly. "But the Hayes family is gone. You don't have a career or a title to your name. This was the only way to protect you." He was telling the truth. I was the last of the Hayes line, but I was a transmigrator. I couldn't exactly empathize with the tragic backstory of the body I was inhabiting. "Whether you want to go into politics, the military, or business, I will support you," he continued. "A man can't let a woman walk all over him forever. Take this family, for example. I'm still the one in charge. Your mother-in-law is, at the end of the day, just a woman." I had to bite my tongue to keep from pointing out that everyone in D.C. knew Secretary Prescott was terrified of his wife. He'd once tried to set up a mistress in a Georgetown apartment, and she'd been kicked to the curb within 24 hours. He seemed to sense my thoughts, because his face flushed, and he quickly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem. We've received intelligence from the North. The Northern clans are showing signs of aggression again. The president is leaning toward negotiation, which means a busy season for the State Department." Just as he finished, a butler announced that Mr. Asher Vance was here to see him. I excused myself and left. As I walked out, I saw Asher and Clara talking heatedly by the entrance. Asher held his head high. "Clara, I know you've always loved me. Just divorce that idiot Hayes, and I'll..." You're mistaken, Asher, Clara cut him off. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, I am a married woman. Her ears were bright red. Asher scoffed. Clara, with my current status and connections, I can easily erase any scandal a divorce might cause. She tried to speak, but he held up a hand. Don't answer now. Think about it. What future can the Prescott family have with a kept man like Ethan Hayes tied to it? Clara's smile vanished. Does Clarissa Sterling know you're saying these things? Ah, yes. Clarissa Sterling, the daughter of the president's chief of staff, was also in love with him. She was just waiting for Asher to pass the bar and get his big political appointment before asking the president to arrange their marriage. Asher looked flustered for a moment. I'll handle my own affairs. Just tell me what your heart wants. Clara's resolve didn't waver. I'm sorry, I already have a husband. And you should really stop lurking in the corners of other people's homes, Asher. It's bad for your reputation. His face went crimson, and his fists clenched at his sides. My heart sank. Clara was trying to get me killed. Since these two were obviously meant for each other, why shouldn't I give him a little push? I took 2 steps forward and said in a firm voice, I agree. My sudden appearance broke their standoff. Clara stormed over to me, her voice dangerously low. Ethan, Hayes, you want to divorce me? Asher feigned innocence. Ethan, my friend, I was just here to see the secretary and happened to run into Clara. The way he stressed happened to was infuriating. Who just happens to run into someone in their private residence? But I didn't care. All I wanted was to get away from these 2 drama magnets and save my own skin. The forces backing Asher were growing more powerful by the day. Besides his Ivy League connections, he now had the chief of staff in his corner. I couldn't compete with that. The Hayes family is a fallen house, I said quickly. Of course I'm not good enough for you. I know my place. Since you love Asher, I'm happy to step aside. I'm not divorcing you, Clara repeated firmly. This time, it was Asher's turn to be shocked. Clara, what are you saying? You don't want to be with me? Because of this house husband? Clara didn't answer. Instead, she stepped to my side and wrapped her arm tightly around mine, making her position clear. Asher's eyes turned red with fury. Clara, think this through. Oh, this is bad, I thought, trying to pull my arm away, but her grip was like iron. Sure enough, Asher's hateful gaze landed squarely on me, blaming me for everything. He stormed off, and if looks could kill, I'd have been turned into a pile of ash. I tried to escape, but Clara slammed me against the wall, pinning me there. Before I could say a word, her warm lips crashed down on mine. My eyes flew open. My mind was screaming. I'm being forcibly kissed by the female lead. Is she using me to make the hero jealous? Yep. A short distance away, Asher was staring at us, his face a mask of pure, venomous hatred. After what felt like an eternity, she pulled back, her hand still on the back of my neck. My dear husband, she whispered, I'm not divorcing you. I'm your wife. Don't even think about running away. I wanted to cry. I felt none of the excitement a man should feel when being kissed by his beautiful wife. This is it. I'm really done for now, I thought miserably. The hero officially hates my guts, and the heroine is playing some kind of hot and cold game. Why am I always the one who gets screwed? Clara looked at me with a sly glint in her eye, then tilted my chin up. Call me Clara, she purred. Seeing her lips approaching again, I quickly turned my head away. The hero was still watching. Say it, she insisted. I mumbled under my breath, feeling my face burn. Clara, she smiled, satisfied, and finally released me, but not before grabbing my arm and pulling me along with her until we were out of Asher's sight. I didn't dare look back, but I could imagine the murderous look on his face. Back in her wing of the manor, she shut the door and told me to start studying for the Foreign Service exam. Husband, if you run away again, don't blame me for being unkind. But I was no scholar. The first chance I got, when she wasn't looking, I slipped out again. I had to get out of the capital. According to the book's timeline, the big exams were coming up. Asher would ace them, become the top candidate, and get a position right at the heart of the nation's power structure. I wandered the streets for half the day, trying to figure out a plan, when I saw a crowd gathered around a bulletin board at Federal Plaza. It was an official notice from the State Department. The northern clans were invading. The president wanted to negotiate a peace treaty, but no one in the government was willing to be the envoy. So, they were putting out a public call for anyone brave enough to take on the mission. This was it. My golden ticket. The most official way to get out of D.C. Even the plot of a novel couldn't argue with a presidential mandate. Just as I was about to step forward and tear the notice from the board, I heard Asher Vance's voice. I looked up and saw him standing there with a few of his university buddies, also reading the notice. One of them, a young man in a preppy blazer, spoke first. This administration is all talk and no action. The only one who can fight is General Ironside up north. The president has no choice but to negotiate. Let's just hope the clans don't ask for too much. Another friend was more indignant. This city is full of spineless bureaucrats. They're experts at backstabbing each other for power, but when a real enemy shows up, they all hide under their desks. It's pathetic. He sighed dramatically. If only I were not so young and inexperienced, I would answer the call myself and serve my country. They both looked at Asher. As the top student from his class and the protege of a powerful political mentor, if anyone could take on this challenge, it was him. Asher fanned himself with a folded newspaper, shaking his head. A wise man does not stand in the path of a collapsing wall, he said pretentiously. The northern clans are savages beyond the reach of civilized discourse. We scholars will be useless there. His friends nodded in agreement. Then one of them spotted me. Isn't that the Prescott's son-in-law? Does he think he can take the notice? Asher sneered. What's a trophy husband going to do? Make them laugh to death. He should go home and serve his wife and her father where he belongs. His comment got a round of laughter from the crowd. Hayes, you're not a soldier or a scholar, someone shouted. Don't embarrass yourself. Seeing a chance to attack me, Asher egged them on. The term trophy husband already carried a stigma. Anyone else would have shrunk away in shame. But I didn't care. In front of everyone, I reached out, tore the notice from the board, and turned to face them with a cold smile. A bunch of cowards. Everyone gasped. Prescott's son-in-law, are you insane? This is a suicide mission. I laughed. Better than being murdered by the main characters. Asher paused, thinking I was just acting out of desperation. A smug smile played on his lips, as if to say, you're digging your own grave. Don't blame me. I guessed that, given how much he hated me, he'd be thrilled to see me leave D.C. He would probably even pull some strings to make sure my appointment went through. A short time later, a pair of Secret Service agents escorted me to the White House. The president and his cabinet were in the middle of a tense meeting about the crisis. When they saw me, the Prescott family's notorious son-in-law, their faces fell. They clearly didn't believe I was up to the task. Even though I was a Hayes, and the Hayes family had a long military history, that legacy was long dead. But I was prepared. I spoke in a clear, strong voice. Mr. President, my father fought the northern clans for decades and never lost a single battle. As a Hayes, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Why should I be afraid of a few northern savages? My words were bold. A flicker of admiration crossed the president's face. You have courage, I'll give you that, he said. But you're still just a son-in-law. My father-in-law, Robert Prescott, also married into his position, I countered. Sir, you of all people should know not to judge a man by his circumstances. Several of the secretaries nodded. Secretary Prescott may have married into power, but his competence and intelligence were undeniable. Finally, the president's chief of staff stood up and settled the matter. Mr. President, at the moment, no one else is willing to go. The young Mr. Hayes has the courage. Let's assign him a seasoned diplomat as a deputy. With the two of them, this mission could succeed. The president thought for a moment and agreed. And just like that, I became the lead envoy to the northern clans. My deputy was a cautious, experienced State Department official, and we were accompanied by a team of diplomats. With an official reason to leave D.C. and a mission to the north, I had no reason to ever return to the Prescott estate. 3 days later, our diplomatic convoy left the capital, loaded with gold, silk, and other gifts intended to appease the enemy. Riding on a white horse, I took a deep breath of fresh air. The capital was already just a line on the horizon. I was finally free. Main characters, you can have your story. I'm done. After this mission, I'll skim a little of the tribute gold for myself, find a small town, marry a few nice girls, and live out my life in peace. Then, I'll wake up a billionaire. It was a beautiful thought. Just then, a rider on a chestnut mare galloped out from the city, chasing after us. It was Annie, Clara's personal maid. Mr. Hayes, the missus has a letter for you. I took the letter. On it were a few lines written in a chillingly elegant script. Husband, if you dare take another woman along the way, I will personally cut off all 3 of your legs. Annie is my most trusted maid. Stay away from those unclean women. Annie, blushing to the roots of her hair, fell in line behind my horse. The missus sent me to look after your daily needs, sir. I sighed. If she wasn't a female lead in a story that was trying to kill me, she'd actually be a pretty great wife. What a shame. My plan to slip away at the first opportunity was thwarted. Annie guarded my tent every night like a hawk. There was no chance of escape. After 3 long months of travel, we finally arrived at the royal court of the northern clans. We were there to beg for peace, but the northern soldiers treated us with a strange reverence. There were no insults, no hostility. It was bizarre. Had something happened? Had they called off their invasion? I discreetly signaled one of my men to go gather some intel. I also ordered the tribute of gold and jewels to be kept locked away in our quarters for the time being. While we were waiting for an audience with the Northern King, my man came back with a shocking piece of news. General Ironside, in a single decisive battle, had annihilated a 100,000-strong Northern army in the Riverlands. The main enemy force was crushed, and the remnants had retreated all the way back to their capital. Ironside and his cavalry were in hot pursuit. I was stunned. That meant I wasn't a lowly diplomat begging for peace. I was an envoy from a conquering superpower, and all that tribute money was now mine. After a day of waiting, the Northern King finally summoned us. He was so eager, he even invited Annie to the welcoming banquet. Just as I expected, the king's posture was incredibly low. He came to our residence to greet us personally, and even held the carriage door open for me and my deputy. The old diplomat, puffed up with the news of our military victory, regained his usual air of smug superiority. Inside the king's grand tent, a feast was laid out, and beautiful northern women were dancing. My deputy, the old goat, was practically drooling. Annie quickly covered my eyes and held up Clara's threatening letter. Master Hayes, you are not allowed to look. The missus will be angry. I waved her hand away. This is a diplomatic function, Annie. It would be rude not to watch. She clenched her little fists in frustration. They're all just a bunch of vixens. It's disgusting. I shook my head. With this little bodyguard shadowing my every move, how was I ever going to escape? Was I doomed to return to D.C. after this and face Asher's wrath? No, I had to find a way out. My eyes fell on the king, who was still bowing and scraping. An idea, a terrible, brilliant idea, sparked in my mind. The system said I couldn't die at the hands of the main characters. It never said I couldn't die at the hands of someone else. For the sake of my $10 billion, my courage soared to new heights. I picked up my wine cup and walked over to him. He immediately scrambled to pick up his own. Lord Ambassador, is my hospitality to your liking? I deliberately frowned. These women are all so plain. The king paled. Tell me which one has caught your eye. Lord Ambassador, I will see to it that you are satisfied. I pretended to think for a moment, then gave him a wicked grin. I hear the queen is the greatest beauty in the north, and that her charms are second to none. I would like to experience them for myself. My deputy choked on his drink. Lord Hayes, you can't. That's his queen. Annie stomped her foot in panic. It's over. The master is trying to get himself killed again. What do I do? But the king, glancing at the ceremonial sword at my waist, a symbol of my authority from my own government, didn't get angry. He simply ordered someone to summon the queen. It is her honor to drink with the Lord Ambassador. Now it was my turn to be shocked. This guy had no spine at all. He could tolerate this? When a beautifully dressed woman entered the tent, I knew it was the queen. I deliberately spilled my wine on her chest, then reached out to wipe it off. The king just kept urging everyone to drink, pretending he saw nothing. My deputy and Annie looked like they were about to have heart attacks, terrified the king would snap and have us all executed. After a few minutes, I had groped the poor queen from top to bottom. I even squeezed her so hard she winced, but the king still didn't react. He just kept drinking. The man's self-control was incredible. Was he a transmigrator, too? But his patience was ruining my plan. I stood up and walked over to him again. He bowed respectfully. Was the Lord Ambassador satisfied? I nodded. Then I said, I hear the Queen Mother is still a woman of considerable charms. I wonder if she could be called to join me for a drink. This time, my deputy's jaw hit the floor. His face screamed, we're all going to die. Dude, you can't do this. They may have lost the war, but you can't treat them like this. The northern officials and generals in the tent were glaring at me with murder in their eyes, just waiting for their king's command. My heart soared with joy. Come on, do it. One swing of a sword is all it takes. I want to go home. But the king, unbelievably, did not get angry. He just raised his cup and smiled. Whatever the Lord Ambassador desires, it shall be done. The Queen Mother. Summon the Queen Mother. I was speechless. Was that really his own mother? Annie shrieked. The master is finished. The missus is going to be a widow. Seeing that the king was as spineless as a jellyfish, I took matters into my own hands. I drew my sword and held it to my own throat. Suicide is still death. I was all in. Why couldn't this coward just kill me? Did he have no honor? The king immediately fell to his knees, crying, Lord Ambassador, let's talk this over. Please don't kill yourself. It would damage the peace between our nations. My deputy and Annie lunged forward and wrestled the sword out of my hands. They thought I was going to kill the king. Seeing me put the blade to my own neck completely broke their brains. Who knew diplomacy could be this extreme? The king quickly produced a scroll and held it up. Lord Ambassador, he whispered, we, the northern clans, are willing to cede the entire Shadow Mountain region. We will provide an annual tribute of 10,000 warhorses and 100,000 cattle and sheep. Please, I beg you, persuade your president not to invade us. We are willing to be your loyal subjects forever. Let our nations be allies for all time. I didn't know what to say. General Ironside, what in the world did you do to these people to make them this terrified? You could have given me a heads up. My deputy and the other diplomats were ecstatic. They looked at me with eyes full of pure worship. As we left the tent, they swarmed me. Lord Hayes, that was incredible. I am truly impressed. From this day forward, I will follow your lead without question. I've never seen diplomacy conducted like that. It was an eye-opening experience. Even Annie gave me a thumbs up. Master Hayes is amazing. The missus will be so proud. But I wasn't happy at all. I had just worked up the courage to get myself killed, so I could go home. And this spineless king had ruined everything. I was more convinced than ever that he had to be a transmigrator. Who else could endure such humiliation? My deputy just chuckled. Don't worry about it, Lord Hayes. The Queen Mother isn't his biological mother. To the Northerners, women are like cattle. They belong to the strong. I slapped my forehead. What a strange culture. By the way, the deputy added, General Ironside's cavalry is only 30 miles away. They're probably on their way to welcome us now. I nearly smacked myself. No wonder the king was so scared. The main army was literally at his doorstep. When did Ironside get so damn effective? Our massive convoy, which now included 10,000 warhorses and 100,000 cattle and sheep, crossed back into our own territory. We had gone to offer tribute and had come back with a peace treaty that involved the enemy ceding land. It was a first in our nation's history. General Ironside became a war hero, and I became the diplomatic genius who had conquered our enemies with words alone. Life is a strange, unpredictable thing, but I really didn't want to go back to D.C. My $10 billion. Just as I feared, the book's plot was chugging along without me. Asher Vance had aced his exams, becoming the president's new golden boy and the talk of the town. He was appointed as a special advisor, a high-ranking position for someone's age, and was now working directly beside the president. The president had also arranged his marriage to Clarissa Sterling, the chief of staff's daughter. He was the hero of the story, after all. The universe bent over backward for him. Outside the Capitol, the president himself came with his entire cabinet to welcome us home. After the official greetings, Clara flew into my arms. Ethan, you're finally back, she cried, burying her face in my chest. Then she started sniffing me like a dog. Annie giggled beside us. Don't worry, missus. The master didn't cheat. Clara shot me a look, but I could see the relief in her eyes. Good. She took my hand. Now, tell me everything that happened. She pulled me onto her horse, sitting behind me and wrapping her arms around my waist. The feeling of her pressed against my back made my heart beat a little faster. Annie recounted the story of what happened in the Northern King's tent, though thankfully she left out the part about the Queen and the Queen Mother. Clara's adoring gaze slowly turned to one of pure worship. Her arms tightened around me. Ethan, she whispered in my ear. Call me Clara. Huh, say it, or I'll throw you off this horse. My face flushed, and I mumbled her name. Clara. Afterward, I cursed myself. I was going soft. Her ears turned a deep shade of red. She rested her head against my back, her voice barely a whisper. Ethan, I don't care who you are or where you came from. I don't care what my role is supposed to be in some book. I love you. I'm your Clara. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Just please, stop trying to get yourself killed. So she really could hear everything. I sighed, my heart a tangled mess. Just then I felt a cold, sharp glare. I turned my head and saw him. Asher Vance, now a presidential advisor, staring at me with pure murder in his eyes. They were burning with hatred and jealousy. Clara gently turned my head back, forcing me to look away from him. Asher's face fell, but when he looked back at Clara, he saw her staring at me with rapt attention. Husband, she whispered, from my ears only, if I'm the female lead of this story, what makes you think I can't beat Asher Vance? I couldn't remember if this was supposed to be a male or female-led novel. I just gave a mechanical nod. How was I supposed to remain indifferent to a confession like that? But the plot of the story wasn't something I could control. All right, stop worrying, she said brightly. Father has a welcome home dinner waiting for you. You've achieved something incredible. The president might even grant you a title. My eyebrows shot up. According to the book, I was supposed to be dead on my wedding night. Maybe, just maybe, things really had changed. At dinner, my father-in-law toasted me again and again, praising my strategic genius and bravery. Even my mother-in-law, who I'd never seen smile, looked at me with approval. Clara sat beside me, piling food onto my plate, a soft, happy smile on her face. It felt like a real family. Maybe I should stay. A few days later, the official decree came down from the White House. For my service to the nation, I was granted the title Duke of Sterling. General Ironside was promoted to the highest rank in the military, and the other members of my delegation were also rewarded. The Prescotts threw a massive party. The Hayes family was history, and I had started as a mere son-in-law, but now that I was a duke, the line of people wanting to get close to me stretched around the block. Most of D.C.'s elite were there, old friends of the Hayes family, my father-in-law's colleagues. Even Asher Vance showed up, representing the president. But his eyes never left Clara. He noticed the maiden's bond, the silver ring, was still intact on her arm. A small, cruel smile touched his lips. He looked at me with open provocation. When no one was looking, he cornered me. You see, he hissed. Clara is still saving herself for me. I just shrugged. I gave you a chance. You're the one who fumbled it. His handsome face twisted with rage at the memory of that night. Hayes, if you know what's good for you. Before he could finish, Clara was at my side, her hand casually linking with my arm. Honey, I said, putting a hand to my forehead. I have a bit of a headache. Clara frowned. When did I learn to play the victim? But she loved it. My husband is finally acting normal, she thought. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't being dramatic. My head was actually pounding. It felt like it was about to split open, like 1,000 ants were crawling inside my brain. A strange heat was spreading through my body. My eyes snapped to the wine glass in front of me. The wine is poisoned, I managed to say. Get me out of here. Clara seized the opportunity, pinching my side playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. My husband's had too much to drink, she announced to the room. I'll take him to the back to rest. At the same time, a gasp came from another part of the room. Advisor Vance has fainted. My father-in-law rushed to help Asher, who was also clutching his head and groaning, his symptoms identical to mine. They hastily carried Asher to a back room to wait for a doctor. In the quiet courtyard, there were only 3 of us left. Me, Clara, and an unconscious Asher. I think I was starting to understand. These weren't poison symptoms. This was an aphrodisiac. Was she forcing a choice? I looked up at Clara, my voice like ice. Give me the antidote. I refused to be a pawn in someone else's game. Asher, meanwhile, was starting to stir, a triumphant look on his face. Now that we've both been drugged, who will you choose, Clara? We were childhood sweethearts. You'd never choose him. Just accept your fate, Hayes. A cold dread washed over me. So, I couldn't escape the plot after all. I was just a temporary obstacle in the main character's love story. My fate was still to die at their hands, wasn't it? I let out a bitter laugh. I looked at Clara, my voice hollow. Give me the antidote. I'll leave and never return. Her face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. Ethan, is that really what you think of me? Isn't it true? I shot back. Asher was practically floating with glee. This had to be a setup to humiliate me. Clara never loved you. Asher gloated. She shut up. Clara snapped, cutting him off. Her furious gaze landed on him. I never drugged you. I froze. If you didn't drug Asher, then how? He drug himself? To force her hand? A wave of intense heat washed over me. The world swam before my eyes. Asher was also clearly in the throes of whatever we'd ingested. I remembered a detail from the book. A rare, deadly aphrodisiac from a hidden society of chemists. The only antidote was a woman. Otherwise, the victim would die a gruesome death within hours. Clara, help me. Asher groaned, clutching his stomach. I must have drunk more than him, because I couldn't even move. Suddenly, I was being lifted into strong arms and thrown onto a bed. I heard Clara's cold voice. Take Advisor Vance to the Gilded Cage. Let them find a cure for him there. A moment later, I heard the rustle of clothing and a warm, soft body pressed against mine. Husband, she whispered, let me be your antidote. I tried to push her away, but she held me down with surprising strength. Clara, take me to a monastery. I gasped. I want to be a monk. Don't be silly. Husband, she murmured, her lips finding mine. Call me Clara. Now. When I woke up, it was the next morning. Clara. No, I should call her my wife now. Was curled up in my arms like a kitten, drooling slightly on my shoulder. This was insane. She had completely. I'd rather not talk about it. Husband, she mumbled, her eyes fluttering open. Do you still want to be a monk? A slow smile spread across my face. I pulled the blanket over both of us. No way. Being a trophy husband is way better. I was the side character in a book destined to die in the second chapter. By knowing the plot, I had somehow managed to survive for this long. I always thought the hero and heroine were fated to be together, until the day my wife drugged me. Turns out, it was her parents' idea. They had planned to drug both of us to seal the deal. But Asher, in his arrogance, had swapped her drug cup with his own. Luckily for me, the old folks still had things under control. I almost wanted to thank them. Asher's forced visit to the Gilded Cage caused a huge scandal, embarrassing the administration. The president, furious, had him reassigned to a remote backwater town in the north. For months later, my wife, her belly just starting to show, sat beside me as I fished in the river that flowed through the city. Annie had a small grill set up, ready for our catch. Honey, I want crayfish. Make sure you kill them before you grill them. She saw one scuttling away. Oh, no, you don't. I'll get you. I put my head in my hands. Her demure, elegant persona had all been an act. The sharp crack of shattering porcelain made half a dozen heads turn in the Greenwich Village Cafe. On Caleb Reed's white button-down, a dark coffee stain was rapidly spreading, steaming in the cool air. Oh my God, I am so sorry, Victoria Nolan said, setting down her empty cup. Her red-lacquered lips curved into a smile that held zero apology. My hand slipped. Caleb could feel the searing heat of the liquid, at least 170 degrees, soaking through the fabric. A muscle twitched at the corner of his eye, but he merely picked up a napkin and began dabbing calmly at his shirt. It's fine. I was in your way, he said, his voice as steady as a trained news anchor's. The temperature's perfect, barely hot. Victoria narrowed her eyes. 3 years. For 3 years, no matter how she tested him. The man's expression remained a perfect, unreadable mask. Today was her college graduation. It was time to end this pointless game. Do you know why I asked you to meet me today? Her long fingers tapped a staccato rhythm on the tabletop, her new acrylic nails glinting in the sunlight. Caleb reached down and retrieved a paper bag bearing a luxury logo, pushing it across the table toward her. The new limited edition Hermes. You mentioned you wanted it last month. Victoria let out a cold laugh, not even glancing at the handbag countless girls dreamed of. You really think you're worthy of dating me? A scholarship student who's been my family's lapdog for 3 years. Did you really think a few handbags would win me over? More heads turned. Whispers started to ripple through the cafe. Caleb's name was infamous in the Stern School of Business. The resident simp who came running whenever the Nolan Industries heiress snapped her fingers. Suddenly, Caleb smiled. It wasn't his usual gentle, compliant smile. It was a smile that sent a chill down Victoria's spine. A smile of pure, unadulterated relief. "Actually, Ms. Nolan," he said, pulling a document from his briefcase and spreading it flat on the coffee-stained table. "Our relationship has, from start to finish, been a business contract." Victoria frowned at the document. The bold, black words, "Emotional Support Services Agreement," stabbed at her eyes. Client, Nolan Industries. Contractor, Caleb Reed. Date of signing, 3 years ago, the day she started at NYU. "What is this, some kind of sick joke? Your father didn't tell you?" Caleb's voice was still polite, but it held a new, chilling distance she'd never heard before. 3 years ago, Mr. Nolan hired me for an annual salary of $300,000 to act as your behavioral companion. Primary duties included satisfying your need for male attention and," he paused, "facilitating the development of your pro-social interpersonal skills." Victoria's face went bone white. She snatched the contract and flipped to the last page. Her father's flamboyant signature and the corporate seal were stamped there, mocking her. "The contract term is 3 years, concluding today at 5:00 p.m. Caleb glanced at his watch. "That gives us 4 hours and 13 minutes. However, given your explicit desire to terminate the relationship, we can conclude early." He pulled a leather-bound notebook from his bag. "This is a 3-year log of all your preferences, habits, and emotional patterns. Coffee with 2 sugars, but the sugar-free label must face outward. You get migraines on rainy days and need ibuprofen on hand. Your mood fluctuates around the 20th of each month due to your cycle. It's all categorized by date." A wave of dizziness washed over Victoria. All those thoughtful gestures she'd mistaken for adoration. They were all just part of the job? You people. Her voice trembled, whether from rage or some more complicated emotion. She couldn't tell. Caleb was already on his feet, placing the notebook beside her hand with the precision of someone completing a final work task. "As per the supplementary clause, I'm obligated to inform you that the next 3 months are a designated emotional disengagement period. I recommend you gradually adapt to a life without dedicated personal care." He gave a slight, formal nod, a gesture of respect that was utterly unapproachable. "It was an honor to be of service for 1,095 days, Ms. Nolan. Starting tonight, you will no longer receive my goodnight text." His back was straight as a ruler as he turned and walked away without a flicker of hesitation. Victoria sat frozen, a stunning realization dawning on her. For the first time in 3 years, Caleb Reed had walked out on her first. The contract was a crumpled mess in Victoria's hand by the time she reached the door to her father's study. She didn't even bother to knock, shoving the heavy oak door open. Robert Nolan looked up from a pile of documents, the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. The light glinted off the lenses as he saw the papers in his daughter's hand, but his expression remained calm. "Explain this," Victoria said, slapping the contract down on his mahogany desk. The words were squeezed out between clenched teeth. Her father slowly removed his glasses and began polishing the lenses with a velvet cloth. She knew that gesture all too well. It was what he always did before announcing a major, non-negotiable decision. "I thought Caleb would wait until the contract expired to tell you." Robert sighed. "It seems he showed his hand early." "So it's true?" Victoria's voice shot up an octave. "You paid someone to be my simp. Behavioral companion," her father corrected. "It's a highly professional field, very popular in Japan. I went through a headhunting firm, vetted 12 candidates. Caleb was the most qualified in every respect." The room spun. Victoria gripped the edge of the desk, her nails digging into the solid wood. "Why? Do you remember your high school prom?" Her father's voice turned cold. "You made the boy who drove you home cry on the spot because the roses he bought weren't the exact shade of pink you wanted." Victoria's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Of course she remembered. The way the nerdy kid's face had flushed crimson before he'd fled had been a source of amusement for a whole week. "I did some research after that," her father continued, pulling a file from a drawer. Your last 6 boyfriends all developed varying degrees of anxiety after breaking up with you. The worst was the Thompson kid. He was in therapy for 6 months. That's because they were too weak, not good enough for you. Her father cut her off. Tori, the problem wasn't them. It was you. You treat your admirers like disposable cutlery. Victoria felt her cheeks burn. She wanted to argue, but the memory of just last week when she'd thrown the boba tea Caleb had waited in line for 2 hours to buy into a trash can in front of her whole class silenced her. Caleb has a master's in psychology. His specialty is attachment theory. Her father's tone softened. I hired him to help you develop a healthier understanding of intimacy, and he chose his words carefully to let you experience what unconditional care felt like in the hope that you would learn to value it. So you use me as a lab rat? Victoria's voice shook. No, her father said, looking her directly in the eye. I just wanted you to understand that no one in this world owes you their kindness. Not Caleb, not me. Not even your mother, if she were still here. That last sentence was a knife to the chest. Her mother had died when she was 8, and her father had filled the void with a never-ending stream of material things. He recorded everything about me. Victoria mumbled, thinking of that terrifyingly detailed notebook. Professional requirement, her father said, putting his glasses back on. Now that the contract is over, what are your thoughts? Thoughts? Victoria's mind flashed through everything Caleb had done for her over the last 3 years. The 3M. Food deliveries, the umbrella that always appeared just as it started to rain, the offhand wishes that would magically come true the next week. All of it had a price tag. I think it's disgusting, she said, turning toward the door. By the way, her father's voice followed her. Caleb is quite popular at school. It was only because of you that he turned down every single invitation to mixers and parties. Victoria slammed the door behind her. When Caleb pushed open the flimsy metal door of his apartment, his roommate, Jake Miller, was sprawled on a couch, mashing buttons on a game controller. Yo, parole's up? Jake quipped without looking away from the screen. The princess didn't treat you to a farewell dinner. Caleb managed to smile, tossing his keys onto the coffee table. This cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in Bushwick was his only sanctuary outside of the university. For 3 years, coming back here for Victoria's Upper East Side penthouse felt like stepping between worlds. 4 hours ahead of schedule, Caleb said, pulling a black notebook from a shelf. It was 3 times thicker than the one he'd given Victoria. Jake finally paused his game and leaned over, intrigued. What's that? Your lapdog logs. More accurately, a complete personality analysis of Victoria Nolan, Caleb said, flipping it open. The pages were crammed with observational notes, some sections adorned with sticky tabs and photos. The source material for my master's thesis. Jake let out a low whistle. Damn, dude. Getting paid and getting your research done at the same time. So, was Her Highness really what you diagnosed? Presenting with subclinical narcissistic traits? Caleb didn't answer right away. He walked out to the fire escape and flicked a lighter, the blue flame stark against the deepening twilight. More complicated than I thought, he said, touching the flame to the corner of the notebook. She actually knows how to care about people. She's just. The fire greedily consumed the paper, illuminating the sharp angles of his face. For once, Jake leaned against the doorframe without making a joke. Just what? She's terrified of being rejected, so she rejects the entire world first, Caleb said, letting the burning notebook fall into a metal bucket. It's a classic defense mechanism. Jake raised an eyebrow. Sounds like someone's getting a little attached. Caleb watched the last page turn to ash. Taped to it was a candid photo he'd taken of Victoria asleep in the library. The sunlight had been soft that day, and her face, free of makeup, looked surprisingly gentle. Just professional analysis, he said, turning back inside. Starting tomorrow, I can finally take on that adolescent counseling project. Celebration? Jake pulled 2 beers from the fridge. My treat. Caleb took the can, its cold surface reminding him of the scalding coffee from earlier that day. The triumphant look in Victoria's eyes then, and the shock on her face when he'd produced the contract, formed a perfect, exquisite contrast. He smiled and pulled the tab. To freedom. When Chloe Vance showed up, Victoria was sitting on the floor of her walk-in closet, surrounded by dozens of designer bags. all gifts from Caleb over the past 3 years. So, I hear you threw coffee on Caleb, Chloe said, plopping down unceremoniously on a Hermes Birkin. Nice work. You finally forced his hand. Victoria's head snapped up. You knew. Hello. The entire school knew, Chloe said, rolling her eyes. You were the only one who thought you were genuinely that irresistible. Honestly, Caleb deserves an Employee of the Year award for lasting 3 years. Victoria snatched the nearest Chanel bag and hurled it at Chloe, who caught it effortlessly. This season's new model. Shame to scuff it. Get out. Not a chance. Chloe scooted closer. Do you have any idea how many girls Caleb has turned down? There are at least 3 certifiable goddesses in the psychology department alone. The man was practically celibate for the sake of professional ethics, and you were acting like you were empress of the universe. Victoria suddenly remembered last Valentine's Day, when she'd seen a flirty text on Caleb's phone. She'd thrown the phone into a fountain. Now, she realized it was probably just retaliation from some girl he'd rejected. He's popular. Duh. Chloe threw her hands up dramatically. Top 3 in his class, backup forward on the varsity basketball team, and that whole stoic, handsome face thing he's got going on. If he hadn't been trailing you like a puppy, the line of girls trying to get with him would stretch to Washington Square Park. A strange annoyance prickled at Victoria. She'd always assumed Caleb was some kind of dateless nerd who would have drowned in the campus social scene without the lifeline she'd thrown him. So what? He's single now. Go for it. I don't want your sloppy seconds, Chloe said, getting to her feet. She gave Victoria a knowing look. But I'll bet you anything that within a month, you're going to regret this. In your dreams. After Chloe left, Victoria mechanically hung the bags back in their places. Tied to each handle was a small, handwritten card from Caleb, noting the date and occasion of the purchase. She had never bothered to read them closely. On the oldest one, an LV wallet, the card read, "Congrats on winning the debate tournament, Tori. While I found the opposition's argument more compelling, your performance was undeniably brilliant." November 2nd, 2018 foot. Victoria frowned. She had no memory of Caleb ever disagreeing with her. In her memory, he just nodded and smiled and said, "You're right." A bizarre feeling crawled up her spine. It suddenly occurred to her that she might never have known the Real Caleb Reed at all. At 3:17 a.m., Victoria jolted awake from a nightmare. She'd been running down an endless hallway. At every turn, she saw Caleb's back, but every time she called his name, a stranger wearing Caleb's face would turn around. She fumbled for her phone, the screen's harsh light making her squint. The notification bar was empty, no unread messages, and definitely not the steadfast good night. See you tomorrow. Victoria opened her message thread with Caleb. The last exchange was from yesterday morning, her command for him to meet her at the cafe at 2 p.m., and his simple okay. On a whim, she started scrolling up. Thousands of messages cascaded down the screen, almost all of them one-sided instructions and complaint from her. Caleb's replies were always concise and respectful. On the log for April 12th, she had sent 17 voice memos complaining about a group project, the last one at 1:14 a.m. Caleb had replied within 2 minutes. "I've contacted your group members. The issue is resolved. Get some rest." Victoria's finger hovered over the keyboard. She suddenly couldn't remember how she'd handled these kinds of problems in a world before Caleb. Outside, a late spring breeze rustled the sheer curtains. She stared at the ceiling and noticed for the first time a sticky note on the AC vent. Cleaned. 5.15 C. So he even took care of things like that. Victoria swung her legs out of bed and walked barefoot to the closet. In the bottom drawer, she found the notebook Caleb had left her. She opened it to the first page. A neat table listed her basic information. In the aversions column, it read, "Hates being compared, especially to her mother. Dislikes Mint, dislikes having her plans disrupted." She flipped randomly to a page in the middle, dated on her birthday last year. Unlike the objective tone of the other pages, the handwriting here was slightly rushed, exceeded budget today, birthday gift plus surprise party, but it was worth it. Tori smiled when she blew out the candles, a real smile. Note, her eyelashes trembled when she made her wish. Beautiful. Victoria's heart skipped a beat. She slammed the notebook shut as if it were a dangerous animal. Back in bed, she stared at her phone for a full 10 minutes before finally typing in a message box. How often do you change the AC filter? Before sending, she hesitated. Her thumb hovered over the send button as she suddenly realized. This was the first time in 3 years she'd had to think about what to text Caleb. In the end, she deleted the sentence and tossed the phone aside. Outside, the eastern sky was beginning to pale. Victoria pulled the pillow over her head, but sleep would not come. Beneath the ginkgo trees in front of the psychology building, Victoria adjusted her oversized sunglasses for the third time. The June sun was like molten gold, casting dappled shadows on her pale dress through the leaves. She glanced at her watch, 10:15 a.m. According to the class schedule she'd hacked from the university system, Caleb's lecture should be ending in 5 minutes. I must be insane, she muttered, her fingers unconsciously stroking the file folder in her hands. On a Wednesday morning, she had canceled her equestrian lesson and spent 2 hours on hair and makeup, all for a chance encounter with a man who used to be at her beck and call. Students began to pour out of the building. Victoria quickly pulled out her compact to touch up her non-existent makeup flaws, then started walking forward, feigning a sense of urgency. At the precisely calculated moment, she happened to run right into Caleb as he exited the main doors. Oh, when they were only a few feet apart, Victoria feigned a stumble. The folder flew from her hands, papers scattering across the steps. Caleb's reaction was faster than she'd anticipated. He lunged forward, one knee touching the ground as his long fingers scooped up most of the documents. A familiar wave of triumph washed over Victoria. See? 3 years of habit couldn't be erased that easily. Your files, Caleb said, standing up and handing the neat stack back to her. His face wore a polite smile she had never seen before. Watch your step. No extra pleasantries. No concerned questions. Not even a second glance. After speaking, he moved to walk past her as if she were just another student who had dropped her things. Victoria instinctively grabbed his wrist. Is that all you have to say to me? Caleb's gaze fell to her hand on his arm, and only then did Victoria realize how forward her action was. She snatched her hand back as if she'd been burned. You usually have French class on Wednesdays at this time, Caleb said calmly. Skipping class isn't a good habit. Victoria's eyes widened. He still remembered her schedule? Did that mean? Professional habit, Caleb said, as if reading her mind, tapping his temple. Part of the memory training. Have a good day. With that, he gave a slight nod and strode toward the library, his back as straight and unbending as a stalk of bamboo. Victoria stood frozen on the steps, feeling an unprecedented sense of absurdity. Her carefully orchestrated encounter must have looked like a childish game to him. Asshole, she seethed, unsure if her anger was directed at Caleb or at herself for dressing up for such a pathetic charade. The glass door of the university newspaper office reflected Victoria's hesitant figure. She had paced the hallway 3 times, stopping at the door each time only to turn away. If you want to look, just come in. What are you doing lurking out there? The door suddenly swung open, and Mark Chun, the editor-in-chief, nearly collided with her, a thick stack of magazines in his arms. Victoria took a step back, lifting her chin to hide her embarrassment. Who's lurking? I'm here to pick up the latest issue. That's a new one. When did the great Tori Nolan get interested in our little publication? Mark raised an eyebrow, but stepped aside to let her in. Latest issue is on the left shelf. Help yourself. The office smelled of ink and coffee. Victoria walked straight to the magazine rack. The cover of the newest issue was emblazoned with the headline, The Emotional Support Industry, Professional Companionship and Its Ethical Boundaries. The accompanying photo was a profile shot of Caleb on a lecture stage. Her fingers trembled, nearly tearing the cover. Flipping it open, she found a 2-page spread dedicated to an interview with Caleb, with a large photo of him leaning against a wall in the psychology building. In the picture, he wore a simple white shirt and black slacks, his gaze focused and profound behind his metal-rimmed glasses, a world away from the man who always kept his head slightly bowed in her memory. Many people mistake behavioral companions for premium simps, which is a complete misunderstanding, Caleb was quoted as saying. We are more like emotional trainers, using professional techniques to help clients build healthier relational cognitions. For instance, some clients who have long been in positions of privilege may lack empathy. Victoria snapped the magazine shut. That paragraph was practically a public execution of her character. "When was this interview done?" she asked Mark, forcing a calm tone. "Last week," Mark said, not looking up from his proofs. "Caleb is a big get for us. The youngest master's candidate in the psych department. He was even published in Psychological Science last year." Victoria's chest tightened. Caleb had published an academic paper? The same Caleb who used to help her with homework and never dared to offer his own opinion? Oh, right. Mark suddenly remembered something, pulling a ticket from his drawer. Caleb has a public lecture this Friday on power dynamics in intimate relationships. Want to go? Guaranteed to be an eye-opener. Victoria took the ticket. The gold foil letters read, Caleb Reed, Covert Control and Counter-Control in Modern Intimacy. "Thanks," she said, stuffing the ticket in her purse and turning to leave. "Hey, you haven't paid for the magazine." Mark called after her. Victoria waved a dismissive hand without looking back. "Put on my tab." As soon as she was out of the office, she pulled out her phone and Googled Caleb's name. A dozen academic records instantly popped up. The top result was a co-authored paper titled Emotional Dependency and Personality Formation in Privileged Environments, a 3-year longitudinal study. Victoria's breathing grew ragged. 3 years? A longitudinal study? Her hands shaking, she clicked on the abstract. Keywords like narcissistic tendencies, privileged class, and emotional manipulation stabbed at her eyes. "So that's how it is," she said with a cold laugh. "I wasn't just a client. I was a lab rat." The clock tower chimed 11. Victoria suddenly remembered something and quickened her pace toward the library. If she remembered correctly, Caleb studied in the third-floor psychology section every Wednesday at 11:30 m. The library's air conditioning was frigid. Victoria hugged her arms as she moved between the towering shelves. Through a gap in shelf G, she spotted Caleb at a window seat. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting stripes of light across him, outlining the profile of his focused face as he read. Victoria took a deep breath and casually walked to the adjacent aisle. She pulled a random book, An Introduction to Social Psychology, off the shelf, but her ears were tuned to the sounds coming from Caleb's table. The rustle of a page turning, the scratch of a pen on paper, an occasional soft cough. These sounds had been the background music of her life for 3 years, but now they felt separated by an invisible wall. She peeked around the shelf and saw the cover of the thick book in front of him, Treatment and Intervention for Narcissistic Personality Disorder. Blood rushed her head. Victoria slammed her book shut with a loud bang, startling several nearby students. Caleb looked up, his gaze meeting hers through the gap between shelves. For a split second, Victoria expected him to look flustered, to try to explain, to at least show a hint of embarrassment. But Caleb just calmly pushed his glasses up his nose, gave her a brief nod, and went back to his book as if she were a complete stranger. The feeling of being ignored was more infuriating than any insult. Victoria strode over to his table and slammed her hand down on his book. "Interesting reading choice," she hissed, her voice low but sharp. "Doing some follow-up research, Professor Reed." Caleb slowly closed the book, his movements infuriatingly graceful. "Just standard academic reference. Is there a problem?" "Cut the crap." Victoria's nails dug into her palms. "That so-called longitudinal study. I was your guinea pig, wasn't I? For 3 years, you took my dad's money with one hand and collected data for your paper with the other. What a brilliant scheme." Students were starting to stare. Caleb stood up. His height forced Victoria to tilt her head back to look at him, a height difference that had never existed in the past 3 years, as he had always deliberately kept himself slightly shorter than her. "Let's take this outside," he suggested, his voice low but firm, leaving no room for argument. The lawn behind the library was empty. Caleb stopped under an oak tree and turned to face her, his expression more serious than she had ever seen. "First, that paper used completely anonymized data and was approved by the ethics committee," he said, his voice as cool as if he were delivering a lecture. "Second, while I did have academic considerations when I took the job, all my services strictly followed the terms of the contract." "Services?" Victoria repeated mockingly. Does that include remembering the anniversary of my mother's death, staying up all night with me when I had a fever, and her voice suddenly caught, and every time I threw a tantrum, you would always apologize immediately, regardless of whether it was my fault. Caleb finished for her, a bitter smile touching his lips. Because that was Article 17 of the contract. The contractor must unconditionally maintain the emotional stability of the client's daughter. Victoria felt a wave of dizziness. She had always thought it was because Caleb was weak-willed, or at least partly sincere. It was all an act? Not entirely, Caleb said, looking into the distance. We're professionally required to maintain distance, but we're not robots. He paused. But there's no point in discussing this now. Victoria wanted to say something sharp, something hurtful, something that would crack the damnable calm on his face. But her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't squeeze out a single word. There's a lecture on Friday, if you're interested. Caleb took a ticket from his pocket, identical to the one in her purse, and placed it on a nearby stone bench. It might help you understand a few things. His retreating figure cast a long shadow in the midday sun. Victoria stared at the ticket, suddenly realizing that this was the first time in 3 years Caleb had ever invited her anywhere. Victoria and Nolan stood in the center of the private karaoke room, a champagne flute held high above her head. Light from the crystal chandelier refracted through the glass, casting glittering specks across her face. 23 immaculately dressed people surrounded her, shouting in unison, "Happy birthday! Make a wish! Make a wish!" Chloe Vance goaded from the side, her cheeks flushed with alcohol. Victoria closed her eyes. In years past, Caleb would have been standing at the edge of the crowd, quietly holding a camera to document the moment. The second she blew out the candles, he'd be there with a moist towelette because she hated getting frosting on her fingers. "I wish for even more limited edition Hermes bags next year," she announced loudly, sparking a round of cheers. When she opened her eyes, her gaze instinctively darted to the doorway. Of course, it was just a waiter bringing in a fruit platter. "Where's your little follower?" A guy with silver-dyed hair sidled up, handing her a brightly colored cocktail. "Isn't he usually the one taking pictures?" Victoria's smile froze. 3 months had passed, and Caleb Reed is no longer Tori Nolan's lapdog, had graduated from rumor to common knowledge on campus. But this guy had clearly just gotten back from semester abroad. "Oh, him." Chloe jumped in, winking at Victoria. "Tori dumped him. He's probably crying in a corner somewhere right now." The group roared with laughter. Victoria downed the cocktail in one gulp. The liquid burned her throat, but did nothing to extinguish the nameless fire in her chest. The party raged until 1 in the morning. Victoria couldn't remember how much she'd drunk, only that people kept toasting her, spouting insincere compliments. When the last guest finally left, she collapsed onto the velvet sofa, staring at the spinning disco ball on the ceiling, and was suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge to hear Caleb's voice. In her contacts, Caleb Reed was still at the top of her recents. She pressed the call button, holding the phone to her ear and listening to the long, empty rings. "Hello, you've reached the psychological support hotline. We are currently closed." The robotic female voice made Victoria freeze. She pulled the phone away to check the number. It was Caleb's, but the greeting had changed. For the last 3 years, no matter how late, Caleb's phone had always been answered within 3 rings. She refused to give up and dialed again. "Hello, you've reached the Caleb," she yelled into the microphone. "I know you're listening. It's my birthday and you. How dare you?" Beep, beep. The line went dead. Victoria stared at the screen, unable to believe Caleb had just hung up on her. She dialed again, but this time it went straight to voicemail. "The person you're trying to reach is unavailable." She hurled the phone against the wall. The latest iPhone model split in two with a dull thud. Tears welled up without warning, blurring her vision. This was not how her 23rd birthday was supposed to go. No handwritten card from Caleb delivered at the stroke of midnight. No hangover remedy prepared in advance. Not even the quiet figure who always drove her home after the party ended. "Bastard," she sobbed, though she wasn't sure if she was cursing Caleb or the version of herself who was just now realizing how pathetic she was. Caleb put down his phone and glanced at Sophia Ross, the wide-eyed undergrad staring at him from across the lab. "Sorry, did I interrupt the experiment?" he asked softly. Sophia shook her head, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Was that Victoria Nolan? Caleb didn't answer, simply switching his phone to airplane mode and putting it back in his pocket. Moonlight filtered through the blinds, casting stripes of shadow across his face. Let's continue. Where were we? He turned back to the computer screen, which displayed the flowchart for the emotion recognition algorithm Sophia was designing. Caleb, aren't you going to go? Sophia asked timidly. It is her birthday, after all. Our contract was terminated 3 months ago. Caleb's voice was as placid as if he were discussing the weather. Besides, he pointed at the screen, if we can finish this algorithm before next month's symposium, it will be a great boost for your Stanford application. Sophia bit her lip, saying nothing more. The lab fell silent again, filled only with the rhythmic clicking of the keyboard. 2 hours later, Caleb walked Sophia back to her dorm. The campus path lights stretched their shadows long and thin. At the entrance to the women's residence hall, Sophia suddenly turned. Caleb, I heard Tori has been asking about you. He raised an eyebrow. Such as? Like about your presentation at the Neuroscience Forum last week. And Sophia's face suddenly flushed. And whether we're dating? Caleb chuckled. Campus gossip is always so creative. So, we're not, right? Sophia asked, looking down at her canvas sneakers. You're an excellent research partner, Sophia, Caleb said gently. Good night. On the way back to his own dorm, Caleb's phone vibrated incessantly. A stream of messages from Jake, complete with photos from Victoria's birthday party. The last one read, Dude, you sure you're not going to go get her? Looks like she's wasted. Caleb enlarged one of the photos. Victoria, in a silver sequined mini dress, was dancing on a coffee table, her skirt flying, a wild, exaggerated smile on her face. He knew that smile all too well. It never reached her eyes. He deleted all the photos and replied, Not my problem. A familiar figure waiting under the dim lights of his dorm building made Caleb stop in his tracks. Robert Nolan was leaning against a black Mercedes, his tailored suit looking out of place in the campus environment. Mr. Nolan. Caleb frowned slightly. Is something wrong? Robert Nolan straightened up. It's Tori's birthday. I know. She's drunk at the Diamond Karaoke Lounge. He held out a car key. Go get her. Caleb didn't take it. With all due respect, Mr. Nolan, our contract is over. And besides, he paused. Are you sure this is what's best for Tori? The night wind blew through the space between them. Robert Nolan's expression was unreadable in the faint light. You're right, he said finally, withdrawing the key. I wasn't thinking clearly. Caleb nodded and turned to leave, but Robert Nolan spoke again. By the way, that contract, the version Tori saw, was abridged. Caleb turned back, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? The complete version is in my safe, Robert said, getting into the car, including the addendum that states, for a period of 3 years following contract termination, the client's daughter shall not pursue the contractor in any form, or she shall be liable for $1 million in liquidated damages. Caleb froze. He remembered that clause. At the time, he dismissed it as one of Robert Nolan's overprotective measures. Does she know? She found out this afternoon. Robert Nolan looked at him through the lowered window, his gaze meaningful. Her exact words were, It's only $1 million. I can afford it. The Mercedes slid silently into the night. Caleb stood alone under the dorm lights, a strange fluttering in his chest, like a dormant butterfly trying to break free from its chrysalis. The lecture hall in the business school was packed. Victoria sat in the back corner, a baseball cap pulled low over her eyes. This was Caleb's undergraduate course, consumer psychology, and she had slipped in unnoticed. On the stage, Caleb was dressed in a simple white button-down and black slacks, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing well-defined forearms. He was explaining the scarcity principle, his voice calm and measured, punctuated by occasional jokes that drew laughter from the entire room. Victoria had never seen this version of Caleb, confident, poised, charismatic. For the past 3 years, he had always stood before her with his head slightly bowed, his voice soft, as if afraid to startle her. Looking back, she realized it had all been an act, the performance of a professional. Now, let's do a little experiment, Caleb said, picking up a stack of papers. My TA will pass these out. A girl with a high ponytail walked briskly to the front to take the papers. Victoria narrowed her eyes, it was Sophia Ross, the girl rumored to be close to Caleb. She was dressed in simple jeans and a white t-shirt, a small dimple appearing on her left cheek when she smiled. Victoria looked down at her own meticulously assembled Chanel suit and suddenly felt ridiculous. What was she even doing here? Trying to prove she was more attractive than an undergrad? For this questionnaire, I'd like you to work in pairs. Caleb's voice cut through the noise. Please team up with someone sitting near you. The room erupted in chatter. Victoria sat in place. She hadn't anticipated an interactive segment. A few guys in the rows ahead had already turned around, their curious gazes sweeping over the mysterious, well-dressed woman in the back. You can be my partner. A familiar voice sounded right next to her. Victoria looked up to see Caleb standing by her desk, a questionnaire in his hand. I'm just auditing, she stammered, her heart suddenly racing. That's fine. Caleb pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. He smelled faintly of cedarwood. Part 1 is simple. Describe your most recent impulse purchase. Victoria took the pen, her fingers trembling slightly. This was the first time since the contract ended that Caleb had willingly approached her. She stole a glance at his profile and noticed a tiny mole near the corner of his eye that she'd somehow never seen before. I'm done, she said, pushing the paper toward him and accidentally knocking over her water bottle. The water spread quickly across the desk, flowing toward Caleb's side. Careful! Victoria scrambled to wipe it up, but Caleb caught her hand midair. Don't move, he said, pulling a towel from under the lectern and expertly soaking up the spill. These desks are designed with a slight incline. The water flows toward me. Victoria froze. He'd thought of details like that. Or was it, you knew I would be here? Caleb didn't deny it. He just set the wet towel aside. Question 2. Analyze the psychological motivation behind your impulse buy. Why do you think people pay for things they don't need? Because... Victoria stared into his eyes. Because you always want what you can't have. The classroom lights reflected off Caleb's glasses, obscuring his expression. Silence stretched between them until Sophia's voice came from the front of the room. Professor Reed, time's up. Caleb stood and collected the questionnaire. Thanks for participating, he said, his tone polite and distant, as if speaking to any other student. The bell rang, and students swarmed out of the room. Victoria remained seated, watching as Caleb was surrounded by few students with questions. Sophia stood beside him, naturally taking the lecture notes from his hand. The easy rapport in their shared smile was a sting to Victoria's eyes. Forgot to tell you, a female voice said from behind. Victoria turned to see Chloe leaning against the doorframe, twirling a car key. Caleb was voted most popular lecturer this semester. His class filled up within 3 minutes of registration opening. Victoria scoffed. So he's not your beck and call boy anymore, Chloe said, moving closer and lowering her voice. The campus forums are all placing bets on when the high and mighty Tori Nolan will finally stoop to chasing him. Victoria shot to her feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. A few students, including Caleb at the front, looked over curiously. That's ridiculous, she said, lifting her chin, though her voice trembled slightly. I lost interest in him a long time ago, outside the building. The June sun was so bright it hurt her eyes. Victoria pulled out her sunglasses, but froze as the frame touched her cheek. They were a birthday gift from Caleb last year, the arm specially adjusted to fit the curve of her face. Her phone buzzed in her purse. Victoria pulled it out to see a picture message from an unknown number. It was a photo of Caleb and Sophia in a lab, the girl smiling as she offered him a piece of cake. The caption was a single sentence. Got that $1 million ready? Victoria clenched the phone until her knuckles turned white. She was standing at a crossroads. She could either walk away and salvage what was left of her pride, or she could step into a game she was destined to lose and become the laughingstock of the entire university. In the distance, Caleb emerged from the building with his students, the sun casting a golden halo around him. Victoria took a deep breath and made her choice. Victoria's finger hovered over the reason for consultation field as she edited the appointment form for the 3rd time. Sunlight streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, the glare from her tablet making her squint. Emotional dependency issues. No, too obvious, she thought, deleting the text. Academic stress. Insomnia? Her phone vibrated. Chloe's name flashed on the screen. Victoria declined the call. Ever since the campus forum had blown up with photos of her auditing Caleb's class, every call from her best friend had been laced with "I told you so." The cafe door opened, and a familiar scent wafted in. Victoria instinctively ducked her head, using her hair to shield her face. She didn't need to look up to know who it was. Sophia Ross, Caleb's current rumored girlfriend, wearing her signature citrus perfume. "I'm so nervous." Sophia's voice came from the booth behind her. "My first time on TV, and Caleb isn't even fazed." "He's been prepping for 2 weeks," another girl replied. "He tried on 5 different ties. He's just pretending to be cool." Victoria tightened her grip on her coffee cup. Caleb was going to be on TV? The same Caleb who had always been so meek and subservient in her presence? "I heard it's because of his paper on the ethics of emotional support." Sophia's voice dropped to a whisper. "Sure, he's here." The bell chimed again. Victoria peeked over the rim of her cup and saw Caleb walk in, wearing a dark gray suit. The fine tailoring highlighted his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His hair was perfectly styled, and his gaze behind the metal-rimmed glasses was sharp and steady, a world away from the slightly stooped figure she remembered. "Caleb, over here." Sophia waved. Caleb headed toward their booth, a slight breeze stirring the air as he passed Victoria. The scent of cedarwood and sandalwood, the cologne she'd casually tossed to him as a birthday gift last year, brushed past her nose. "I read the script. The host might ask about the case study." Caleb's voice faded as he walked away. Victoria only caught a few fragments. Privileged environment, emotional manipulation, 3-year longitudinal. Her coffee cup clattered against the saucer. A 3-year study? Was he talking about her? On her tablet, the reason for consultation field was still blank. Victoria took a deep breath and quickly typed. Difficulty forming intimate connections, accompanied by mild social anxiety. She then selected a time slot for tomorrow at 3 p.m. Caleb's only open slot on Thursdays. The moment she hit submit, her heart hammered against her ribs. This was insane. If he recognized her, her phone buzzed again. A text from her father. "Tori, is the $1 million ready?" Victoria let out a cold laugh and typed back. "Get ready to cash a check, Dad. Please fill out this intake form, and then we can begin." Caleb's voice was unnaturally clear in the soundproof consultation room. Victoria took the tablet, her fingertips mechanically swiping across the screen. She had completely changed her appearance for this. A brunette wig, thick-rimmed non-prescription glasses, and she was even speaking in a deliberately altered, lower tone. "Ms. Lee," Caleb prompted gently. "You need to complete the form first." Victoria started, realizing she'd been stuck on the same page for too long. "Sorry, I zoned out," she said, her voice husky as she quickly checked off the boxes. The room was simpler than she'd imagined. A beige sofa, a natural wood coffee table, a few abstract watercolors on the wall. The only out-of-place object was a flourishing pothose plant on the windowsill, her favorite plant, one she'd once mentioned helped with her anxiety. "The reason you selected for consultation is..." Caleb began, looking at his own tablet, his expression behind the glasses professional and detached. Victoria twisted her fingers together, reciting her prepared lines. "I always seem to be unable to maintain long-term relationships. Whenever someone is kind to me, I just push them away." The half-truth made her throat tighten. Caleb nodded slightly, not responding immediately. Light filtered through the blinds, casting stripes of shadow across his face. Victoria noticed the tiny mole near the corner of his left eye, something she'd never seen before. "Could you be more specific?" he asked. "For example." Victoria stared at her knees. "There is someone who is very good to me, incredibly attentive, but I always gave him a hard time. Now that he's gone, I find myself missing the feeling of being taken care of." "No." Victoria's head snapped up, then dropped again just as quickly. "I mean, not entirely." Caleb set his tablet down, lacing his fingers together in his lap. The gesture reminded Victoria of their very first meeting, when he'd sat just like this in her father's office, as still and silent as a painting. "Ms. Lee, do you know why some people hurt those who are kind to them?" Victoria shook her head, the wig brushing against her neck with an unfamiliar sensation. Because being loved requires more courage than loving. Caleb's voice was very soft. To accept love is to expose your vulnerabilities. To inflict hurt is a defense. Victoria's chest constricted. His words were like precision-guided missiles, striking deep inside the fortress she'd built around herself. So you're saying, I'm afraid of being seen. I'm merely offering a possibility, Caleb smiled. Therapy isn't about giving answers. It's about finding the questions together. The session lasted 50 minutes. By the time she left, Victoria's wig was damp with sweat, but a strange sense of relief was blooming in her chest. Caleb walked her to the door and handed her a business card. You can book another session if you feel the need. My regular schedule is quite full, but he paused. For special cases, I can be flexible. Victoria took the card. For the briefest moment when their fingers touched, she could have sworn she saw something flicker in Caleb's eyes. But he quickly resumed his professional smile, as if it had been nothing more than her imagination. On the TV, Caleb was analyzing a case of emotional dependency, sitting poised on a blue sofa in a television studio. Victoria was curled up on her own couch, hugging her knees as she stared at the screen. Professor Reed, you mentioned that the emotional support industry has some ethical gray areas, the host asked. Could you elaborate? Caleb leaned forward slightly, the platinum cufflinks on his shirt glinting under the studio lights. They were a Christmas gift she'd given him last year, so casually that she hadn't even noticed they were engraved with his initials. For instance, what happens when a service provider develops genuine feelings? Caleb's voice came through the speakers, deep and clear. A contract can regulate behavior, but it's very difficult to regulate emotion. Victoria's heart skipped a beat. Have you ever encountered that dilemma yourself? The host pressed, sharp as a tack. Caleb smiled, a confident, easy smile Victoria had never seen before. Trade secret. A wave of laughter rippled through the studio audience. The camera panned to the crowd, and Victoria's stomach clenched when she saw Sophia Ross sitting in the front row, clapping with an adoring expression. She grabbed the remote to turn it off, but the program cut to a pre-recorded man-on-the-street segment. Caleb Reed? Of course I know him, a female student said excitedly into the microphone. He's amazing. His last lecture actually made me cry. Youngest lecturer candidate in our department, a bespectacled male student added. He's published in 3 major journals. I heard Harvard is trying to recruit him. Victoria was stunned. This was Caleb? The Caleb who would cross the city to buy her late-night snacks? The Caleb who would just smile after she'd thrown coffee on him in public? On the screen, the host was wrapping up. Thank you, Professor Reed, for pulling back the curtain on this fascinating industry. The doorbell rang. Victoria shut off the TV and looked through the peephole to see Chloe standing outside, dangling a bottle of champagne. Open up. I know you're home. Chloe's voice came through the door. Victoria reluctantly opened it. Chloe swept in like a whirlwind, heading straight for the living room. Did you see it? Caleb's show. Oh my God. I had no idea he was so. Her voice died in her throat. Her eyes widened as she stared at the TV console. Victoria followed her gaze, and her blood ran cold. The wig and glasses she'd worn today were lying right there. Oh, Chloe drawled, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. So today's mysterious disappearance was actually a trip too. Shut up. Victoria threw a couch pillow at her. Chloe dodged it gracefully, shaking the champagne. I came to celebrate. The campus forums are on fire. Everyone's betting on when the high and mighty Tori Nolan will finally admit defeat. What's there to celebrate? To celebrate you finally acting like a human being with feelings. Chloe expertly popped the cork. For 3 years, this is the first time I've seen you this invested in someone, even if he did use you as a research subject. Foam bubbled over, splashing onto Victoria's new rug. Normally, she would have flown into a rage, but she suddenly remembered Caleb's words from the consultation room. Hurt is a defense. Chloe, she asked softly, was I really that awful before? Chloe paused mid-pour. Why the sudden self-reflection? Just answer me. The champagne flute reflected the light from the chandelier. Chloe sighed. Remember freshman year? That time I got my heart broken? Do you remember what you said to me? Victoria frowned, trying to remember. It was right before Christmas. Chloe had found out her boyfriend was cheating and had cried all night in their dorm. What are you crying for? He's just a guy. My driver is better looking than him. Those were your exact words. Chloe swirled the champagne in her glass. The next day, Caleb showed up with hot chocolate and a blanket and said you sent him. I knew it was a lie, but you know what? I was still grateful. Victoria's chest tightened. She had no memory of that, and she certainly didn't remember sending Caleb with anything. The point is, Chloe leaned in. Caleb was the only one who saw you were covered in thorns and still tried to get close. Now that he's not playing anymore, you finally realize the game is over. Her phone buzzed. It was a picture from an unknown number, Caleb and Sophia in the lab, the girl smiling as she fed him a piece of cake. Victoria stared at the photo, a strange, sharp pain spreading from her chest to her fingertips. Who sent that? Chloe peered over her shoulder. Whoa, trying to provoke you. Victoria turned off the screen. It doesn't matter. What mattered was that she had another appointment tomorrow at 3 p.m. And this time, she was determined to ask the question that had been circling in her mind for weeks. The door to Caleb's apartment was slightly ajar. Victoria stood in the hallway, clutching the fake medical file she was pretending she'd forgotten in the consultation room, listening to the conversation inside. Why are you keeping all this junk? It was Jake's voice, full of disbelief. Movie ticket stubs? Candy wrappers? This rubber band is so old it's turned yellow. Don't touch that. Caleb's voice was deeper than usual. It's categorized. Categorized? Jake laughed. Dude, don't tell me you actually fell for the princess. It's been 3 years. Are you seriously hoarding every piece of trash she ever threw at you? Victoria's breath caught in her throat. She peeked through the crack in the door and saw Caleb kneeling on the living room floor, surrounded by neatly arranged storage boxes. Jake stood over him, dangling a crumpled piece of paper. Give it back. Caleb reached for it. Jake dodged him playfully, reading aloud. Caleb, I'm thirsty. Go get me a boba. Iced 1/3 sugar with the rest is covered in a coffee stain. He shook his head. What the hell is this? A slave contract. Victoria recognized it as a note she'd scribbled in her sophomore year. It had been a hot day, and she couldn't be bothered to walk to the boba shop. You don't get it, Caleb said, snatching the note back and carefully smoothing out the creases. This is all data. Data? Jake waved his hand dismissively. Give me a break. I'm a behavioral scientist, and even I'm not this much of a hoarder. Just admit it. You're into her. Caleb silently placed the note back into a box labeled 2019.6-8. Victoria counted at least 12 such boxes, all arranged chronologically. So what if I am? Caleb said suddenly, his voice so quiet Victoria could barely hear it. We're not from the same world. But she's chasing you now. Jake slapped his thigh. The $1 million penalty clause isn't stopping her. The forums were full of pictures of her spying on you this morning. That's just her pride talking, Caleb said, closing the box. When she realizes the real me is nothing special, without a contract, without professional protocols, just a guy who's... A guy who's what? Caleb shook his head, not finishing the sentence, and walked toward the kitchen. Victoria's heart was pounding. The file in her hand was now mangled. She should have left, but on some strange impulse, she pushed the door open. Excuse me, she said, her voice artificially loud, pretending she had just arrived. Jake jumped as if he'd seen a ghost. Caleb peeked out from the kitchen, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Ms. Lee, his expression quickly shifted back to professional calm, but not before Victoria had seen the flicker of panic. My file. She held up a folder. I think I left it in your office. Caleb wiped his hands and walked over. The office is locked for the day. I can get it for you tomorrow. It's okay. It's not urgent. Victoria cut him off, her gaze sweeping over the boxes that were being hastily pushed under the coffee table. Sorry to bother you. As she turned to leave, she was sure she heard Jake mutter, Holy crap, the resemblance is uncanny. The motion sensor lights in the hallway lit up one by one as she walked away. Stepping into the elevator, Victoria finally allowed a smile to spread across her face. So, the junk she'd carelessly discarded had been preserved like scientific specimens. So, behind his cool professional mask, he was just as insecure as she was. The elevator doors slid shut. Her phone vibrated with a push notification from the campus forum. Confirmed. Victoria Nolan goes undercover in psych department. Chase for Caleb Reed heats up. The post was accompanied by a photo of her in the wig, walking into the consultation building. Victoria turned off her phone and started humming. Let the whole world laugh. She had finally figured out how to play the game. The forecast had called for rain, but not a deluge like this. Victoria stood under the eaves of the psychology building, the rain driving against her bare legs, chilling her to the bone. She glanced at her watch, 9:47 p.m. The light in Caleb's lab was still on. The campus forum said he worked late every Wednesday, usually until 10. Her phone lit up with a text from Chloe. Are you crazy? Waiting in this weather? Victoria didn't reply, just hugged her purse tighter. Inside were printouts of all of Caleb's recent publications. It had taken her 3 full days to slog through them, only to discover that the acknowledgement section of each paper contained the line, with thanks to V.N. for providing research inspiration. V.N. Victoria Nolan. Rainwater began to creep up the steps, soaking her heels. The Jimmy Choos were new, a pale blue satin, like Cinderella's glass slippers. But there was no magic to protect them. The water stains were already permanent. At 10:03 p.m., the side door of the building finally opened. Caleb emerged, holding a large black umbrella, the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows. He froze when he saw her, his feet stopping on the top step. What are you doing here? His voice was nearly lost in the downpour. Victoria lifted her chin, even as rain dripped from her hair down her neck. Just passing by. Caleb's gaze swept over her drenched dress and trembling fingers, his lips tightening into a thin line. For a split second, Victoria thought he would shrug off his jacket and drape it over her shoulders, just like he used to. The rain's not letting up was all he said, holding his umbrella out to her. Take this. The handle was still warm from his hand. Victoria didn't take it. Rain clung to her eyelashes, falling like silent tears. Why did you thank me? She asked directly, her voice hoarser than she expected. In your papers. Caleb's hand hung in the air, rain drumming a frantic rhythm on the umbrella. Academic integrity, he said. You provided the research setting. Is that all? What else would it be? He countered. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the sharp angles of his face. For the first time, Victoria saw something in his eyes she didn't recognize. Not the old deference, not the recent distance, but a restraint that bordered on pain. I have to go, Caleb said, pulling the umbrella back. I'm leaving for Boston next month. I got an offer from Harvard Psychology Department. The news hit Victoria like a punch to the gut. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Rainwater trickled into the corner of her lips, tasting as salty as the ocean. Congratulations, she finally managed, forcing a smile, the kind of flawless, practiced smile she'd perfected at countless parties. You're finally free of me. Caleb just looked at her, his gaze as deep and dark as the storm. Then he turned and walked into the rain, the umbrella closing behind him like a curtain falling on a stage. Victoria stood rooted to the spot, the downpour washing away her carefully applied makeup and her pride. Only when Caleb's back had completely disappeared into the deluge did she allow herself to sink to the ground, wrapping her arms around her shaking knees. So this is what heartbreak felt like. The door to Caleb's office flew open and Jake burst in, dripping wet. What the hell is wrong with you? He demanded, slapping a stack of photos onto the desk. Look at this. She waited in the rain for 2 hours. The photos showed Victoria's back as she huddled on the steps of a psychology building, her white dress plastered to her body, looking like a broken bird. Caleb's fingertips creased the edge of a photo, but his voice was steady. She brought it on herself. Brought it on herself? Jake waved his hands dramatically. Dude, I don't get you. You're obviously in love with her. You've collected every scrap of paper she's touched for 3 years, and now that she's finally coming around, you're acting like some kind of saint. Caleb pulled open a drawer and pushed a file across the desk. Jake glanced at it, his brow furrowing. A non-disclosure agreement? I signed it, Caleb said, taking off his glasses to rub the bridge of his nose. In addition to the behavioral companionship, I was also contracted to assess her psychological fitness. Robert Nolan wanted to know if his daughter was stable enough to take over the family business. Jake let out a low whistle. So, all those notes you took were partially a job requirement, Caleb said, gazing out the window at the now lessening rain. And what about her? Jake pointed at the photo. She didn't sign any damn NDA. Caleb silently opened his laptop and pulled up a security video. The footage showed Victoria in his office, rifling through his files, then slipping a neatly bound document from her purse into his drawer. Last week's footage, Caleb said. She thinks I don't know. Jake leaned closer to the screen. What is that? A report on the last 3 years of financial irregularities at Davenport Industries, Caleb said, a barely perceptible softness in his voice. I've been researching corporate psychopathy lately. So, she's helping you. Using her father's corporate intelligence network, Caleb said, closing the video feed. That only makes things more complicated. Jake collapsed onto the couch, shaking his head. I get it now. You two are a matched set of masochists. One would rather stand in the rain than say she's sorry, and the other is pretending to be made of ice when he's obviously melting. Caleb didn't argue. He picked up the photo of Victoria's back and gently wiped a stray drop of water from the surface. Is the Harvard offer for real? Jake asked suddenly. Yes. When do you leave? The 5th of next month. Jake stared at the ceiling. You think if she knew you were leaving, she'd? It doesn't matter anymore, Caleb said, locking the photo in his desk drawer. My contract with the Nolans is over. Outside, the last drop of rain fell from the eaves, vanishing silently into the night. A long line snaked out from the psychology department's volunteer sign-up table. Victoria stood in the middle of it, enduring the curious stares of her fellow students. Since the forum had posted the pictures of her waiting for Caleb in the rain, she had become a #1 topic of campus gossip. Next, the upperclassman at the registration table said, without looking up, name, major, and why you want to join the peer support group. Victoria Nolan, Stern School of Business. She paused. Because I want to understand people. The girl's head snapped up, her eyes wide behind her glasses. The area fell silent for a moment before erupting in a low hum of whispers. Quiet, a familiar voice called from behind the table. Caleb walked up, carrying a stack of files, a few pens sticking out of the pocket of his lab coat. He looked like he'd just come from the lab. Professor Reed, the girl stammered, this student. I see her, Caleb said, his gaze lingering on Victoria's face for less than a second. The support group has selection criteria. Anyone who meets them can participate. Victoria bit the inside of her cheek. This was the first time they'd spoken since the night of the storm, and he was treating her like any other student. Fill this out, he said, handing her a form, his fingertips not betraying the slightest tremor. The questions were standard, until the last one. Describe a time you helped someone else. Victoria's pen hovered over the paper. She racked her brain, but couldn't think of a single time she had selflessly helped anyone. Finally, she wrote, I once gathered research materials for someone who needed them, though he didn't know it. When she handed in the form, Caleb was gone. The girl took her paper and said, with a meaningful look, training is Saturday morning. Don't be late. Walking out of the psychology building, Victoria noticed the sky was an intense blue, as if it had been scrubbed clean by the storm. She took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to cancel her nail appointment. She needed time to prepare for Saturday. Her phone's calendar showed 23 days until Caleb's flight to Boston. The volunteer training was 10 times harder than Victoria had imagined. At 9 a.m. on Saturday, 20 volunteers were crammed into a small classroom in the psychology building, listening to Sophia Ross explain basic counseling techniques. Empathy is not sympathy, Sophia said, standing in front of the projector, her ponytail swinging with her gestures. It's about putting yourself in the other person's shoes to understand their feelings. Victoria sat in the back row, trying to ignore the probing glances from those around her. She had stayed up all night reading the copy of Nonviolent Communication that Caleb had recommended, and now her eyelids felt like they were lined with lead. Okay, let's practice in pairs. Sophia clapped her hands. One person will role-play the person seeking help. The other will be the listener. Victoria was paired with a girl with a round, friendly face. The girl began hesitantly. I don't know what to say. Imagine you have a problem. Victoria recited mechanically from the book. Any problem at all? Okay. The girl wrung her hands. My boyfriend has been acting really weird lately. Stop. Sophia suddenly appeared at their table. Tori, when you're listening, you need to lean forward to show you're engaged. Like this. She demonstrated the posture, then lowered her voice. Professor Reed said you can leave early if you're not feeling well. Victoria's back straightened. He's here. In the observation room, Sophia said, pointing to a camera in the corner of the ceiling. He's supervising this training. A jolt went through her. Victoria adjusted her posture and gave the round-faced girl her most engaging smile. Please continue. I'm very interested. After the role-playing came the practical exam, taking calls on the campus support hotline. Victoria was scheduled last. One by one, the others went in and came out, some looking grave, some with red-rimmed eyes. You're up, Sophia said, pushing open the door to a small office. 15 minutes. A supervisor will be monitoring from the next room. The office was stark, with just a desk and 2 chairs. A timer next to the phone was counting down in red numbers. 15:00. The phone rang. Victoria took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Pierce Sup. I'm dropping out. A male voice cut her off, hoarse and raw. I can't take it anymore. Everyone is smarter than me. I study until 3 in the morning every night, and I'm still. Victoria's fingers tightened on the receiver. Her mind went blank. All the theories from Caleb's book were a jumbled mess. You've worked really hard, she said lamely. What good is hard work? The voice on the other end yelled. My dad said if I fail another class, he's cutting me off. I'm screwed. The timer read 12:34. Victoria's palms were slick with sweat. What would Caleb do? She suddenly remembered his expression in the consultation room. Calm and accepting, like the deep ocean. Failing a class is scary, she said slowly, but it's not as bad as the feeling of disappointing yourself. Is it? There was a pause on the other end. How did you know? A guess, Victoria said, relaxing slightly. I disappoint myself a lot. The timer hit 8:15. The rest of the conversation flowed surprisingly well. The caller even laughed when she suggested he talk to his professor. When she hung up, the timer read 00:03. Her back was soaked with sweat. The door opened and Sophia walked in. The supervisor wants to see you. In the next room, Caleb was sitting in front of a bank of monitors, the lines of his shoulders visibly more relaxed under his lab coat. An evaluation form was on the desk in front of him. In the final column, he had written, Natural empathy, excellent. You did well, he said, his voice holding a warmth she'd never heard before. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, creating a golden line on the floor between them. Victoria stood at the edge of the light, feeling an overwhelming urge to cross it. Thank you, she said softly. I learned a lot. Caleb looked up at her, his eyes unreadable behind his glasses. Why did you volunteer? Because. Victoria gathered her courage. I wanted to know how you see me, not as a client or a research subject. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Caleb's pen left a dot of ink on the form, which slowly bled outwards. It's getting late, he said finally, standing up. There's more training next week. Victoria didn't move. Boston, what time is your flight? The 5th of next month, Caleb said, his hands pausing as he gathered his papers. 10 a.m. I'll be there to see you off. You don't have to. I'll be there, Victoria insisted, her voice firmer than she expected. It's my decision. It has nothing to do with any contract. Caleb finally looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. But before he could answer, Sophia burst through the door. Professor Reed, we have a problem. There's an issue on the B line. Caleb strode out of the room, the hem of his lab coat swirling behind him. Victoria stood alone, watching the ink blot on the evaluation form dry into a small, dark planet. Victoria's heels clicked an urgent rhythm on the marble floor. The Nolan Industries headquarters was eerily quiet, the reception desk deserted. As the elevator ascended to the top floor, her phone vibrated again, the 17th unread message from Chloe. Answer your phone. It's a disaster. The door to the chairman's office was ajar. Inside, she could hear her father's voice, weary in a way she'd never heard before. Salvage what we can. Pushing the door open, Victoria saw her father slumped in his leather chair, his suit jacket tossed on the floor, his tie loosened around his neck. His desk was buried under files, the one on top stamped with a bright red court-ordered asset freeze. Dad! Robert Nolan looked up, his eyes shot with blood. Tori, sit. Victoria had never seen her father like this. Even at her mother's funeral, He had maintained his perfect corporate facade. She carefully navigated around the scattered papers and sat in a visitor's chair, her fingertips cold against the polished wood. "The company's in a bit of trouble," Roberts said, rubbing his temples. "Davenport Industries reported us for accounting fraud. The SEC has opened an investigation. But our books are clean, right?" Victoria's voice was tight. "They were," her father said with a bitter smile. "But someone hacked our financial system last week, cooked the books. Now, all the evidence points to us." The sun still shone brightly outside, glinting off the gold Nolan Industries logo. Victoria suddenly remembered a phrase from Caleb's paper: personality formation in privileged environments. Now that her privilege was crumbling, the room started to spin. "How bad is it?" "Very bad." Her father's voice seemed to come from far away. "Assets frozen, stock has plunged 60%, bank loans are due next week. If we can't find a way out of this, Nolan Industries will be bankrupt within a month." Bankrupt. The word hit Victoria like a sledgehammer. The gilded cage she'd lived in her whole life. The endless stream of limited edition bags, custom shoes, rare sports cars. Everything built on the Nolan empire was about to vanish. "What can I do?" she heard herself ask. A flicker of something crossed her father's face. "Ryan Davenport came to see me yesterday." Ryan Davenport, heir to the Davenport fortune, a Wharton graduate, a rising star in the world of finance, and the man behind the attack on their company. "What does he want?" "You," her father said, looking her straight in the eye. "He proposed a merger, a marriage. If we agree, Davenport will withdraw the complaint and inject the capital to save Nolan Industries." The air conditioning in the office suddenly felt arctic. Victoria clenched her fists, her new acrylic nails digging into her palms. "That's extortion." "It's business," Robert Nolan sighed. "Of course, the decision is yours." Her phone vibrated again. A news alert popped up. Ryan Davenport, the new titan of industry. The accompanying photo showed Ryan, handsome and victorious in a tailored suit, standing in front of the NASDAQ stock ticker. Victoria looked out the panoramic window of her father's office. From the 38th floor, you could see the entire city, the ant-like people and cars, the ordinary world she had never really known. "I'll do it," she said. It was late when the knock came on Caleb's apartment door. Through the peephole, he saw Robert Nolan, his suit wrinkled, looking as if he'd aged 10 years overnight. "Mr. Nolan." Caleb opened the door, his brow furrowed. Robert Nolan dispensed with the pleasantries, handing him a tablet. "I need your help." The screen was filled with complex financial charts and email chains. Caleb swiped through them quickly, his eyes growing sharp. "The forgery is professional, but the pattern is obvious," he said, pointing to several transactions. "This kind of hedging strategy is inconsistent with Nolan's established investment philosophy." "You can read this?" Robert asked, surprised. Caleb took off his glasses and cleaned them on his shirt. "My dual degree from Penn was in finance and psychology. You didn't run a background check when you hired me as a behavioral companion." "Mr. Nolan." Robert gave a weary smile. "Of course I did. I chose you precisely because of your business acumen. Tori will take over the company someday. She needs a partner who can both manage her moods and her portfolio," Caleb finished calmly. "Unfortunately, the contract was terminated. The situation has changed." Robert pulled up a photo on the screen. Victoria and Ryan Davenport, seated across from each other at a restaurant, Ryan leaning in to pour her wine. Tori accepted Ryan's proposal. Caleb's thumb left a smudge on the screen. Under the harsh apartment light, his face was a perfect mask, betrayed only by a tiny, flickering muscle near his eye. "Congratulations," he said. "But what does that have to do with me?" "Ryan is not a good man." Robert's voice was suddenly exhausted. "He orchestrated this whole thing. He doesn't just want Tori. He wants Nolan's core technology." Caleb set the tablet on the coffee table, the movement light, but final. "With all due respect, Mr. Nolan, that's not my problem. My contract with your family is over." $5 million, Robert said. "Help me find a thread that unravels Davenport's fabricated evidence, and I'll pay you $5 million. "I don't need the money." "Then what about Tori?" Robert looked directly into Caleb's eyes. "Can you really stand by and watch her walk into a trap?" Caleb turned to face the window. The city was a glittering web of lights. In the distance, the Nolan Industries tower still shone brightly, but it was a light on the verge of being extinguished. He thought of Victoria's back, huddled in the rain. He thought of what she'd said in her first consultation. I always push them away. I'll need the communication records and system access logs for all key personnel, he said finally, especially the IT department. Robert Nolan let out a long breath and pulled a flash drive from his briefcase. I already have it. Caleb took the drive. The metal was cold against his skin. Why me? You must have more qualified teams. Because you're the only one who understands Tori. Robert's voice softened. And you're the only one she might actually listen to. After Robert left, Caleb stood on his fire escape and lit a cigarette. He rarely smoked, but tonight he needed it. His phone screen lit up with an automatic push notification from a campus news site. Breaking. Nolan Heiress and Davenport Air, TO, celebrate engagement this weekend. Through the smoke, Caleb remembered the look on Victoria's face the day she'd thrown coffee on him. So proud, so entitled. Could she still hold on to that pride now? The ballroom at the Peninsula was a blaze of light. Victoria stood before a full-length mirror in the dressing room. The white couture gown hugged her slender waist, and the diamond necklace on her throat was worth a fortune, but it felt as heavy as a yoke. Smile, darling, Chloe said, leaning against the doorframe with a glass of champagne. The press is waiting. Victoria tried to curve her lips. The girl in the mirror offered a hollow smile back. It had only been 72 hours since she'd agreed to the engagement, but it felt like a century. Ryan's efficiency was terrifying. The press conference, the party, even the honeymoon itinerary had all been arranged. Your dad looks terrible, Chloe said, offering her a glass. I've never seen him like that. Victoria didn't take it. He didn't come home again last night. Pulled an all-nighter at the office. I heard he hired some finance, was to help go over the books. Chloe's voice trailed off, as if she'd said too much. Victoria spun around. Who? No idea, just something I overheard, Chloe said, avoiding her gaze. Come on, it's time to make your entrance. The ballroom doors swung open, and hundreds of pairs of eyes turned to her. Ryan stood at the end of the aisle, his black tuxedo accentuating his athletic build, a charming smile on his handsome face. But Victoria could only see the calculation in his eyes, like a snake watching its prey. The music began. She took her father's arm and walked toward Ryan. The flashes of the cameras on either side of the red carpet were relentless, like a silent fusillade. My beautiful bride, Ryan said, taking her hand. His lips brushed her skin, but they were as cold as ice. I've waited so long for this day. Victoria forced a smile. Ryan's fingers tightened around her wrist, hard enough to leave a bruise. It was a warning, a reminder of who was in control. The ceremony was brief and ostentatious. When Ryan slid the 5-carat diamond ring on her finger, the room erupted in applause. Victoria's gaze swept the crowd and suddenly landed on a familiar figure in the corner. Caleb, dressed in a waiter's uniform, quietly clearing plates. What was he doing here? Ryan followed her gaze and chuckled. Oh, I hired a team of professional psychological consultants to ensure the event runs smoothly. Do you know him? Not well, Victoria said, quickly looking away. He used to do some work for my family. People from his background are only fit to be servants. Ryan whispered in her ear, his hot breath making her skin crawl. Remember your place, Ms. Nolan. Halfway through the reception, Victoria escaped to the restroom, using the excuse of touching up her makeup. In the shadows of the hallway, a figure blocked her path. Caleb, she whispered, what are you doing here? He held out a small plate with several delicate pastries on it. You haven't eaten anything all night. The simple gesture made Victoria's eyes sting. For 3 years, Caleb had always been like this, anticipating her needs before she was even aware of them. Now, when everyone else cared only about her status, her family, and her use value, only he remembered she might be hungry. Thank you, she said, picking up a pastry but finding she had no appetite. Did my father send you? Caleb didn't answer directly. Ryan is not the right choice for you. I don't have a choice, Victoria said with a bitter smile. If Nolan Industries collapses, thousands of people will lose their jobs, my father will. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. I do understand, Caleb's voice was soft. But you don't have to sacrifice yourself. Victoria looked up at him. In the dim hallway light, his eyes were as deep as wells, swirling with emotions she couldn't read. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to drop everything and throw herself into the arms of the man who had once been so devoted to her, and just cry. But instead, she straightened her spine. "This is my decision. Just wish me well." From the ballroom, Ryan's voice called out, "Tori? Darling, it's time to cut the cake." Caleb took a step back, his waiter's mask falling back into place. "Your fiancé is calling you." Victoria wanted to say more, but in the end, she just gathered her skirt and turned to leave. After a few steps, she heard Caleb say, so quietly she almost missed it, "Just hold on for 3 more days." When she looked back, the hallway was empty. Only the plate of pastries proved he hadn't been a hallucination. Caleb stripped off the waiter's uniform and changed back into his own shirt. In the employee locker room of the Peninsula, Jake was typing furiously on a laptop. "Got it," Jake hissed. "The private email records of Davenport's head of IT. Look at this attachment." Caleb leaned over. On the screen was an encrypted file titled Nolan Industries Playbook. "A detailed guide on how to forge their financial statements," Caleb said, a cold smile touching his lips as he scanned the contents. Ryan got arrogant, using his personal email for this. "Is it enough evidence?" "No," Caleb shook his head. "We need a more direct record of the transaction. Keep digging into all of that IT guy's social media accounts." Jake whistled. "You're terrifying when you're like this. All for $5 million bucks." Caleb didn't answer. His phone vibrated. A text from Robert Nolan. "Ryan just accessed the complete archive of Nolan's core tech. We're running out of time." Outside, the night was deep. Caleb looked toward the peninsula, still lit up, full of laughter and music. Victoria was probably cutting the cake right now, Ryan's hand on her waist as he declared his ownership to the world. 3 days. He just needed 3 days to find the evidence to turn the tables. But could Victoria hold on for that long? "Hey," Jake said, breaking his train of thought. "If you really save Nolan Industries, are you going to tell her?" Caleb closed the laptop. "No." "Why not?" "Because she deserves better," Caleb said, grabbing his jacket. "A future that doesn't require her to sacrifice herself." Jake shook his head. "So self-righteous. Did you ever ask her what she wanted?" Caleb didn't reply. The security camera in the hallway silently recorded his departure, his back straight, resolute, and completely alone. The ground floor press hall at Nolan Tower was packed. Victoria stood in the wings, watching her father command the stage under a barrage of camera flashes. A month ago, this place had been shrouded in the gloom of bankruptcy. Now, it was the stage for a victory speech. The SEC has officially dropped all charges against Nolan Industries. Robert Nolan's voice was firm and powerful. The illegal activities of Davenport Industries will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Victoria's gaze drifted to a corner of the room. Caleb was leaning against the wall, dressed in a simple white shirt and black slacks, looking like any other assistant. If it weren't for the stock market data flickering across the tablet in his hands, no one would have guessed this young man was the mastermind behind their comeback. Lost in thought, Chloe appeared at her side, handing her a glass of champagne. Victoria took the glass, her fingertips tapping against the cool surface. "Did my dad invite him?" "Who?" "Oh, your former behavioral companion?" Chloe grinned. "No, I did. Can't have a celebration without the man of the hour, can we?" Victoria sipped her champagne. The bubbles burst on her tongue with a subtle, bittersweet tang. They hadn't seen each other since that night. She'd kissed his cheek in the car. He had declined every invitation to celebrate. If Chloe hadn't pulled some strings, he probably wouldn't have shown up today. After the press conference, the guests moved to the penthouse ballroom. Victoria deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for Caleb to draw near. "Long time no see," she said, feigning casualness. "About Harvard." "I deferred," Caleb said, his gaze sweeping over her deep blue cocktail dress. "You look good." The simple compliment made Victoria's ears burn. Over the past 3 years, Caleb had given her countless compliments, but those had been professional services. This simple, "you look good," made her heart beat faster than any flowery praise ever had. I need to talk to you," she said, mustering her courage. "After the party, can we speak alone?" Caleb pushed his glasses up, his expression unreadable. Of course. The party was more raucous than she'd expected. The employees of Nolan Industries celebrated their narrow escape with wild abandon, popping bottle after bottle of champagne. Victoria navigated the waves of congratulations, her eyes constantly searching for Caleb. He stood by the food table, talking quietly with Jake, politely acknowledging guests but always remaining an outsider. Around midnight, when most of the guests had left, Victoria seized her chance and led Caleb out to the rooftop terrace. The night sky was full of stars, the city lights glittering below. "First, thank you," she said, turning to face him, "for everything you did for my family." Caleb leaned against the railing, the night breeze messing up his hair. "I told you, I was just paying off a debt." "No, it was more than that." Victoria took a step closer. "Thank you for your patience over the last 3 years. Thank you for helping me even after the contract ended. Thank you for—" "Tori," Caleb interrupted softly. "What are you trying to say?" In the moonlight, his features were sharper than ever. Victoria took a deep breath, memories of the past 3 years flashing through her mind. The way he'd taken drinks for her, the way he'd stayed up all night organizing her notes, the image of his back as he walked away in the rain. "I like you." The words tumbled out, surprisingly simple. Not as an employer likes an employee, not as a research subject likes an analyst, just, "I like you." The terrace fell silent. Caleb's expression froze, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. "You know there's a clause in our contract," he finally said, "prohibiting me from pursuing you. Penalty of $1 million, Victoria said, pulling a check from her clutch. "Here, $1 million, to buy my right to pursue you." Caleb didn't take it. He stood up straight and suddenly laughed, a real, unreserved laugh she had never seen before. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "I'm not the same Caleb who came whenever you called. I'll be busy with my own career. I have a temper, and I probably won't remember that you like 2 sugars in your coffee." "I remember you like your Americano black." Victoria cut him off. "You like the color blue, you hate cilantro, and you touch your earlobe when you're reading." Caleb raised an eyebrow. "You've been observing me? Living with someone for 3 years. You're bound to learn a few things," Victoria said, stuffing the check into his breast pocket. "So, what's your answer?" Caleb's hand covered hers, warm and dry. "The answer is, I can't accept this check." Victoria's heart sank. "Because that clause," Caleb said slowly, "became void the moment our contract ended." He leaned in, his breath brushing her lips. "So you can pursue me for free." Before Victoria could respond, the terrace door opened. Her father stood there, a complex expression on his face as he looked at their joined hands. "Dad!" Victoria instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Caleb held it firm. "Mr. Nolan," Caleb nodded, his posture respectful but not subservient. Robert Nolan sighed. "I knew this would happen." He pulled an envelope from his jacket and handed it to Caleb. "Take it. I had it ready." Caleb opened the envelope. Inside was a check for $1 million. "What is?" Victoria's eyes widened. "Liquidated damages," her father said, shaking his head. "The contract stipulates that if my daughter pursues you, I have to pay you $1 million. Remember?" Caleb laughed. "That clause was meant to restrain Tori, not you." "Legally, I'm the client," Roberts said, clapping Caleb on the shoulder. "Take it. Consider a bonus. And by the way," he turned to his daughter, "if your mother were still here, she would have loved this kid." After her father left, Victoria and Caleb looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. "So," Victoria bit her lip. "Are we?" "Let's take it slow," Caleb said, gently squeezing her hand. "You just got out of a relationship. You need time to figure out what you really feel." "I know exactly what I feel." "Then prove it to me," Caleb said, a challenge glittering in his eyes. "Prove that you're not acting out of gratitude or habit, but that you're truly ready to love someone as an equal." Victoria wanted to argue, but she suddenly realized he was right. For 23 years, she had never truly lived independently, never made a decision on her own. If she rushed into this now, it would just be a repeat of the same old patterns. "Okay," she said, meeting his gaze. "Give me time." Caleb smiled and nodded, releasing her hand. "I'll wait." 3 years later, the psychology department's graduation ceremony was a packed house. Victoria stood at the back of the auditorium, watching Caleb accept his doctoral degree on stage. He was even more poised than he had been 3 years ago, his shoulders broad and straight under his black academic gown. In those 3 years, she had moved out of the Nolan mansion and into a small apartment next to Caleb's. She paid her own utility bills for the first time, nearly burned down her kitchen trying to cook, and felt her palms sweat with nerves before a job interview. These countless firsts had built the foundation of her new life. And through it all, Caleb had maintained a perfect, supportive distance. He showed her how to read the electric meter, but never paid the bill for her. He rushed her to the hospital when she got food poisoning, but refused to cook for her. He helped edit her business plan, but wouldn't use his connections to open doors for her. And now, please welcome our doctoral student speaker, Caleb Reed. As applause filled the hall, Caleb walked to the podium. Victoria clutched the document in her purse, her heart pounding. Today, she would finally make good on her promise from 3 years ago to prove her growth and her love. Finally, I want to thank a very special person. Caleb's voice resonated through the auditorium. She taught me that the most authentic feelings are often hidden beneath the most imperfect exteriors. Victoria's eyes stung. In the past 3 years, she had founded an NGO that provided psychological support to children of privilege, using her own experiences to help them navigate the world outside their bubble. Caleb had been her first consultant and her harshest critic. After the ceremony, she found him under the cherry blossom tree in front of the psychology building. The June sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on him, just as it had 3 years ago. Dr. Reed, she said, smiling as she walked up to him. That was a great speech. Caleb placed his doctoral cap on her head. You like the last part? Conceited, she said, taking the cap off and handing it back. I have something for you. She pulled a manila envelope from her purse and handed it to him. He opened it with a raised eyebrow. Inside was a carefully drafted contract, a lifelong partnership agreement. The terms are simple. Victoria's voice trembled slightly. Party A, Victoria Nolan, and Party B, Caleb Reed, agree to a life of mutual support and shared existence. The term is forever. Caleb finished for her, his eyes shining. No penalty clause? None. Victoria shook her head. This isn't a business deal. Caleb read every line, the smile on his face growing wider. Finally, he took out a pen and signed his name with a flourish on a line for Party B. That's it. Victoria blinked. No negotiations? Caleb tucked the contract back into the envelope and pulled her into his arms. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? 6 years. Since the first time I ever saw you. The first time? I thought it was at the cafe. No, it was here, Caleb said, gesturing to the cherry tree. Your freshman year, you fell asleep under this tree. I was walking by, and the sun was on your face. You looked like a painting. Victoria remembered the photo he had used as his phone's lock screen. So you've been, all this time, love at first sight. Caleb chuckled. You could say that. When your father approached me, I couldn't believe my luck. Victoria's eyes welled up. 6 years had passed, moving from a fake service to a real relationship, from imbalance to equality. They had finally arrived. So, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you going to kiss me now, doctor? Caleb's answer was a deep, searing kiss, as gentle and firm as the man himself. Cherry blossoms drifted down around them as the cheers of other graduates echoed in the distance. Victoria closed her eyes, thinking that this must be what happiness felt like. Not being a princess on a pedestal, but standing shoulder to shoulder with the man she loved. A short distance away, Robert Nolan and Jake Miller tactfully turned to leave. Did you win a bet? Jake asked with a grin. Robert Nolan pulled out a check. $1 million. I said they'd be together within 6 years. I should have placed a bet myself, Jake said, shaking his head. But seriously, did you really choose Caleb back then just because he was a good match for Tori? Not entirely, Robert said, his gaze fixed on the embracing couple. It was also because the way he looked at my daughter was the exact same way I used to look at her mother. Sunlight bathed the campus. Under the cherry tree, the lifelong partnership agreement lay on the grass, a silent witness to two hearts finally finding their own true rhythm.